veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say.
Hello everyone, so welcome. So here we are going to build an e-commerce system that meets the real-world application standards. So we are going to use Django and Flutter for backend and frontend respectively. So what happens is that when building the Django applications, you need to start with to create the virtual environment where your project package is gonna reside. So it's a good practice to make sure that you are creating a virtual environment, then you put your packages there, so that just in case you have a different project with a different package version, so it won't interfere with each other. So it's a good practice to do that. So the next thing that we need to do here, you need to make sure that you have installed VNV in your system, and also Python, okay, and also PIP. So what we'll do, we need to I need to go to the folder named development. So in here, what I will do is that I'm gonna create another folder that where our project gonna reside. So we're gonna create it and we name it stylish backend. Okay, so here when you come here, now we're gonna go to this. So we say stylish backend. So in here you can see there's nothing. So what we'll do is that we need to start the virtual environment. To create a virtual environment, use Python. So Python 3, I'm using Python 3, then -m, then -v, then the name of the virtual environment. So we're gonna name it stylish env. Okay, like that. So this one gonna create a virtual environment. Then after creating that, we need to activate the virtual environment. So to activate the virtual environment, we're gonna say source. So then we have a folder named bin. Gonna say stylish env. Then in the bin folder, we have the name activate. So as you can see, it has changed here. So it was like this. Then it is simply means we are working the virtual environment. So what we'll do now, we need now to install Django, because we'll be using Django for developing the application. So we're gonna say pip install Django. Okay, like that. So this one gonna install the Django in our virtual environment. So let us wait for it to install. Then we're gonna now start working on the project. So as you can see, it has installed Django in our virtual environment. So I need to clear. So in here, after you have installed Django, the next thing that you do, it is to create the project. So you can navigate to where you want your project to be, or you can stay in the same folder. So me, I will stay in the same folder. We're gonna say Django. So to create a project, we say Django admin. Then we say start project. So start project with the project name. So we're gonna say stylish. So this one gonna be the project name. So after doing that, as you can see, when you list, you're gonna see the stylish. So this stylish, it will be the project. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do in Django, we need to create the app. So the app we're gonna start with the authentication app, where it's gonna handle the authentication. So in Django, projects are organized into apps. Okay, so to create an app, we just say Python. So Python. So we need to go to the stylish. So we say cd stylish. So ls. So when you are here, make sure that, but you could have used the full stop to put it in the same folder, but let us work from here. So in here you can see we have manage.py. So we're gonna say python manage.py. So now you create the app. To create an app, you say start app, then the name of the application. So we say authentication. So after that, when you list, you're gonna see we have the authentication. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to install the packages that we're gonna use. So let us go and we start with the packages that we want to install. So the first package that we need to install, it is the Django course header. So this one manages the cross-origin resource sharing. So this is vital for APIs, allowing your frontend, so which might be on a different domain, to securely interact with your Django backend. So then let us go to the Chrome, so that we're gonna see where it is and how to install it. So let us open Chrome here. So when you come to Chrome, you're gonna say Django calls headers. Okay, so you're gonna select that one. So you can come here for PyPy. So in this you're gonna, when you open it here, as you can see, we have this for installing. So pip install Django. We're gonna copy that, then you can see there's some configuration here. We're gonna come and copy them. So you see you need to install apps, you know, this part. So make sure you do like that. So I will just come here. So let us go back to our terminal. So to our terminal, then we paste that here. So pip install. As it installs, so let us go and copy the other things that we need to copy. So it has installed. So what we need to copy, it is this one, and you can see it is above the middleware for common middleware. So, and also we're gonna use course headers in the installed apps. So what we need to do it is to open our Visual Studio so that we're gonna do the configuration. So what I do, I just type here, just go to the terminal. So let me open the terminal here. So when you open the terminal, you type that code dot, then like that. This one gonna open the Visual Studio Code. So let me open it. So here in the Visual Studio Code, as you can see, it's open. Then we have the welcome part. So what we need to do, it is to come here in the stylish. Then we have the settings.py. So in this part, what I will do first is to clear these documentations. So just clear them. So make sure you clear them to make our settings to be a bit cleaner. So make sure you do like that so that you're gonna be able to do it. So in this part, as you saw, we had the part where we're gonna set up our course headers. So what we do here, just make sure it is above the common middleware. You can pass it even here top. So we pass here. So the one that I copied. Then the next thing that we need to do, it is adding it in the installed apps. So in the installed apps, I'm gonna have a comment here and say third party apps. So here I'll just pass the course headers. So course headers, okay, like that. I hope it is like that. So after doing that, we need to go to the terminal to install the next package that we need. So the next package that we want to install, it is the Django REST framework. So let us go to the Chrome and we see how to set up it. So just say Django REST framework, Django REST framework. So Django REST framework, it's an essential toolkit for building web APIs. Okay, so we need to install it. So to install it, you just come here. You can see we have the pip install Django REST framework. You can copy it, and also remember to add this one. Don't forget to add that one, so that we're gonna be able to use it in the installed apps. So let us go to our terminal. So in our terminal here, just need to paste it like that. We install that. Then we go to the, as it installs, let us go to our Visual Studio Code to do that part for setting up REST framework. So in our third party apps, just say REST framework like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to install the Pillow. This is used to manage. It is a fork of PIL, that is Python imaging library. So used for image processing. So in our authentication, we're gonna need a place to upload the profile picture, so we need to handle the image there. So that's why we need to have it here. So open your browser. So let us open our browser and we set it up. So let us go to Chrome again. Then in our Chrome, we need to look for pillow. So pillow Python. So as you can see, let us wait. So as you can see, we have pillow here. So let me open that for the PyPy, so you can see the command to get it. Okay, so just copy it. So after copying it, just go to your terminal. So in our terminal here, just need to paste it like that. The next thing that we need to install, it is the next thing that we need, it is Python-Decouple. So this one, it is used to separate the settings parameters, like maybe secret key, database credentials from your source code. So by storing them in a .env file, so just go to our Chrome, so that we're gonna look for that. So just come here. So here you can search it here. You can say Python-Decouple like that. So you select this one, you can select this for 2023. So then you copy it again. So after doing that, just come to your terminal, and then you paste it there. So just come and paste it there. So after doing that, the next one that we need to do, it is the scog2 binary. So this one, we're gonna use the PostgreSQL so as our database. So the scog p2g, so let us go to our Chrome and we look for that. So we open there, then we come here and you search what? scog2 binary. So this one, it is a PostgreSQL adapter for Python. So this one allows the Django to communicate. Let me pick the latest one. So we're gonna pick this one for 2025. So but let us use this one. So the reason that why we have it is to allow Django to communicate with your PostgreSQL database. So you just come here and you copy it again, then come to your terminal. So in your terminal, just paste it there so that you're gonna install. So as you can see, it has installed. So the next thing that we need to do, we need now to go to our Visual Studio. So let us open Visual Studio so that we're gonna start working on the code part of it. So in our Visual Studio code, so what we need to do, we need to remove this. So we don't want our secret key to be in our settings.py. So settings.py, this is the primary configuration file for a Django project. Okay, so we need now to work on it. So what we'll do is that we need to remove this one. We need first of all to create a .env file. Make sure you create it in the main project, in the main folder. So just have where you have the main.py, so you just select that .env. So here what we need to do it is to pass our secret key, let me show you. I need to copy this, so make sure you copy them. So I want to copy them like that, so Control C. so that we're gonna be able to control them from this point. So we have the secret key, so make sure you copy it, then you come here in the settings.py. Now that this is where now we use our decouple. So our decouple, you're gonna say config, so config like that, then you pass the name of the then you import the decouple. So import, so to import, just import it from decouple. We need to import it from decouple, say from decouple. So decouple, we import what? Import config. Okay, so like that. So this part for debug, so the debug, you're gonna copy this one, Control C, make sure you copy it, then you say config, so config, then you pass the debug here, but we need a default. So default, so by default we want it to be false. Okay, we don't want it to be true, because when you host it, it is supposed to be off. Okay, so we need to cast it to bool. Then here in the allowed host, here we need to pass our allowed host. So we say config, so config, then we pass this one. I'm gonna copy it, so here just paste it there. The next thing that we need to do, the default, even though I'm gonna pass it to all, but you should not do like that in the production. So we're gonna remove that. Cast is equals to lambda. So lambda, this is just the function. So for if you know some kind of Python, so lambda, then you say what? Lamp, like that. So check that spelling. Then we say here we need to pass the list. So s dot strip, we need to strip where. So this is where for s in v dot split. So we need to split it where there is comma. So like this. So now we have that. So we're gonna come back to our .env. So here in the .env environment, so this one we're gonna put it to true. Then the allowed host here, you need to pass localhost, and also 127.0.0.1. So that is what we need to do. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do now is to start working on the authentication. So before you do that, make sure that you register it in our installed apps. So here, just below this one, we're gonna say here local apps. So here just pass the authentication like that. That is how you pass your app, to make sure that the Django gonna recognize that you have this application. So let us now go to this part, then we're gonna start working on it. So the next thing that we need to do when we come to our authentication, our app, so here we need to define our models. So the model, we're gonna define what we need from the user. So we're gonna create our models here, as you can see. So we're gonna use the abstract base user, then with the base user manager, so that we're gonna extend the one that the Django comes with it. Okay, so here we need to have from Django, so django.contrib.auth.models. we're gonna import, we need to import abstract base user. Then we need also permissions mixin. Then also we need the base user manager. So we need to have the class So in this part, class for that provides the helper methods for creating users. Okay, so we're gonna have a class for creating user and also to create the super user. Okay, because we are customizing our model. So class, so user manager, so user manager, here we pass base user manager like that. So then we come here, we define the classes. So create user, so this create user, it will accept self. So as usual, you know that we need to pass self there, email, then password. So password here, it might be none, and also now the extra fields that we might need. Okay, extra fields, maybe something else that you need, but you need to have email and other things. So if we need to check if not what, if not email, if we don't have email here, we need to raise an error. Okay, so raise, so we say value error, then we say the email field must be set. Okay, like that. So then if you have the email, so we say email, we need to normalize it. So we need to normalize it. So to normalize it, just use self.normalize. So this one will lower the domain part, if it is capital letters to small letters. So then we need user. So here user, we're gonna define self.model. So self.model, here we pass the email, we're gonna say email, then with the extra fields like that. So after doing that, we need to check if password. So if password, if you have password, so we need to say user.set password. So this one gonna set the password to our backend. So we pass password there, the password that we get. Then from there we save the user. So after that we just say user.save. So this one gonna save. So using self dot the hyphen database. Okay, so we pass like that db, then we need to return user in this method. So after that, if we create user, so we need also for creating the super user. So def create super user like that, then you pass self, then we have email, then password here will be none, then we have the extra fields. Okay, extra fields. So after doing that, we need to pass the extra fields here. So extra fields dot set default, we need to have default values. So is, because it is super user, if it is staff, we need to pass it to be true. Even here you can pass many things that you want to pass. So for admin, so then set default, the default ones. Can also even say if it is verified, here it should be true. So is super user, so then we pass it to true. So make sure it is true. Then we need to return, we're gonna use the one that we have passed here, the create user. So self.create user. So this one helps not to repeat the same code. So email, password, then with the extra fields. Okay, like that. So after doing that, now we need to define our model. So our model, it is what we want from the user. So just say class user, So we say abstract base user and permission. So this one helps us to inherit from the Django authentication model, so it helps us to customize it. Okay, so we need that. So email, we need user to provide email, so we need a variable that will store the email for the user. So here we need email field. So unique, we need the email to be unique, so unique would be true. We want it to be the one that identifies user. So username, here it is models.char field, so characters. So max length, you can set it to what you want, but it's good to make sure it's so unique. You can set it to true or false based on your interest and the things that you consider. So we need first name from the user. So first name here we're gonna say models.char field, so character. So max length, here we need to pass it to 150 also. Then blank, this one can also be blank, it's not a must, so we say true. So that's not a mandatory to have it. So last name of the user, we say models.character field, so character field, then we say max length would be 150. Then with the blank, it will be true, so it can also be blank also. Then we need profile picture, so the variable that will handle that profile picture. So this one will be used to store the image, so models.image field. Okay, so this one, it's an image field where we need to specify where it will be uploaded to. So we're gonna upload it to a folder named profile. So this one will be created automatically, so pictures like that. So this one will be used for storing that. Then put / there, then comma. So blank, it can be true, so it's not a must. Then null can be true, like that. So after doing that, then we need to get the phone number. So phone number is equals to models.character field. So this one, it's because you might need the country code, so you put like that. So models.character field, then we say maximum length, this one we don't want to exceed 15. Then blank, it can be true. Then null can be true also. So after doing that, then it's verified. We need this flag for checking whether the user is verified or not. So this one will be used for tracking that. So it's verified, we're gonna say models, so models.boolean. So this one will either be true or false, so that we're gonna know if user their emails are verified or not. So default will be false. When user creates the account, by default it should be false, so it's active. So this one also we need to have it because we need to either we want to ban a user, so to do a soft delete, like the things like that. So this one we check if it is active. So boolean field also, so default would be true. User should be active by default. So then it's staff, so here it's models dot boolean field, so boolean. So here by default we don't want user the moment they create their staff. Okay, so we need to make sure it is false. Then the next thing that we need to do, it is the created art. So created art, so models dot date field, okay, date time field. So this one we need to pass it auto now. So auto now add, this one will not be changed based on the, so it will be created once and that's all. So auto add now true, so we want to make sure it's updated only once. So updated, so we need to get the updates. So updated art, we need to get it. So it will be this one. It is when the user updates their details or something like that. So auto now, so this one will be updated the moment they change something at that moment. So true. So after doing that, now we need to use our user manager, this one that we created. So we're gonna say objects. So objects will be is equals to our user manager. So user manager here, so like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to set the username field. Now because we have shifted, we want to use the username field, is equals to, now we need to use email as our username. So we override the default one. So then the required fields, so this one, the required fields will be used when creating the super user, so using the super user command. So we pass here the required fields that we need to pass. Okay, username will be passed by default, so it's a must. So we need now to be able to get, so this one def string, so this one will prevent us from having objects in the dashboard for admin in our Django, the default admin dashboard. So we pass what we want to see. So here you just say we need to return what? Return self dot email. So this one will be shown there. So after doing that, we need to have a way to get the full name. So def get full name. So these are helper methods. So just pass self there, self like that. Then here we do what? We just say if self dot first name, the one that we passed there, if we get the first name and we have the last name, self dot last name, so we just say what? Just say return. So this one, it's used for getting the string, so but combination. So self dot first name. So if we have that one, we need to make sure that we have it like this. So we say self dot last name. So it's a combination of the two. Okay, so then if we don't have like that, we return self dot username like that. So also we need a way to get the short name. So def, so this one will be used either you want to show user the short name, so short name like that, then we say self. So here we just say if you have self dot first name, so we just return what? The first name. So return self dot first name. Else we need to return self dot username. So this is our model. So it looks like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it's how to present the data to the API. So what we'll do, you need to create another file here. So you can name it the way you want to name it. You can name it user serializer or serializer. So let us use serializers. serializers.py. So here you define the serializers. So we customize our user model from the abstract base user, so that we gonna have the complete control over the fields. So this one makes it adaptable to various applications needs beyond what Django's default user model offers. So the user serializer we want to create here, so be responsible for converting our user model instances into JSON and vice versa. So that is what we want to do. So let us start working on it by defining our serializer. So we're gonna use the REST framework, the one that we downloaded. So we're gonna import serializers, so it gives that. Then from .models, our models that we have created using the dot because it is in the same folder, so we import the user. So but I find it, let us name it something else. I'm gonna name it user model. Let us name it custom user. Okay, it's good, so that custom user. Okay, so let us use our custom user here. So change there, so you can see it is a custom user. So from here you just say class user serializer like that. Then we pass the serializers model serializer. So that one gonna inherit that. So after inheriting, we need a profile picture URL. So this one, it is to get the URL for the profile picture. So we say serializers dot serializer method field. So this one we're gonna create a method that will be used to get the serializer. Okay, to get the profile, so URL. So you need also the class meta. So this one is used to define the model that you want to use. So as you can see, it has a database table that you want to use managed, but let us define it well. So meta here, you just need to define our model. So our model to be our custom user, you pass it there. So in this, what we need to expose to the user and also either to the backend, so we need to pass fields here. There's these fields, so this is our list, so we need to pass it here. We need the ID, so we're gonna expose also email. So email, then we're gonna expose what? Username, then first name, and also last name, then profile picture, then we need also profile picture URL. So this one will be used by the front end. So then from there, phone number, so you can pass them here the way you want to be exposed to the API. So it's verified. Make sure you check the spelling, because then we need to expose created at like that. Then we need also to have read only, so this one cannot be updated. So we're gonna say read only fields. Okay, so this one can't be updated through the API direct. So here we need to make sure it is ID. Once created, they cannot be updated directly like that. So email, then created at, then it's verified, then the profile picture URL. So like that. Now we have that one. So the next thing that we need, as we said, we're gonna use the serializer method field. So we need to define that method to get the profile picture. So def get profile picture URL. Okay, so here we're gonna pass the self and also the object. So the object here, so we're gonna say if object dot profile picture. So this one gonna help us to get the profile picture. So profile picture, so we need to check if request it is available in the context. So we're gonna say request. So this one gonna help us to get the profile picture URL. So request is equals to self dot context dot get, so request. Okay, so we need to check if we have the request which is available in the context. Okay, so if you have the request, so if request, here we say return, so return build request, so in the request dot build absolute. Okay, so this one gonna build the absolute URL, so absolute URI like that. So we say object dot profile picture dot URL. Okay, like that. So else we need to fall back to our relative URL. Okay, just come here, we say return object dot profile picture dot URL like that. Then failure to that, we return what? We return none. Okay, like that. That is our serializer. So the next thing that we need to do, we need now to start working on the views and other things. So before we continue, so what I need to do to explain something. So we are building a modern web authentication. So why do we need a robust authentication? So protecting user data. So modern applications handle sensitive user information from the emails, phone numbers, personal details. So robust authentication is the first line of defense in preventing unauthorized access and data breaches. Okay, so then preventing unauthorized actions, authentication ensures that only legitimate users can perform actions within the application, so safeguarding against misuse and maintaining data integrity. So building trust, users need to trust that their accounts and information are secure. So a strong authentication system, it is a fundamental to building and maintaining that trust. Then compliance and regulations, where many industries have strict data protection regulations. So proper authentication is often a core requirement. So then you prevent some specific threats that we're gonna address, like brute force attacks. So then weak passwords we don't want, then session hijacking mitigation, then token compromise. Okay, so that is it. So we need to start working on the views. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to create the folders that we want. So it's a good practice to arrange your code so that you're gonna have a folder that handles something and the other handles something, so that just in case there's an issue, if you want to troubleshoot, to be easier for you, other than having the spaghetti code. it's not a good practice. So the good practice, it is to try, even if you won't achieve the maximum clean code, but try to make it clean a bit for others to use it. So the thing that I need to do, I need to create some folders. So we need to have the folders here. So the first folder that we need to create here, it is for core folder. So the core folder will handle the things that will be used by all the views and services. Okay, so here we need to define it. So we need to define some few files. So here we need to have the base view. So base view, this one will be used by other views, they're gonna inherit it. Then we need to have exceptions dot py. Then we need to have the next one, it is the response. We need to have a custom response that will be used. So then we need to have JWT utils. Okay, so because we're gonna use JWT, JSON Web Tokens, so utils.py. So the next folder that we need to create, it is for authentication. So here we just need to have a folder, we name it auth. So name it auth. In our auth we just need to have two files. That is because we are following the service oriented architecture. So where you have the service that handles the business logic and the views that handles the request and the responses from the user. So that is the one that interacts with the user, and then the processes are handled by the services layer. So you say services.py. Then we need also to have the views. So views.py. The next one that we need to have, it is for the verification. So we're gonna have email verification and other things. So we just need to come here in our folder, then in our app, so we say verification. So we're gonna put the verification code here. So before we work on that, now we need to start working on the response. We need to start with the response. We need to have a standardized response. So here just say define. So you just give it a name, standardized response. So here just pass the what you want to pass. So the things that we need to be passed in this method. So success will be true by default. Then data. So data we need to have it optional. Then so error also be optional. So just say like that. Then the message. So these are the things that our method gonna accept. None, and you're gonna have the keyword arguments. So this is a cool practice to have that one. Then we have that one. So we need to have a small documentation here. We just say creates what? Creates a standardized API response format. So this one will be used for formatting only. So after doing that, so this one gonna accept that those arguments that we have passed there, then it will return a dictionary. So we're gonna say response. So our variable here response. So we're gonna say success. So success, we're gonna pass the success that was passed. Okay, so like that. So make sure success, so spelling, so it is double S here also. So make sure it is like that. The next one, it is if you have the data. So if data is not none, it is not none. If it is not empty, so we just need to pass it to our response. So we pass it like this. So this is a dictionary, so you pass the keys like that. So keys, then in that key you just need to pass that data for the value. So then you go, if you have error, if error it is not none, you just do what, just add it to our response. So just pass it as usual, you say error, so our key then value will be error. Okay, like that. So if message it is not none, this one you're gonna define them in your views so that we're gonna pass them here. So response, in that part we need to pass here message. So you just say what, message. So the next thing, we need to check for the additional fields. So if you have additional fields, so we say for key, so as dictionary, we have key value. So in quags, so keywords arguments dot items, so if we have any key in the list, in the dictionary, we need to pass it here. So response, we pass our key, then we assign the value to that value. So that is here, that is the part for checking. Then we need to return response, even if it will have what, so we just return response, like that. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to handle the exceptions. So we need to define our custom exceptions here. So just come here, it's very simple. These ones don't need a lot of explanation. So from Django.utils.translation, so we're gonna import get text lazy. So this one gonna get the text lazily. So we need to pass it as underscore. Okay, so make sure you do it like that. So remember that underscore from REST framework dot exceptions, we need to inherit from that. So we're gonna import API, exception. So we need to define our classes here. So our classes won't handle a lot. So account locked. So these are the names that we are giving them. So this one would be API exception. So status code. So because we are inheriting from this, so that's why we have these properties here. So for 3, we're gonna assign it for 3. Then default detail. So default detail. So we use the underscore. So underscore what? So account is temporarily locked due to multiple failed attempts. So this one happens when the user has tried multiple times but failed. So then default called, it is what, account locked. Okay, so that is our class for account locked. So exception that we're gonna read. So then we need the class to get email not verified. Okay, not verified, when the user has not verified the email. So exception. So here we just pass our API exception. So here just say status code is equals to 403, then default detail is equals to, we say email verification required, like that. then the default code is equals to email not verified. So the next exception that we need is class for invalid token. So invalid token exception. So this one will be thrown when we have the invalid token. So when we want to throw this, when we have invalid token, just pass that. So status code is equals to 401. So then default detail is equals to underscore invalid or expired token. Then default code is equals to invalid token. So the last one that I need to have is class for rate limited exception. You can find many exceptions that you wish. So API exception. So status code is what, 429. So 429. So then default detail is equals to underscore, then we say you can say rate limit exceeded. So please try again. Then the default code is equals to what, rate limited, like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to have a base view. So this one gonna be used by different views, so that we're gonna be able to implement some methods. So here we just say we want to use import traceback. So this one will be used for getting to trace where the error comes from or something like that. So import logging, so this one it is used for logging. So then from REST framework dot views, we need to import API view. So API view. Then we need also to import the response. So from REST framework dot response, we're gonna import response. Okay, so we do like that. Then from REST framework, we're gonna import status like that. Then we need also to import from REST framework dot exceptions, import authentication failed, because we are handling the authentication. That's why I'm using the part for authentication from REST framework. So from REST framework, we need to now to get simple JWT. So at this point we need to get the simple JWT. So simple JWT. So let us come to our Chrome. So let us open it. So here in Chrome, so what we need to do, let us open this link. So this part for the website, their website. So we have the simple JWT. So as you can see, we have these configurations, we have the things. So what I need to do, let me go and show you how to install it first. So to install it, just copy this. Make sure you copy this one. So pip simple JWT. Then there are some other things. So then after you copy that, so go to your terminal. So open terminal here, then you paste it. So after pasting it, it will install. So let us open Chrome again. So in our Chrome here, as you can see, we have these configurations. So this one, you're gonna add them to the settings.py, as you can see here. So in our settings.py, we're gonna pass these things. So we need some, not all, but you can still what you want to customize. So you're gonna pass them if you have the access token lifetime. So you can go through the documentation here, and it will help you to understand some things in a deeper way. So let us go back to our Visual Studio Code and we do the configuration. So here in our code, so we need to come here in the settings.py. So open that part. So what you'll do, I just come here below there. So that what is JWT? So because simple JWT will expose the JWT tokens. So JSON Web Tokens are a compact and then URL safe means of representing claims to be transferred between two parties. So they are self-contained and digitally signed, so ensuring their authenticity and integrity. So the structure of a JWT, it has a header. It contains the token type, that is JWT, and the signing algorithm. So either HS256 or RS256. So ours, we're gonna use the HS256. Then we have the payload. It contains the claims. So the claims are the statements about an entity, typically the user, and additional data. So let us do the customize. We're gonna do the settings. So we need to do it. So make sure that you open there. Then what you'll do here, just say simple JWT is equals to. So here it's a dictionary. So just say access token lifetime. So make sure you use that one. So here you say time delta. So this one, you're gonna import it. So time delta, as you saw it, it comes from the what? From the date time. So just come here on the top. So here from the top, you just say from date time. Date time, you're gonna import time delta. Okay, this for time. So time delta. So you just do what? Just come back again here. So we pass them like this. So access time delta, we need minutes. So we want it to last for minutes. So the minutes that it will last for 15 minutes. Then token refresh. Okay, so refresh tokens, we want them to last for how long? We want to pass them for 14 days. So we're gonna say refresh token lifetime to be for time delta. Here we need to pass days. So days will be 14 days. Okay, so after that, remember it's a dictionary, so pass comma there. Then we need to rotate. So we say rotate. So this one checks whether we need to give a new refresh token when the token is used, the refresh token it is used. So we set it to true, so that the moment the user uses that token, they can get a new refresh token. So blacklist. So blacklist after rotation. So we want to blacklist the token, so we set it to true. So this one is done after the token has been rotated. Okay, so algorithm, we're gonna use HS256. okay, so that is the algorithm that we want to use, but you can use the other one. So then sign in key, sign in key. So we're gonna use the secret key. So our secret key, that is there on top for our project. Then we have the auth header. So auth header types. So here you just need to use the bearer. So the bearer will be the auth header type. So bearer, like that. Then you pass comma here, then comma. So then we need the user ID field, the one that will be used, user ID field. So we're gonna use the ID, okay, the ID one. Then we have the user ID claim, user ID. So remember this one, so claim, we're gonna use it somewhere. So user ID, like that. Then auth token classes. So auth token classes. So we say we need to use the REST framework. So REST framework. So REST framework simple jwt dot tokens dot access token, like that. Then you pass comma, then comma. Then the token type claim, we need to say token type claim. You can copy them from the documentation. So we say token type. So that is our JWT. Then I need to add something here for cookie. So we're gonna say JWT cookie settings. Okay, so this one, it is to handle the cookies. So JWT cookie secure, we need to pass it to be false, but in the production you need to make it to be true. Okay, so false. Then JWT cookie. So also remember this one. So cookie name, we need to say refresh token. So that is our JWT settings in our settings.py. So let us go back to our base so that we're gonna use the simple JWT. So let us continue here. So the REST framework simple JWT, that one, dot exceptions. We want our base API to handle exceptions because that will be common to all. So import token error. So then we need from our response, gonna import the standardized response. So then we need to get the logger. So this one will be used to log the information that we want. So logging dot get logger, then we pass the name so that we're gonna be able to know where the log has come from. So here just define the class base API view, then we pass we inherit from that API view from the REST framework. So here just say the documentation string, we say base class for all API views, okay, with common error handling and response formatting. Okay, that is only the thing that we want to do here. So what we need to do, we just need to define the method. So def, so define the method handle exception, handle exception handle exception, like that. Then we need to pass self, then exception. So that is method that we get from the API view. So here we say standardized exception handling for all API views. Okay, so here if is instance, so this one it is used to check whether what we pass here it compares. So if it is the instance of authentication failed, so we gonna return response. So in our response we pass our standardized response. So here we pass success to be false, then error, the error that we want to pass to the user, it is invalid. Error, we don't want to pass invalid, we need to say string, we need to convert the exception, that one to string. Okay, then after that we need to have the status. So status here, so we're gonna say status from the REST framework, then we say http 401, okay, 401 unauthorized, like that. Else if it is instance of, if it's instance of token error, so the exception that we pass here, if it is instance of token error, so if it is in that, so we're gonna return response. So response here we say standardized response, so where you pass the success it is false, then we say error here we're gonna say it is what, invalid or expired token. Then from there we just say the status. So status here we say status dot http 401 unauthorized. Okay, so after doing that we need to log the unexpected errors. Okay, so here just say logger dot, so we have the error, so we need to log them. So here we say unexpected, so if it is not in the above error, then we give the string of that exception that was passed. Then we need to have the traceback to be able to know where the error came from. So dot error, so we need to say traceback dot format exception, like that. It's a function. So then we just return response. So here we just pass what, our standardized response, then we say success, it is false, then error is equals to unexpected error occurred, like that. Then we need to pass the status code. Okay, so the status here will be status dot http 500 http 500 internal server error, like that. So that is our base view. So the next part that we need to handle, it is the JWT utils. So this file will be used for handling the JWTs. So first of all, I want to explain how JWTs work. So in our authentication flow, so when the user logs in with credentials, maybe email and password, the server verifies credentials. If they are valid, the server generates an access token and refresh token and sends them to the client. So we're gonna create that one. So the client maybe can store the tokens, the access token in memory and the refresh token in a HTTP only cookie or in the local storage. So after that, the client sends the access token to the authorization header, that is the bearer, then with the token. So with subsequent request to protected resources. So server validates the access token, so checks the signature, expiration and any blacklisting. So after the user sends that, if the access token it is expired, the client uses the refresh token to request a new access and refresh tokens. So that is it. So the benefits of JWTs, they are stateless. So the server doesn't need to store the session information, making it scalable. Okay. So then it is self-contained. The tokens contains all necessary information about the user, reducing the database lookups for every request. So performance, it is less overhead compared to the session-based authentication in some scenarios. So then we have the decoupling or the microservices. So JWTs work well in distributed systems. So the security considerations that we're gonna check the token expiration, secure storage, HTTPS, token revocation, that is blacklisting, the algorithm choice, then secret key management. So what we'll do, we need now to start building on it. So at this point, we want to introduce something else, that is Redis, for caching our tokens in the backend. We don't want to hit the database every time when we need to verify the tokens. So what we'll do, let me open something here so that I'm gonna explain something. So here I have the image to explain what is Redis. So Redis, it is a in-memory data structure store. So Redis server here, so in-memory storage, so it stores in the key value store. So then microsecond latency, so then it stores strings, so set key value and get key. So you can see the data structures that the Redis can store. So the key features, we can see we have the performance, so then we have the persistence, replication, and the pub and sub. So common use cases, it is caching, session storage, message broker, real-time analytics, leaderboards, rate limiting, distributed logs, and task queues. So Redis, it is used for caching and other things. So I want to explain something. Redis, it's not just a cache, it is think of it as an in-memory mode tool for speed. So it's a remote data structure server. So while the traditional databases store data on disk that is slow, Redis keeps the entire data set in RAM, so extremely fast. So this fundamental difference provides a sub-millisecond latency for read and write operations, so making it indispensable component in any modern high performance architecture. So it's more than a simple key value store. So its power lies in its versatile data structures, which allow you to solve different problems efficiently. So strings, caching the serialized objects, HTML fragments or simple counters. So hashes, storing data structured data like users profile object. It's more memory efficient than storing the same data as serialized JSON string. Then list, implementing queues, perfect for background job systems. Then sets, storing unique items, useful for tracking unique visitors or tags. Sorted sets, the killer feature for real-time leaderboards, scoring systems, and priority queues. So it's a set where every member has an associated score and items are ordered in that score. So why you need to use it? It is the using Redis is about identifying and eliminating bottlenecks. Any operation that is slow or happens frequently is a candidate for optimization with Redis. So in the real world Django application, so here we're gonna leverage some few points. So the high-speed caching layer, so this is the most common use case. So instead of repeatedly querying your primary database, that one we're gonna use the PostgreSQL for data that doesn't change often. You can store a copy in Redis. So for those who don't understand what is cache, so expensive database queries, results, rendered pieces of a template, results from external APIs, or entire user specific pages. So these are the things that we need to cache. So that one helps us to improve the speed. So you can store the sessions, then you can do the task queue using the broker. So that is with the Celery. We're gonna use it later. So then we have the real-time features. So using Redis or pub. So pub or sub, that is publish or subscribe. You can build a real-time features like chat applications, live notifications, or streaming data dashboards. So to integrate Redis with Django, we need to use something. So let us open the terminal. So here in the terminal, so make sure you are in the terminal. So here in terminal, what we need to do, first of all, need to clear. So here we just need to say pip install. We need to install Django Redis, and also we need to install Redis. So Django Redis, so this is the best library for integrating Redis as a cache backend in Django. Then Redis, this is the low-level Python client for Redis. So this one will be used by the Redis will be used by the Django Redis. So we need now to go to the stylish, we need to go back to the Visual Studio Code. So when you come back here, so first of all, the thing that we need to do, we need to come to our settings.py. So in this part, we need to add our cache here. So what we'll do, we need to say cache, cache settings. So here we just need to use the name caches. So caches is equals to, here we just need to pass default. So default, so here we need to pass the dictionary for default. So backend, so this one you can get it from the documentation. So Django Redis dot cache dot Redis, so Redis cache, like that. Then the next one we need to pass the location. So the location here, we're gonna say we need to use config here. So config, then we pass the Redis URL. By default we need to pass the default here as a default is equals to Redis, like this, then 127. So make sure you have installed Redis in your system so that it will be easier for you to use it. So at port 6379, like that, then like that. So make sure you have Redis in your system. So don't forget to do that. You can look for your operating system how to install it, then you install it, then you make sure it is activated. So here the options, we need to have the client class. So client class, here we're gonna say Django. So Django Redis client dot default client, okay, like that. Then socket timeout, socket connect timeout, we need to have just 5 seconds. So then socket timeout, we need to have it 5. Then ignore exceptions, ignore exceptions, we're gonna set it to true. So like that. Then we need to have the timeout here, set the options. So let's say timeout will be that 600 seconds. So that is 1 hour. So that is our setting for the Redis as a cache system. So the next thing that I need to do, I need to configure REST framework. Currently we have not yet configured it, so we need to configure it. So we need to have the REST framework here. I'm gonna say REST framework settings, okay. So here just use the REST framework. So here just define these things. So the default authentication class, authentication classes. So just say what you need to pass here. We say REST framework simple JWT dot authentication. This will be the default authentication classes. So JWT authentication. So these ones you also can get them in the on the documentation authentication. So like that. So that is one. Then we need the permission classes. So default permission classes. So this is to define the classes that will be used for permissions. So we're gonna use the REST framework dot permissions dot. So this one will force all the routes in this application to be the user to be authenticated by default, authenticated like that. So after that, the next one that we need to do, it is to, we have default permission classes, then we need the throttle classes. Okay, so default throttle. So this is used to limit the spamming. So classes here, so this will be a list. So we need to pass here, just say we need REST framework dot throttling dot anonymous, so anon. So this will be used for the users that are not registered or not authenticated. So throttle, so that one will be used in that part. Then REST framework dot throttling dot user. So this one will be used for the users that are authenticated. So user rate throttle, so like that. So now we have that one. So the next one that we need to do, we need now to start working on our JWT utils. So but before we continue, I want to explain something here we have done. So here in this part you can see we have /1. So this one, it is used for caching. So when you want to use the cache, so you want to use Redis for caching, use that one. So but in the Celery we will use the 0. Okay, so this is a clean way to logically separate the data. So then it allows you to flush your cache, so delete all keys in database 1 without affecting maybe the task queue in the database 0. So that's why I've defined that way. So don't wonder why we have that part. So the next thing that we need now to work on this part for JWT tokens. So in this, what we'll do is start by importing our imports. So from REST framework, so REST framework simple JWT dot tokens. So dot tokens import, we want to use import refresh. So this one will be used to get the refresh tokens. So then we also need token error. Okay, so import token error like that. So after doing that, we need also date time, so that we're gonna be used date time. We're gonna import date time, date time and time delta. So then from Django dot config, so we're gonna import settings, because we want to choose what is in the settings. Then we're gonna import from Django dot core dot cache we're gonna import cache, is for caching. Then import JWT like that. Then we're gonna import login, so like that. Then we're gonna import UID, so user ID. We need to import unique IDs, so import UUID, so like that. Then we need import time, then from Django dot utils, we need to import time zone. Then from Django Redis, the one that we installed, so import get Redis. So this is to get the Redis connection, so that we're gonna connect it. Then we need to have the logger. So logger here, we're gonna say login dot get logger. Then we pass the name like that. So the next thing that we need to do is to define our class for token manager. So class token manager. So here in this class we need to have a documentation string here. So we say enhanced JWT token manager with Redis, okay, with Redis like that. So after doing that, the Redis caching, okay, so we don't forget to say it is to be used for caching there. So here we need to use the static method. So the static method helps us to define the methods in this class, but we don't need to initialize the objects, so that we're gonna use the methods. So you don't need to use token manager dot something, you just need to get it direct, okay, like that. So we say token manager dot that one, so we don't need to initialize it. So we're gonna start with the first one. So static method, so we say def, we say get, this is a private method, so get Redis client. So this is used to get the Redis, so like that. Then we say, so get a row Redis by client like that. So here just return get Redis connection, then we say default. So this one is used to get the Redis. So after doing that, the next method that we need, it is for generating tokens. So how we gonna generate tokens? So it's a static method also. So static method. So here just say def generate tokens. So this one method gonna accept user, so we gonna generate tokens for that user, the one that gonna be passed in this method. So we say generate secure access and refresh tokens with enhanced claims. So enhanced claims and security, okay. So security is a factor to put into consideration. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to pass to generate tokens in the try and catch block, because it might be with an exception, so we need to handle them. So the moment you have any code that it might end up with an error, we need to catch that. We don't want the code to fail, or the project or the system to hang, so we need to catch that one, okay, not to allow the things to run like that. So we need to try it. So in our try, we need to get the refresh. So refresh here, I'm gonna use the one that we got, the refresh token. So this method, it is used to get the refresh tokens, to get the tokens. So for user like that, then we pass the user. So after doing that, the next thing, now we have the method, the variable that holds the refresh tokens, access token, and other things. So we need to create a JWT ID. So this one will be used for tracking the web tokens. Okay, so the tokens, so it will be easier for us to track. Okay, so create unique, so unique JTI, so that is JWT ID, like that, for better tracking. So here we just say JTI. It's a very simple thing, so it's not something that comes from nowhere. Just use the UID. It is just to generate it. Then UID dot UID4 UUID, we want to use this for, then just pass like that. It's a method. So we need to add custom claims with security considerations. Okay, so we need to just say, so add custom claims. So this one will be the things that we add to our tokens. So custom claims with security considerations. So here in our refresh, we need to pass the JTI. So the JTI, so we are gonna assign it to that one. So the JTI we get, we assign it there. Then refresh, we need also to pass the username of the user. So user dot username. So these ones we defined them in the model. So refresh, then a staff, we need to pass if it is staff or if it is true or false. Okay, so just say, so here you say user dot yes staff. Make sure you spell it well so that it aligns with what we passed in the models. So refresh, so in the refresh we need to email our email here. So user dot email, so like that. Then refresh, we need to check if it is verified. We need to pass if it is verified or true or false. Verified. So here we say user dot is verified. So then we need to pass the refresh type. So here it is for the refresh token. So just say type is equals to refresh. So that is for the refresh part. So we need to set up for access. Okay, so we say set up different. So for access tokens we don't need many things. So claims for access token. Okay, so just say access token is equals to refresh. I'm gonna use the same refresh, then it has the access token. We just pass it like that. Then access token, here you need to pass the type. So the type here, we need to say it is access. So access token, also we need to pass our a different UID here, so because they are different and we want to track them. So access token, here we say JTI. So JTI is equals to string. So string uid dot uid 4. So it's a method like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to get the expiration from the settings. Okay, so we say access expiry. We just need to check both, as you saw you defined them in the settings. So settings dot simple jwt, then get. So the get method will get that what we pass here. So access token lifetime. Okay, so this one, you know that we passed in 15 minutes. So by default, let us have a default one here, time delta here we say minutes 15, the default one. If we did, you have not yet defined there, but we have defined it. So but it's good to have it there for robustness. So expiry, so the refresh expiry the same way, settings dot simple jwt. Make sure you get the naming well. So get, then we're gonna say refresh, so refresh token lifetime. So then we need the default here, we say time delta. So time delta here we say days 14, like that. So now we need to store the token metadata in Redis for potential revocation. Okay, so what we'll do here is that we need to define a method to store our token metadata. So you need to come here below, then make sure it is organized. So make sure that we define a static method. So static method, so we say def, so it's a private method. So this one won't be used somewhere else except in this file, so in this class. So store token metadata like that. So this one gonna accept user ID. We need to pass user ID here, then JTI, that is JSON Web Tokens ID. Then we need to pass the expiry seconds like that. Then just come here, we say store token metadata in Redis for blacklisting. Okay, so here we just need to say try. So in the try we just say Redis client is equals to token manager dot the one that we defined, the get Redis client. Okay, so after doing that, now here below we need to have the user tokens key, so this one will be use DRF, then we say user tokens, we're gonna assign it to user ID like that. So after that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to use the Redis pipeline for atomic operations. Okay, so here we just say pipe. So this is a variable that we want to assign here. So we're gonna say Redis client, that one dot pipeline. Okay, it has a method called pipeline like that. So here, so what will happen is that we need to use pipe dot add then user, we need to add, so this one is used to add the tokens to then with the JTI like that. Then we need pipe.expire. So this one, to store the expire user tokens key, then int, we need to convert our time in expiry seconds to integer, like that. Then we need to pipe.execute. That's how you store the tokens metadata in the Redis. So except, so if it fails, so as exception, so as exception as E. So here not as exception, so exception as E. Then here just say logger dot error. You need to get the error. So I'm gonna say, so error storing token metadata in Redis. So here it says string, then we pass that error. Okay, so but we need to continue. So this one, it's not critical for token generation. So if you don't store, there's no problem. So we can continue producing our tokens. So let us come back here. So to store the token metadata in Redis, you just say token manager dot store token metadata. So here just pass user.id, so JTI, then refresh expiry, we need to pass it dot total seconds. So this one we pass it so that it will be stored in the Redis. Okay, so then we return. So here, after doing that, we just return the full package, so the full token package. So just say return. So we need to have the access token. So this one will be a string. So string, then we say access token. Then we need also to pass to return refresh token. So string, here we say refresh, like that. Then token type, just say bearer. Then expires in what? We need to pass the integer for access expiry. So this one gonna store the expiry for total seconds. So gonna store the expiry for the access token. So then refresh expires in. So also this one, it's an integer for the refresh expiry, no token expiry dot total seconds, like that. So that one, it is used for that. Then user ID, here say user dot ID. Then we need the issued at, so issued at, then integer time dot time, like that. So that is our generate tokens try method. So if that fails, if we cannot be able to get that, we need to accept, so to return the exception. So exception as E. So here just say logger dot error, So just say failed. So logger.error then failed to generate tokens for user. So here we pass the user ID, user.id, like that. Then we pass the string for that error, like that. Then after that we just raise it. So that is our part for the generate tokens. So the next one, it is the refresh tokens. So here it's a static method also. So static method. So our static method here, we need to define it. So def, so we say refresh tokens. So here we just pass the refresh token. So this one gonna accept the refresh token. So this one will be used for, you're gonna say refresh tokens with validation and optional rotation. Okay, so what we'll do here is our try. So try here, we're gonna pass and validate the refresh token, the one that we get. So this one gonna hold the token, the validated token. So we're gonna say refresh token. Here we just pass our refresh token. So after doing that, now we want to check if the token it is blacklisted. So to check that, we need to say JTI. So the one we need to get the ID. So J we need to pass here, then make sure you pass it with the apostrophe, so the quote. So after doing that, now we need to create a method to check if a token it is blacklisted or not. So the method to check whether a token it is blacklisted, we're gonna come here, just below here. So it's a static method. So static method. So the static method here, it is def, then we say is token. So this one gonna return if true or false, token blacklisted, like that. So this one gonna accept the JTI, so the token ID. So when it receives that, so you're gonna say check if our token is blacklisted. So if a token is blacklisted or not. So here we say if not JTI, if the JTI that was passed here it is not a JTI, we return false. Yeah. So if it is a JTI, we just need now to come here. So we need to try to use the Redis client. So we're gonna say Redis client is equals to token manager. So the variable that we hold the Redis client, so get Redis client. Okay, so like that. After doing that, we need to blacklist key. Okay, so the blacklist key, so this one just define like that. Then we say blacklisted token. So we pass JTI. So return, we need to return Redis client dot exist. If it exists, so blacklist key, like that, greater than 0. So after doing that, if if it does not succeed, we just say except exception. If our try phase exception as E, then we need to logger dot error, then we say error checking token blacklist in Redis. Okay, so like that, then we pass our string for that exception, so then we return false. So that is our method for checking whether the token it is blacklisted. So we need now to go back to our refresh token, so that we need to check if the token it is blacklisted here. Okay, so what we'll do here, so now we have the JTI, so if not JTI or token manager, if it is not JTI or token manager dot the method that we have created is token blacklisted, we pass the JTI there. If it is not that, so we need to give a warning. So to give a warning, so attempt to use blacklisted what, so blacklisted token with JTI. So JTI, we pass that JTI here. So after that, we raise a token error. So raise token error. Here we say token is blacklisted, like that. So but if it is okay, we need now to get the user from the token. So we're gonna say get user from token. So here what we'll do, just say user ID is equals to token dot get. We need to get that one, user ID. So if we get that one, we need now to check if the user exists in the database. So, and the only way we're gonna do that, we're gonna use the model to get the table, then the table is gonna get the specific column, so specific row, and then we're gonna be able to know. So we're gonna import here. So we're gonna say from authentication, so authentication dot models. So we need to import custom user, our custom user. So if we have that one, so we now need to check the database. So this one can end up with an exception. So we're gonna say user. So this variable gonna hold the user. So we say custom user. So custom user dot objects dot get. We need to get ID that is equal to user ID. So after doing that, if it is there, so but if the user does not exist, so except custom user does not exist, so here we just need to logger first of all. So logger dot warning. So then we're gonna say token refresh attempted for non-existent. So non-existent user with this ID. So just pass there, we say user ID. So then we just raise the token error. So we say invalid token. So the next thing, that if the user exists, we need to check if the user it is active or not. So we want to check if user is still active, so we say if not user dot is active. So is active, here we just say logger dot warning, then we say here we say token refresh attempted for inactive user. So here we say user dot email, so that user. Then when you do that, we need to blacklist that token. So we say token manager. So you need to create the method for blacklisting tokens. So just come here below. So method for blacklisting, we need to define it here. So we say at static method. So here, so what will happen is that we need to define it blacklist. This is for blacklisting tokens. So blacklist token. So here we just say our documentation string. So we say blacklist a token by JTI. So here we just say if not JTI, we return false. Okay, so but if it is a JTI, we need to try. So here what we need to try, we need to have a Redis client. So this variable gonna hold that. So Redis client is equals to token manager dot get Redis client, like that. Then we say what, blacklist key. So this one gonna say f blacklisted token. So then we pass the JTI, like that. So then timeout, so is equals to settings dot simple jwt dot get. We need to get the timeout. So blacklist timeout. Yeah, by default we're gonna pass it to 86400. That is a day. Okay, so then Redis client dot set x. So this one is used to blacklist. So blacklist key, then timeout, then by default 1, then we pass 1 there. So then we return true. So it was successful to blacklist a token there. So except, so if there is an exception, so we need to say except exception as e. Then we say what, logger dot error. Then we say what, error blacklisting token in Redis. Okay, so then we pass the string there, then with that exception. So then we return false. So that is part for blacklisting the tokens. So the next thing that we need to do now is to continue working on that part for our refresh token. So if the user is not active, then we need to blacklist that token that was sent. Okay, so we say token manager dot blacklist need to blacklist that token with the JTI. So that is it. Then after that we raise token error. So we say user is inactive, like that. So the next thing that we need to do, so if the user is active, so we need to check if the token rotation it is enabled, so to blacklist the current token. So if like current it is set, it is enabled, settings dot simple jwt, so dot get, so to get rotate, the one that we set true, so rotate refresh tokens. So here just pass it to true if it is not set. So then we say what, token manager dot blacklist that token. So we pass the JTI. So that is our part for blacklisting if we have enabled the rotation, so rotate. So what we need to do, we need to generate, now we need to say generate new tokens. So this one, after we have blacklisted, then we need to generate a new token. So token manager dot generate tokens for that user. So but if that fails, so we say except if it is a token error, so token error, if it is a token error as e, just logger dot warning, token refresh error, then we pass the string, then like that. So after doing that, then we raise, so then except if it is not a token error, so we say except exception as e, then we say logger dot error, then we pass here unexpected error during what, during token refresh. So then we pass our string here, then like that. So after that, then we raise token error. So here I just say token refresh failed. So like that, then we pass the string of that error. So that is the part for refresh tokens. So the next one that we need to have, the next method, it is for validating tokens. So the tokens that you send, you want to validate them. So static method, so here we say def validate token, so it's gonna accept token string. So then, so this one gonna validate without using the database. Okay, so you're gonna say validate token without using the database. So that is it. So we need to start with the try. So what we need to do here is that first of all we need to use the PyJWT to decode without verification to get the algorithm. So what we need to do, it is to have a variable. We're gonna name it unverified. So this one is unverified JWT dot decode. So this one gonna decode the token string, the token that we get there. So it will just do like that. Then options, so we don't want it to verify, so we're gonna say verify signature like that. Make sure you spell it well. So signature, then we're gonna set it to false. Okay, so after that we need to get the algorithm. So LG, so this one, it is the algorithm. So we say unverified, the one that we have created, the variable we need to get. So to get what we're gonna get, it is the ALG. As you saw, we defined it in the settings. So settings dot simple JWT, simple JWT, we're gonna get the algorithm. So we're gonna say algorithm like that. Make sure you spell it well. So the algorithm, then it is the HS256, yeah, HS256 like that. So after doing that, now we need to properly decode and verify. So we're gonna say decoded. So decoded is equals to JWT dot decode. So here we need to pass some few things. So I will pass token, the token string, so the one that we received. Then we're gonna say settings dot simple JWT dot get. Then we're gonna say signing key. Then we're gonna say settings dot secret key. Yeah, then the next thing that we need, it is the algorithms. So we're gonna say algorithms. So algorithms here, we're gonna pass our ALG, okay, the one that we got. Then options here, now options here, we're gonna say so to pass our verify to be true. So we're gonna say verify signature. So we're gonna set it to true. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, it is to check the token type. So after getting that one, after decoding it, so we need to check the token type. So token type like that. So here we need to say decoded dot get. Here you're gonna say token type, okay. So then you're gonna say decoded token type. Then you're gonna say decoded dot get, then type, then access, okay, like that. So after doing that, we need to say user to get the user ID. So is equals to decoded dot get. So decoded dot get, we need the user ID. Then the next thing that we need is JTI. So we say decoded dot get JTI. So now we have the things that we want to use. So first of all, we need to check if the token it is blacklisted. So we're gonna say if JTI and token, if it is JTI, so then and token manager dot is token blacklisted. So if the token is blacklisted here, we're gonna say logger dot warning. So logger dot warning, here we say attempt to use blacklisted token with JTI. So JTI, what we need to get the JTI that was passed, so like that. Then we need to return, so here we need to return false, then none and none, like that. So after doing that, if it is JTI and it is not blacklisted, we need to check the expiration. So we need to expiration. So expiration, gonna say decoded dot get, then we're gonna say exp, but if it is not there, it is 0, so it means it is expired. So if exp it is less than time dot time, so this one gonna get the current time. So what happens, so returns the current time in seconds, yeah, since the airports. So here what we'll do, if it is less than, so we're gonna say logger dot debug. So we save token expired, so then we need to say the time it expired, so date time dot from times from times, this is date time dot from timestamp, then exp, so the difference. So then dot, not here, dot should be here, dot ISO format, so dot ISO format, like that. Then we return false, then with none and none. Don't want to return anything if it is there. So but if it is okay, we need to return true. If the above qualifies, then we need to return the user ID and then token type. So after doing that, if our try fails, we need to catch that error or exception. So jwt dot py jwt error, so this one, so as so you just need to do what, to logger dot debug, then we say token validation error, so then we pass string, then we say return false, none and none. Okay, so it is like that. So after doing that, the next method that we need to do now, it is to blacklist all tokens. Okay, so that is our method that we need to do. So what we need to do here to blacklist all the user tokens, so we need to have a static method. So static method, so here just need to define it. So this one will be used for blacklisting all the user tokens, maybe users logged in different devices. So this one will be used at that time. So user tokens, maybe they have changed password, so user ID. So this one will be used to blacklist all the user tokens. Okay, so blacklist all tokens for a specific user. So here we need to try. So what we need to try, we need to first of all to get the Redis client. So when we get it, we're gonna get it token manager dot get Redis client, like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, it is to get the user tokens key, like that. Then we say user tokens, then we pass user ID. So here we need to get all the active tokens for the user. So we're gonna say, I want to pass here a comment, so get all active tokens for the user. So here we just say active tokens. We need a variable to hold them. So active tokens is equals to Redis client dot s members. So we pass the user tokens key, like that. So if not active tokens, if there is no active tokens, we just return 0. But if there is, we need to use pipeline for efficiency. So we're gonna say pipe, gonna assign to a variable pipe. So Redis client dot pipeline, like that. So here we just need to say blacklist timeout. So blacklist timeout. So here we say settings dot simple jwt dot get, then we say blacklist timeout, then if we don't have, we just pass 86400. So then we need to add each token to blacklist. So for JTI in active tokens, here we just say JTI string. So this variable, so string, so this one gonna be JTI dot decode, then we use the UTF-8 if is instance, if it is the instance of JTI bytes, like that. Else JTI blacklist key. So blacklist key is equals to f blacklisted token, then just pass what, just say JTI string, like that. So after doing that, we need now to set pipe dot set x. This is to set with something else. So blacklist key So we need the blacklist timeout, then and one here. So after doing that, now we need to clear the user token set. Okay, so from the set that we set there, now you need to clear it. So just say here, clear the user tokens set. So just say pipe dot delete. So dot delete, we say user tokens key, like that, then pipe dot execute. So that's how you're gonna clear the tokens, the active tokens. So after doing that, just need to log.info. Here we say blacklisted here we say length, so active tokens. So then we do what? We say tokens for user, then we pass the user ID, like that. So after doing that, then we return the length for the active tokens that were blacklisted. So but if that fails, we need to have the exception. So exception as E. So here we just say logger dot error, then we pass it here, we say error blacklisting user tokens in Redis. So we pass our error here with a string type. So from there we return 0. So the next method that we need to handle, it is for getting all user tokens. Okay, when you want to get the user tokens say static method. So static method here we say def get user active tokens count. Okay, tokens count. So this one will be used for counting all the user tokens for that user ID. So in this part, just say get count of active tokens for a user. So like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is our try. So try here, we're gonna try Redis client. So Redis client is equals to token manager dot get. So get Redis client. So like that, then we say user tokens key is equals to user tokens, then you assign it to user ID. So then from there we just return Redis client dot scad. So user tokens key. Okay, like that. So that is our part 4. So user tokens key. So but if our try fails, so we need to have the exception. So exception as E. So we say logger dot error. So in our logger dot error we need to say error getting what? Getting user token count from Redis. Then we pass our exception there. So after that, we just return 0. So the next thing that we need to do, even though it's not necessary to clean up expired tokens, but let us have it here, even though it's optional, this one. So static method here, just say def cleanup. This by default Redis can. Redis always clean setup, so it's not unnecessary. So here, so we say utility method to clean up expired token metadata. Okay, metadata, like that. So this one, it's optional, so it's not a must to have it. So try. So we're gonna say Redis client is equals to token manager dot get Redis client, like that. So but here we just need logger dot info, say token cleanup completed. By default Redis handles that, so Redis automatically handles expiration, but we can implement it here for additional cleanup logic. You can add it here if you want, so but we're gonna leave it there, it's not necessary. So except, but I wanted you to know that Redis can clean up the expired token, so it's not a must to implement it here. As you can see, there's nothing you have done. So error during token clean up. Okay, string, then we pass the error there, then we return false. So that this is our JSON web tokens utility method. So the next method that we need to do, we need now to start working on the auth. So here in the auth, we're gonna start with the views. So this is the next thing that we need to handle. So in the view, just handle the request from the user. So this is where they are handled, and the client wants to either sign in, to sign out, or even to register. So what we do in this part, we want to start by importing our imports that we're gonna use in this file for auth. So we're gonna say import logging. So this one we're gonna use for logging. So you need to import that. Then we need to import traceback. So traceback, it is located where the logs are coming from. So then from Django.utils, okay, then we say import time zone. We need to use time zone here. Then we need also to import from Django.config. We're gonna import settings. So then we need from Django.middleware.csrf, so cross-site request forgery, import get token. Then the next thing that we need to import from datetime. So datetime, we're gonna import time delta. So then we need now to import from REST framework. So REST framework, we're gonna import status. So we're gonna import status there. Then the next one we need from REST framework dot response, we need to import response. So because this is where we give the responses to the user. So then from REST framework dot permissions, we're gonna import is authenticated, and also allow any. So that one is used to check either user it is authenticated, or we're gonna allow any to any endpoint. So then from REST framework dot throttling, so this one is used to control the users, how they use the endpoint. So anonymous throttle, so and also user rate throttle. So then from REST framework simple JWT, we're gonna import refresh token, like that. So make sure it is simple JWT dot token, so that we're gonna be able to import that refresh token. So the next one that we need to do, we need now to come to our so logging, make sure it's double-G, not triple. So here we need to use our app. So authentication.core.base view, we need to import base view, the one that we created. Then from authentication.core.response, import standardized response. Okay, so then from services, import authentication, this one we're gonna create, so authentication service. So I wanted to import them here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have a logger here. So this one we're gonna use it for logging. So say logging dot get logger, then we pass the name. So what we do here, think about the view as the entry point of your application. So this is where now you create where the user will hit when they log in, or they register, or they sign up. So that is what we're gonna do here. So we need to start with the registration. So class user registration view. So here just say base API view. This is the one that we created. So permission classes. So here we just need to allow anyone can access this endpoint. So we say allow any. So allow any. Then the router classes. So this one is to control how the usage of the endpoint. So how many times the user can hit that endpoint. So anonymous rate the router. So the next thing that we need to define the post method. So post, so self, so this one accepts self because it's in this class. So then request, so this one will accept the request. So what we need to do, we need to try to get the data that the user sends, so the client. So we're gonna say email, this one will be sent from the front end. We say request dot data dot get. So from the request we need to get the email. Okay, so make sure in the front end we need to pass something like email. So password is request dot data dot get. So here you need to pass password. So remember to make sure when you are designing the front end, you need to pass variables that are named like this, so that they're gonna be equal with this we are passing here, so that they're gonna get extracted from the request. So phone number, you can pass anything that you want here that you need from the user when they sign up, or so then data dot get, so here you just say phone number. Also they match what we have in the models, so that's why we have them like that. Then we can have first name, even though it's not unnecessary. So request dot data dot get, so request dot data dot get, so what we want to get is the first name, so first name like that. And also you can get also last name, so here we say request dot data dot get, then we say last name. So feel comfortable to pass what you want from the user while registering. So after doing that, now we have the data. The next thing that we need to do, it is to process the information, to check things here and there, to validate and do things like that. So what we'll do now, this is where you come with the business logic. So where this one gonna interact with the database and do the checking and other things. So we need now to create the class for this one, the authentication service, so that we're gonna be able to process the user data. So let us go to the services. So this is where you're gonna do the validation, logging and other things. So the first thing that we need to do, it is to import our imports. So import logging. So then we're gonna import traceback. So this one, it's a common pattern that you find in many files that we're gonna create. So from Django dot utils, we're gonna import time zone. So time zone, then from Django dot config, we're gonna import settings. Then from Django dot core dot cache, we're gonna import cache. Okay, then from Django dot contrib dot auth, we're gonna import authenticate. These ones we're gonna use them later. So then from Django dot contrib dot auth dot password validation, we're gonna import validate password. So then from Django dot core dot exceptions, we're gonna import validation error. Then from there we need from authentication, our app. So then we need serializers. So we're gonna import now our user serializer. So then from authentication.core dot jwt utils, we're gonna import our token manager, so the one that we created, so for managing tokens. So from authentication dot models, we need to import our custom user. So then from authentication, from REST framework simple JWT, we need to import from tokens, we need to import refresh token. So after doing this, now we need to start with our logger. So here we're gonna say logging dot logging dot get logger. So get logger like that, then with a name. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is class for authentication. So authentication service, gonna name it like that. So here, this one class, we need a documentation string here. So service class to handle authentication related what? Related business logic. So this is where we're gonna handle the business logic. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to define our class that will be used, our method that will handle the registration. So it will be a static method. So we're gonna say at static method. So here you just need to define register. So think about it. So what we want to pass in this method, so we need to pass email. Yeah, it's a must. Then password. Then we need phone number. Then this one can be none. Then we had first name. So first name can be none also. Then last name can be none. So we passed like that. Then request.meta. So request meta is equals to none. So is equals to none. Then we have request that can be none also. So that is a method. So the signature. So this one gonna handle the user registration with email and password. So we can pass those arguments there. So then, so the request meta, it will be a dictionary. So where it will request the metadata for logging. Okay. So the request, it's a Django request object for serializer context. Okay. So that's why we need it there. So here, what we'll do is that we need to have a documentation string. So we're gonna say handle user registration with email and password like that. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to start to validate and to check. Okay, so we want to check if not email or not password. If one of them misses or both, we need to return false. So we return false, then comma, then we need to have here the success. So success, we're gonna say it is false because it has failed. Then error here we're gonna say email and password are required. Okay, so after that we need to have the status code, so it should be 400 like that. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to log the registration attempt. Okay, so just say here, we say log registration. We need to log that attempt. So if request meta, so we need to logger dot info. So for information, then we use the string. So registration attempt from IP. So we need to get the IP. So we say request meta dot get. So then we get the remote address like that. So after doing that, now after logging, we need now to try try now. So just say to try now to get to check either the user exists or not. So we need to check here. We say check if email already exists. Okay, so we don't want someone to register twice and then it will fail because the email will be the same. So, and we want it to be unique, so it will fail. So user.objects, custom user, not user. So our custom user.objects. So this is how you get the data from the database. So filter. So here we pass email, our email. We need to check that email. We're gonna assign it that, then we say exist. So this one gonna check if it exists. It will either return true or false. So if the user exists, so we need to return. So we want to return false, that registration has failed. Then here we say success will be false. Then error will be a user with this email already exists. Okay, with a response of 400. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, if the user does not exist in the database, so we need now to validate the password strength. Okay, so we're gonna say validate password. So validate password strength here. So to validate the password strength, we need to try. Then we do validate. We had imported that one on the top there. So then we pass our password. So it will check whether it meets the standards that are not prone to attack. So except if that fails, we need to have a validation error. So as E, so here just return false. Then with the success, so success will be false, then error. So error here we need to join it. So that, then we need to pass it here. We say dot join. So we need to join the message. So the e dot message. Okay, so the exceptions comes with the message. So e dot messages. So make sure it is messages there. Then we need to pass our status code, that is 400. So after doing that, now we need to create the new user. So if it passes the above, so make sure now we create new user. So here we're gonna say user is equals to custom user dot objects. So dot objects dot create user then we need to pass our email and password. Okay, so we say email. So this one we created in the user manager. So email, then we had password where we're gonna assign it to the password. So then here, then we want is verified. So by default we want it to be false, so that we need the email verification. So after doing that, we need now to update any additional field if provided. Okay, so we want to say if first name, if you have the first name, so we just say user dot first name, the one that we get. we need to assign it to first name. So first name like that. Then we just save user.save. So the update fields. So these are the fields that will be updated. So if you want to update a specific field, you just pass it as a list here. So you say full name like that. Then after doing that, we need also to get the last name if it was provided. So just come here below. So just change this one from last name from first name to last name like that. Then we need to copy it, then paste it here, so that we're gonna change it like that. So make sure you change it. So after doing that, we need also the phone number. So the same for phone number. So just come here, we paste it. We need to copy it. So this one, I want to copy this. So make sure that you come with it here below. Like that. Here we pass phone number. Then you copy it again. Then you assign it there and there. So after doing that, now we have the details that we want. So the next thing that we need, it is to send the email verification. So at this point, this is when I want to introduce something else about Celery, so that we're gonna do it asynchronously. So to queue the email verification for the new user. Okay, so we want to do it asynchronously. So what we'll do is that we need to, first of all, to have a theory about the Celery. So let us go to the theory part of it, then we understand some things, then we come back to implement it. So the first thing that we need to do, it is to go to the Chrome. So then you come to this website. So it's a celeryq.dev. So as you can see, so the first steps with Django, so using Celery with Django. So that one, we're gonna leave it like that. So you have the way to use it. So as you can see, we have this configuration. So in this configuration, I'm gonna copy it. So you need to create a file named celery.py, then you put this. Okay, so you can see here so I'm gonna copy that. So then after doing that, the first thing that we need to do, it is to come back to go to the terminal, so that we're gonna install the Celery. So just open our terminal here. So in our terminal here, in our virtual environment, so here we need to do what? We need to install Celery, and to install it, we just say pip install Celery. Okay, so pip install Celery like that. So after installing it, now we need to go and create that file that we have seen in the documentation. So let us open it and we start working on it. So we need to come in our Visual Studio Code like that. Then we create the new file. It is in our main project. So come in your main project. Our main project, it is Celery. It is stylish. So then you create the file celery.py. So then we need to paste that code that we copied. Now you can see here we have the part for Celery. So as you can see, we have the set the default Django settings module for the Celery. So our Django module, it is named what? Where the settings are. So it is named stylish. Okay, stylish. So as you can see, that one, we're gonna use it also here. So paste here like that. So now we have set up the Celery for the first step. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to pass our Celery in the init.py. So this file, we want it to be loaded when the project starts. So what you do, as you saw in the documentation, we just say from, so from .celery. So the file that we created, we need to import app, then as Celery app, like that. Then we need to use all to import all, then we're gonna assign it here. So we say Celery app. So after doing that, the next thing that you do, it is to set up now the Celery in the settings.py. So what I'll do, it is to the configuration. Why we need it, it is to enable the asynchronous background task. So we're going preventing the slow operations from blocking the web server and degrading the user experience. So we need to open our settings.py here. Now we pass, as you saw, we have some configuration in the documentation. So we need the Celery time zone. So this is the time zone that you are using, time zone. So mine, it is Africa. So here just say Africa Nairobi, like that. Then we need Celery. So Celery, then we say what, task dot track started is equals to true. Want to pass it to be true. Then Celery task, then we need the time limit, which will be 30 multiplied by 60. So like that. The next one, it is the Celery result backend. So where our results will be stored, backend is equals to Redis, then / then local host, then we're gonna say 63. This is our port 6379, then database 0. So as I explained, this one will be used for storing the Celery data, then the other one, the one will be used for caching. Okay, so Celery broker, so broker URL is equals to Redis, then localhost, then we say 6379, then 0. Okay, like that. So the next part, it is the Celery accept content. So Celery accept content is equals to, we need it to be a list of JSON, so we pass it here like that. So then Celery, then the output, Celery task serializer is equals to JSON. So JSON, like that. So as you saw in the documentation, that this part, okay. So Celery result, then result serializer is equals to JSON. Then from there, so we have done that. So the next thing that we need to do now, I want to explain the theory part of it. So let us come to the theory. So in our theory here, So I want to use this image to explain something. So as you can see, Django application, so it's gonna create a task. So the task will be sent to the message broker. So our case it is Redis, but you can also use the RabbitMQ. Then it will distribute, so the workers, so worker 1, so processing, worker 2, idle, and other like that. So then we present the results backend. So how Celery works, so Django creates a synchronous task, that is image sending, image processing, etc. So tasks are serialized and sent to the message broker. Then available workers pick up task from the queue, that is first in first out, so or the priority based. So workers execute task independently and in parallel. So results are stored in the results backend for retrieval. So the benefits of it is the scalability, and so scalability, add more workers as needed. So reliability, task persist even if workers crash. So Celery, so we have defined that one. So then, so the thing that we need to do, it is to now to go to the, I want to explain something also, the connection between the Celery and Redis, how they work together. So let us now put them together. So let us look for that. So here, not that. So here, so in this Celery, so Celery plus Redis, so complete task processing architecture. So we have the flat application or your front end, so where HTTP requests are sent. So they come to the Django, the API, the REST endpoints. So task creation, then we have the Redis, so our message broker. So it's gonna queue that, then it will give it to the workers. So then with the external APIs, so task processing flow. So the task creation, user triggers action, Django creates task ID returned, then like that. So we did that one, and also we did this part. So that is our, we're gonna use something like a shared task, bind, things like that. So let us go now to our code and we start working on the task that will handle the email verification. So let us go there. So let us come back to our Visual Studio Code and we start working on it. So what we need to do, it is to create the task. So this one I want to create it in the verification folder here. So we just need to create it here. We say task.py. okay, so task.py. And before I forget, we need, in every folder you create in Python, so that it's gonna be recognized by Python as the package, make sure you pass the empty init.py. So also we need also to pass here in the auth, make sure you put it, so init.py, so like that. So that one helps the Django to recognize it's a package. So in the task.py, this is where now we want to use Celery. So first of all, when creating the, when you are not using Celery, majorly use the threading when you want to send something in the background. So using threading, it's not good for production, but having a dedicated task queue like Celery, it is the right decision. So relying on in-process threads, so relying on in-process threads, it is fragile, so they don't survive application restarts, are difficult to monitor, and don't scale independently of your web server. Okay, so here we will use the Celery with the Redis broker to create a robust, scalable, and decoupled background task system for sending emails. Okay, so the reason why I'm doing this, so the white is the correct architecture. It is decoupling. So your web application's primary job is to handle the HTTP request, offloading time consuming task like sending emails to a separate worker. Process keeps your API responsive, so it can accept a request, queue the email task in milliseconds, and return a 200 OK response to the user immediately. So reliability. So Redis as a message broker ensures that your email tasks are persisted. If your application or the Celery worker restarts, the task remains in the queue and will be processed once the worker is back online. So no more lost emails. Okay. Then scalability. You can run multiple Celery worker processes even on different machines to handle a high volume of tasks without impacting the performance of your web application. So built in retries. So Celery has a sophisticated configurable retry mechanism with exponential backoff. So this is far superior to a manual time sleep loop. So when used threading. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do now, we need to create this file for email verification. So what we need to do here is to import login. So then we say from Celery we're gonna import shared task. Okay, so that one comes from the Celery. So then from django.contrib.auth we're gonna import get user model. So get user model, so that one gonna get the user. So then we need from .emails we need to create this one. From .emails we're gonna import email service. So this one will be used for sending email, for formatting the email the way we want it to be. So here what we need to do, first of all, before we create that, we need to create that email.service so that we're gonna be able to run it. So what we'll do is that we're gonna come here in the verification still, we create a new file, we name it emails.py. so this one will be used for sending user related emails. So this is just formatting and sending. Okay, so we're gonna say import login, then we import traceback. Then from there we need to import django.conf. We're gonna import settings. So then from there we say from django.core.mail we need to import send mail. So this one is used by Django to send emails. So from django.core.template.loader, so it's not core, it is django.template.loader. so .loader we're gonna import render to string. Okay, import render to string. So the next one, it is the from django.utils.http we're gonna import URL save base64 and code. Okay, we want to encode them with the base64. so then from django.utils.encoding we're gonna import force bytes. Okay, like that. So the next one, it is from django.contrib.auth dot tokens, we're gonna import default token manager. So this one should be used for generating the tokens that will be sent in the email, so that we're gonna use them to verify them. So from django.contrib.auth, we're gonna import get user model. Okay, this one. So after that, we need to define our user here. So we're gonna say user is equals to get user model, like that. It's a method, so make sure you returns the user model that is active in this project. Okay, so here we need to have a logger. So logger here, we're gonna say logging dot get logger. So we just say name. So name, then we need to have a class email service. So this is our class, so email service, like that. So this class, it is for service for sending user related emails. So it's a good practice to make sure that you use service oriented, because you don't need to have this one can be reused somewhere else in multiple classes other than the same. So we need for the one to send the email verification, so static method. So we need def send verification email. So here just pass the user. So here, so this one will, so our documentation string, we're gonna say send verification email to user with a verification link. Okay, verification link. So this one accepts the user object, then it will return success status. Okay, a bool. So here we need to say try. So here we need to generate. First of all, I'm gonna say generate verification token for link. So in this part, just say UID is equals to URL safe base and code. So we need to force bytes to convert it to bytes. So here then you use user.pk. So this one gets the ID of the user. So then token, so primary key. So token here, it is the default. We're gonna use the default token generator dot make token. So we have a method in this, so that is named make token for that user. Okay, the user that was passed here. So we need now to create the verification link. So here just say create verification link. So verify URL. So this variable gonna hold that URL. So we're gonna say, f, then we need to pass our settings dot. So this one we're gonna create frontend URL. Then we say auth, we wanted to go to this endpoint. So auth, then email verify, then UID, we pass our UID here. UID will be, you can format it the way you want it to be, then UID, then we have the and token. So token is equals to our token, the one that we have defined there. So like that. So after doing that, now we have the verify URL. So the next thing that we need, it is to compose our email. So we need to have subject. As you know that we have a subject here, we need to say we pass these ones. So settings dot, so we need the app name, so this one we're gonna define them also. So in our settings, then we're gonna say verify your email address, like that. So the next thing that we need, it is the template context. So because our send email requires also context, so we say context, so is equals to, here we pass the user, so user, we're gonna say user, our user, then verify, so verify URL, so here we pass our verify URL, like that. Then app name, you can pass anything that you want here. So settings dot app name, okay, like that. So doing that, now we have the context. Now we need to try to either pass it to the template, or we're gonna use the plain text. Okay, so here we need to say try. So in our try, we need to pass it to the HTML message, so that is properly rendered from template. Okay, so here HTML, because we're gonna define this one in the templates, message is equals to, so here you say render to string. Okay, we need to render it to string. So we're gonna have this folder, so emails verify email dot html, so like that. So here then you need to pass the context here, so comma, then you pass the context. So after doing that, now we need to have a fallback, where if that fails, we don't want it to fail completely, so we need to have a plain message. So this one will be a simple one, so we're gonna say like this, so it's a string. So here, so we're gonna say, we need to pass it here, so we're gonna say hello. So hello, then we need the user dot email, then we say please verify, so please verify your email address, by clicking the link below. So then we need to pass the link here below, so just pass our verify URL, like that. Then we say thank you, the comma, then we pass our app name. So just say what, settings dot app name, like that. Then we say team. Okay, so team, then we close our documentation string there, so our string there. So if that fails, we need to accept. Okay, so accept, so exception, so as template error, so because it has failed in the template error, so we say logger, so logger dot error, so just pass our string here. We say template rendering error, then we say string, then template error, there. So here, so if the template fails, so we release the exception so that Celery can retry. Okay, so just need to, we don't want to send a malformed email. So we raise. Okay, so after we raise that, now we need to send the email. So here we say send email. So here we just say from. We need to have the from email is equals to settings dot default from. So these ones we're gonna define them, or settings dot email host user, like that. So then we just use our method, the send mail, that comes from the Django. So here, as you can see, we have a lot of things we can pass here. So the thing that we need to pass here now, it is the subject. So subject is the one that we created, the subject. So then the next one is the message. So the message will be the plain message. Then from email, we say from email. Okay, so like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is the recipient list. So this one accepts the list for the recipients that you want to pass through. So automatically in the verification we just need one, so we need to pass the user dot email, user dot email, like that. So the next one, it is the HTML message, if it is there. So we use HTML message, like that. Then face entry, we want it to be false. So face entry is equals to false. So after that, now we have the email. So we need to log that user had requested the email verification. So info. So we say verification email sent to. Now we want the user, so user dot email. So after that, we just return true. So if our try fails, we need to accept the exception as E, like that. Then with logger dot error. So we say error. So error in verification email preparation for user, for this user, for user dot email, like that. Then we say we pass our string here for that exception. So after doing that, we need to release the exception. So this one is critical for the Celery task retry mechanism to detect the failure and act accordingly. So we need to raise that error there. So that is our method for sending email verification. So the next thing that we need now is to work on the task.py here. So in this part now, in our task.py, first of all we need user. So we say user is equals to get user model. So because it will be sent to the user, so logger will be logging dot get logger. So there, then we pass the name. So after doing that, we need to have, when creating the task for Celery, that you want them to use Celery, use the @shared task, okay, in your as a decorator. So this decorator will be used for that. So we imported that one, so decorator. So here it accepts different things, that so create a shared task. So this is a decorator. So this can be used by a library, others to create tasks that will work for any app development. So here in our task, so what we'll do here, we need to pass bind. so we want it to be binded, so we just say true. So then the next thing that we need to do, let me remove that, then come here, we need to auto retry. So this one we do auto retry. So auto retry for, so we want it when there is exception, there will be auto retry. Okay, it will retry. Okay, so this one retry on any exception. So then the next one that we need to have here, it is the retry. So this one gonna say how many retries that we want. We don't want to have many, so we just have the maximum for. So just come here, say max, so max retries. So the maximum retries we want it to be 3. So then retry back off, so it will be a, so retry back off, so it's an exponential. So retry back off, we want it to be true. So this one, it's an exponential back off. So for example, 2 seconds, 4 seconds, 8 seconds, like that. So the next one we need, it is retry back off maximum. So the maximum, it can do the retry period. So the retry back off max. Okay, so here just say 60, so 60 seconds. Okay, so the maximum of back off delay of 60 seconds. Then we have the name, so name, so authentication dot verification dot send verification email. Okay, that is the name for sending the verification email in the background. So after doing that, now we have, okay, it's complaining about what? Expected function or class declaration. So what we need to do, make sure, okay, so let me go back here. So why is it complaining? What have we not passed? So we need to lower this one here, so that this one will come back again. So make sure you arrange them like this. So it will stop yelling at us. So after doing that, after arranging it, so expected function or class declaration after decorator. So we need now to have the function. So def send verification what? Send verification email task. Okay, so here it will accept self, then it will accept user ID which will be integer. So then from here now we need to say Celery. This is a documentation string, so we say Celery. So Celery task to send a verification email, so like that. So now we need to try. So try, here we need to say user. So our user will be user, the one that we created there. So user objects dot get, we need to get the ID, the user ID. So after that, if not user, dot is verified. If user is not verified, we don't want to send the email verification to a user who is verified. If not user is verified, so we're gonna say logger dot info, then we say executing verification email task for user. So here we just say user dot email, so user dot email, like that. So we have that part. Now we need to use our email service. So email service dot send verification email for that user, okay, the user that was passed. Else, if the user is verified, we just say logger dot info, we say skipping, so skipping verification email for already verified. When you are developing applications, you should think about all scenarios that the system can get from the user, okay. So user dot email. So after that, so if the user does not exist, so after trying to get the user and it fails, so we need to have the exception where the user does not exist. So we say except, so except we say what, user does not exist, so that one. So we say logger dot warning, then we pass here, we say user with ID, so user ID, we need that user ID not found, so cannot send verification email, like that. So, and if you have another exception other than user does not exist, so we need to accept, so accept exception as E. So this one we need to logger dot error, so here we say failed to send verification email, failed to send verification email for user, okay. So user ID, for that user ID on attempt, so then we need to get the retries. So after how many retries, self dot request dot retries, like that. Then we pass our exception here. Then we need to raise so that the task will be retried automatically due to auto retry 4, that one we defined there. So we need to raise, so it's important to raise them here. So after doing that, now we need to continue working on the register service. So let us go there. So let us go to our service. So here in our service, now we have the user. Now we want to send to queue the email verification. So we're gonna say here, so we're gonna say queue verification email for new users, so asynchronously, like that. So here we just say if user dot email and settings. So this one we're gonna create them, so this one will be either true or false. So require email verification, so email verification like that. We're gonna say try. So our try, we're gonna send email, send verification, the one that we created in the task. So send verification email task dot delay. So this one will be delayed, so that we're gonna give a response to user, then it will be handled. So what we'll do here, we need to import it from our task. Okay, just come here on top, just say from authentication, we created it from authentication dot verification. Here that verification, then we have the task. We're gonna import send verification email task. Okay, so that's how we're gonna use it. So let us come back here. Now we have it, so that one gonna send. So we're gonna logger here, logger.info. So then we say what, queued verification email for new user. So here we pass the user dot email. So after doing that, now we have that one. If it fails, we need to have the exception. So exception as e, like that. Then here we just need to log, but we don't want to fail registration if the message broker is down. Okay, so we just logger dot error. So we say failed to queue verification email task. So for user, then you give the user dot id. So then we need the error, the exception, so we pass it here as string. So just convert it to string like that. So the next thing that we need to do, if it succeeds in the above, so now we need to serialize user data with the request context. Okay, so here you're gonna say serialize user data with request context. So here what you do, just have a context, so that this one will be an empty dictionary. So we say if request, so here we need to pass it context. If the context has request, if we pass request to the context, so we just say request, we assign it there. So then if it is there, then we just serializer. Now we need to use serializer. So this one variable, we want to use the user serializer that we created. So user serializer, then we pass our user, then the context if it was there. Okay, so context like that. So here now we have the serializer. Now we need to generate the tokens. So as I explained, when user signs or registers, we want to give them the tokens that can be used for the consecutive operations from the user. So we say tokens. So generate, I want to say generate tokens. So here we say tokens is equals to token manager dot generate. So generate tokens. Okay, so this one for the you pass that user. So after that we need to log successful registration. So logger.info, then we say registration successful for user, then we pass the user email, user.email. So that is part for that. Then we need to return after successful logging there, then it simply means we need to return a successful response data. So we just say return successful response data. So here we just say return true, then here we just say success will be wanted to be true, say true, then data, the data that we want to pass here, we want it's a dictionary, so we say user, so we need to pass the serializer dot data. So that one we return the data for the user. Then we have tokens, so tokens, we're gonna assign it to our tokens. Yeah, so this one we had defined them here, the serializer it's here, so it's gonna return what we specified in the fields. So this one gonna return that. Then we have the tokens that will be returned. So then it's new user, then we say true, like that. This is a new user, we need to say it's true. Then email verified, make sure you spell it well. So here we want to say user dot is verified. Okay, so here we don't want to say the automatically to be false because it is the first time. Then we use the status code 201. So this one, it is to show that it was created. So then if our try fails, we need to accept. So accept exception as e, like that. So here we just need to logger dot error. So here we say registration error. So we pass our string here for that exception. So then we need to return false. Then we pass our data here, we say success. So to say success it will be false. Then the next one, it is what? The error. So the error that was encountered. So we just say registration failed. So please try again. So then with a response status code of 400. So that is our method for registering user. So the next thing, we need to go to our views, so that we're gonna complete our registration view. So here we left where we have extracted data. Now we have sent it to the service, so we want now to send it to the service here. So we use the service layer for that registration. So here we just say, so we're gonna have success because our service returns it. So response data, then we have the status code. So here we just use the authentication service dot, so we had imported it, so dot register. So here in our register, so here we need to pass our email. the email that we extract. So email here will be assigned to the email, the one that we extract. Then password will be password, the one that we get, password. Then we need also the phone number, not phone number. Phone number is equals to phone number, like that. Then we need also the full name, first name, not full name, first name. So here we assign it to the first name if we get it. So then last name is equals to last name. Then the other part is the request meta. So here we just say request dot meta. So this one we get the metadata. So then we have the request. We need to pass a request here as a request. Okay. So after doing that, now we need to, the reason why I have this one, success response data. When you come here to our services here, as you notice, we have the success, then we have the data, this one. So then with the part for the status code. So we need now to come here and use them. So after registering, so after giving them to the service, now we need to create the response data, the response object that will be returned to the user. So we're gonna say create response object. So here in the response object, we're gonna say response is equals to response. So here we say we pass our standardized response, then we pass the response data, the one that we have here, this one. As you can see, it is used now. So after that, we need now the status. Here we're gonna say status code. So status code. So doing like that. So after doing that, now first of all, I want to set the refresh token cookie if registration was successful, and if the cookie security, it is enabled. So this is when you have the web, the application, the production, and it is in the web. So it's good to set the refresh token cookie if the registration it is successful. So we say if success and status code in, so it is in between 200, it is in 200 and 201. So it simply means it is successful and has been. So then and settings.jwt cookie. So this one you want to use in the localhost. So but you set them, as you saw, we set them to false, the JWT cookie. So here we're gonna say tokens is equals to response data. Here we need to get the data. So this one data comes from the, as you saw here, let me show you. Here we have this data. Okay, so that's why you're getting the data. We want to get the specific. So from here we just have data, then we get all of it. So it's a dictionary, so we pass it here. So like that. After doing that, we need to get the token. So we need to get the tokens. So tokens. So also we had this part for that, then we put it in the dictionary like that. So let me show you. So as you can see here, we have the tokens, and these tokens and it is coming from the data. So then we get the tokens. So the tokens, we need the tokens specifically. So we continue now from there. So now we have the tokens. So we're gonna say if refresh token, make sure you get the spelling well, in tokens, and refresh expires in. So this one I explained it in the previous session. So here, if we have them, so we need to set the response dot set cookie. So dot set cookie, so set cookie, so this one comes from the response. So as you can hover above it, I think, yeah, you can get the set cookie, expires can be a string and other things. So here what I need to do, it is to have the key. So the key, it is settings dot jwt cookie name, like that. So we have the cookie name in our settings. So then we need value. So the value here we need to have it is tokens. Then we get specifically from the token, we need the refresh token. Okay, like that. So the next one, we need the expires when. So expires, it is time zone dot now. Then we add the time delta. So this one gonna add the seconds that are in the expires in, then it will give you the days that you're gonna expire. Okay, so refresh from today to when. So refresh expires in, as you saw we had it as a seconds. So here the next one, it is secure. We want to make sure it is secured, so secure here. So secure, we're gonna say so secure, it is true. The next one, it is HTTP only. We want to force it to be HTTP only to true. Then same site, we want to make it sure it is strict, so you pass it to be strict, like that. Then the next one that we have, it is the path. So we want it to be the root, so path like this. Then we pass it /. So that one gonna set to the root. So domain is equals to settings dot we need to have session. So this one we need to set it cookie domain. So this one you're gonna set it in the production. So settings here, so like that. So that is the part for setting the cookie. So we need now to set the cross-site request forgery token. So here we just come here and say what I want to say, set CSRF token. So here you just say if success, if it is true, just come here and pass what get token. So this one we imported, so we pass our request. So make sure it is a request, like that. So after that, if it fails, if it is successful, we need to return response. So after doing that, now we need to, if our try fails, we need to accept exception as e. So here you just say logger dot error, then we say registration error, then we pass our string here, our string for that exception. So after doing that, we need to log again dot error, so that we're gonna be able to trace. So trace back dot format exception, then you pass it like that. Then we need to have a response. Even after it fails, we need to return a response. So we're gonna return response. So here we need to have our standardized response where we pass success is equals to false, then error is equals to registration failed, so please try again. So then we have a response status of, we want to use status, gonna use the one that comes from the REST framework, status.http 400. So this one comes from the 400, we need 400, the bad request. So that is our registration view. So the next view that we need to handle is the login view. So our login view here, we need to define that class. So it's going to be class. So class, we're gonna name it user login view like this. Then we say base API view, then we put it here. Then we say permission classes is equals to allow any. So allow any, so this one will allow any, so anyone can get to this endpoint can. So the rotor classes, so this one, it is to control the rate at which the user can use this, can hit this endpoint. So here we need the anonymous, so because we don't have the user, anonymous rate the rotor. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to define our post method. So here, so self, then request like that. Then here we need to try, so try. So here we need to email is equals to request.data.get, then we say email, we pass it there. So then the next one we need, it is the password. We need to get the password from the request. So request.data.get, so we get the password, So then after getting the password, we need the device info if it was given. So device info, then we say request.data.get, so then we say device info. So this one can also be an empty dictionary. So here we need to use the service layer to process this data. So we need to go and create that logic here. So in our service, so we need to define it here after our register method. So we need our static method for login. So static method, then we say what, def login. So then we pass our email that we get, then password, then we need the device info, which can be none. So then we say none, then request meta is equals to none, then request is equals to none. So here, so this method we're gonna say handle user login, so login with email and password like that. So what we need to do, we need to check if the user has provided both. So if not, email, and or if one of them misses or both, so password. So here we need to return false, then success. So here success will be false, then error we're gonna say email and password are required. Okay, are required. So then with a response status code of 400, so the bad request. So then we need to login attempt with security metadata. So we say if request meta, so here we need to say logger.info. so we say login attempt from IP. So login attempt from IP, we say request meta. We need to pass it in a braces so that we're gonna get it. So request meta, then we want to get the remote address. So remote address, like that. So then after that, then we need to get the user agent. So user agent, here we say pass again request meta dot get http user agent. Okay, http user agent. So that is part for logging, the login attempt. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do after we log that, we want to check for account lockout. So if the user has been locked out or not. So here we say, so if you want, let me have a comment here. Let me say check for account lockout. So here what we'll do is say if cache dot get. So here we say account lockout. So this one we're gonna say email. So for that email, so we want to say logger dot warning. Here we say login attempt for locked account. So with that email, so then we need to return false. So we need to return false, so it simply means the user has been locked out here. So if it is true, now we need to say success, it is false here, false. Then the other part, error. So the error here we're gonna say account. So account has, so temporarily, so account temporarily locked due to multiple failed attempts. Okay, so try again later. So try again later. So then we're gonna pass here, we say lockout true, lockout to be true. These ones we're gonna use them also in the front end, so make sure you're able to follow along this one. So here we need also to pass the 403. So 403. So after doing that, if the user, they are not locked out, so we need to check if the user exists first. So here we need to say, so here gonna say check if user exists. Okay, first. So here what we do, just try. So in our try we need to say you need to have a variable that will hold that user exists. So we're gonna say user, not user, our custom user dot. I hope we have it. So yeah, we have the custom user, so make sure you have it, you have imported it there. So custom user dot objects dot filter, we need to filter that email from the email. So after that, we want to check if it exists or not. So if it exists, so if not user exists, if it is not true, so if the user does not exist, we just need to logger dot warning. So we say login attempt for non existent email. Okay, existent email. So here we pass that email. So we do like that. So we need to increment the failed attempts for security. So failed attempts, we're gonna say cache dot get, then we say failed logins. So here we say we pass the email like that, then we set it to 0. With the default it is 0. So then we need to add 1 after failed attempt. Okay, so like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need is to set. So cache dot set, so we say failed logins. Here we pass the email. So then after email, then we say what? Failed attempts, then timeout 1800 seconds. Okay, timeout will be 1800 seconds. So after that, we need to return false. Then we need to have the success here to be false. So success will be false like that. Then the error that we need here, we want to have it to say invalid email or password. So that's it. Then we have the status code of 401. So 401. So then we need to have the exception. So if that one, our try fails, so except, so here in the except we say exception as user check error, we name it like that. Then we say logger dot error. So then we say error checking user existence. So then we do what? Then we do string of the user. So user check error, or user check error here. So then after doing that, we just return false. Then we say what? So here we say success, it is false. Success, it is false. Then the next one, comma here. Then the next one, it is what? Error. So error here we say database. So this one will be a database error. So database error occurred. like that, then with a status code of 400 internal server error. So that is part for checking if the user exists. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to authenticate with the Django's system. So to authenticate, we just need to come here and we say we say user. So user is equals to, so make sure it is outside the exception. So make sure it is here. So user is equals to authenticate. We imported this one, authenticate, then we pass the username, because this the Django primary key for checking. So email, so we used that one, email, password. So password, it is equals to our password that we pass here. Okay, password, like that. So now after we authenticate, so if authentication failed, we need to say if not user. So if it is not true, we need to increment the failed login attempts. Okay, so we're gonna say here increment failed login attempts. So here I just say failed attempts is equals to cache. So cache dot get, we need to get the failed attempts, so we say failed logins. So here we need to increase them. Okay, we say for that email, so here we just need to increase them, so +1. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, it is to cache set. Okay, so we need to add it. So f, then we say failed logins, then for that email, then with failed attempts, our failed attempts here. So then we have a comma, then timeout, we want it to be for that minutes, so 1800 seconds. Okay, that is that minutes. So after that, log account after 5 failed attempts. So here you say log. So if user tries 5 times and it fails, so we need to lock that account after 5 failed attempts, like that. So here just say what if we need to check if failed attempts it is greater than or equal to 5. So here we just say cache dot set. So here we say account lockout. Here we just pass it our email, then we set is true to true, then timeout to be 900. So timeout to be 900 seconds, that's 15 minutes. Then after that, we need to log it is complaining about what. So make sure, let us copy this attempts, or this one spelling. So make sure it is spelled well. So here, like that. So we need to log a dot warning. So here we say account locked due to failed attempts. Okay, so then we pass it like this, we say email, so then we return. So our return will be false, then success here. So success will be false. Okay, so because it has failed, then we have the error. We need the error to pass here. We say account has been so temporarily locked due to multiple failed attempts. Okay, so try again later. So then we give a lockout to be true now. So we say lockout to be true, like that. So then we need to pass here our status code for 3. Okay, like that. So after doing that, we need to log the failed attempt for the user. So after here, you need to make sure outside the if, then you pass here, you say logger dot warning we say failed login attempt for email. So we just say like that, then we put our email here. So then we return, so we need to return false after failed attempt for login. So failed, so then success here, success here we say it is false. Then error, then we say invalid email or password. So then with a status code of 401. Okay, 401. So that is part for login. So if it fails for login there, so to authenticate, so then now we need to, after it is authenticated, we need now to go to outside this if. So make sure you come it here, then you come there. So make sure it is like this. So here we need to check if user is active. Okay, so if not, user dot is active, if it is active or not. So if the user is not active, so we just need to logger dot warning. So dot warning here we say, so login attempt for disabled user. Okay, for disabled account. So for disabled account, then we say we pass our email here. So then we return false, return false. Then with what? With success, we're gonna set to false. Then error will be account is disabled. So this is how you pass it them here, so that you can use them in the front end. So please contact support. Then with an error of status code of 403. So 403, like that. So after that, so we need to reset failed login attempts upon successful. So it passes that one. So we just need to do what? Now we need to reset the failed login attempts. So we just say cache dot delete. So just say failed logins. So make sure you pass it well here as you define the keys there. So here with the email like that, we do it like that. So here we reset failed login attempts. Okay, the next thing that we need, it is to serialize user data with the request context. So here we just say try. So before we try, we need to pass a comment here. So we need to say serialize. So serialize user data. So we say try. Here we need to pass the context. So the context to be an empty dictionary. So if request, if you have request, we need to have the request context. We need to assign this request in the context. So request, it will be is equals to our request if we have it, and if we don't, we just leave it like that. Then we serialize. So serializer is equals to user serializer. So here we pass the user, and then context is equals to context. So then except if our try fails, except exception as serializer error. So we need to logger dot error. So the logger, so we say, so our logger, so error, then we're gonna say logger error, then we're gonna say user serialization error. Okay, so user serialization error, like that. So then we pass the exception here. So we say in this, we're gonna say what string of that serializer error, this one. So we do like that. So after that, we need to return false. So return false. So return false. Then here we have the success will be false. Then after that, we need error. So the error here, we need to say user data serialization failed. Then we need to pass the 500 status code. So after that, if it succeeds to do serialization, we need to generate tokens with enhanced security. Okay, so we need to say here, make sure it's outside this try. So make sure you come here, then you say generate tokens. So here we just say try, we need to try. So here just come here and you do tokens is equals to token manager, our token manager. So our token manager dot generate, so generate tokens for that user. So then if that fails, we need to accept. So accept what exception? So exception as token error. So here you just say logger dot error. So we pass here, we say token generation error. So we string, then we do token error, like that. So the next thing that we need to do is to return false. So then here when you return false, we say success it will be false. Then error that we want to pass here, we need to say token generation failed, so with a status code of 500. So the next thing that we need to do after we get the tokens, we need to record the login with the device information for audit trail. Okay, so here you're gonna say record login with device device information for audit trail. Okay, so here we're gonna say try. So our user dot last login, we need to update this one. So we need to last login will be timezone.now, the current time they have logged in. So it will be updated. So timezone.now. So now we have the last login. Then user dot save. We need to save the user. Then we update fields, the update fields that we want. So it will be is equals to last login. So last login, like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, it is if this fails, we need to accept. So exception as save error. So here we just say logger dot warning. So dot warning, we say failed to update last login. So with a string of that exception, save error. So save error. Okay, like that. So that this one should not fail the login. So we just pass it like that, but it should not fail the login attempt. Okay, so it will log in the user. So if the login it is successful, so we need to log the successful login. Okay, so we're gonna say here, so log successful. So successful login. So you can see the pattern we are following. We need to make sure that we check those things. Okay, so request meta dot, now we need to use the logger dot info. So we say login successful for user. Then we do what? User dot email. So then here from user dot email, make sure it's inside here. So we say from IP. So we say request. Say request meta. So request meta dot get. We need to get the remote address, the DDR. So like that. Then we need to return the successful. Now the response that we want to say, so return successful response data. So here we say return successful response data, like that. So we're gonna say return true because it is successful. Then we come here and we say success. So success, it is going to be true. Then we're gonna say data. So our data that we want to return from this, we just need to return the user data. So we're gonna use serializer dot data. so the one that we created the app. Then tokens, so tokens, we're gonna say tokens, our tokens that we got. Then email verified, we're gonna say user dot is verified, so it's verified like that. We want to know if it is verified or not. So verification needed, we need to say not user is verified. If the verification user, if not user verified, and settings dot require email verification. So this one you can set it either to be true or false, like that. So then with a status code of 200, so it means it is successful. So 200. So if our try fails, we need to accept. So exception, we need the validation error first of all. So validation error as VE. So here we just say logger dot error, then we say validation error during login. Okay, login, then we pass our validation error in the string. Okay, so we do like that. So after that we need to return false because it has failed, so return false. Then with a success, so here our success will be false. Success is going to be false. Then error, then we say here we say validation error. So then we also give it to the client, so str, then that verification error. So then we come here, then we pass 400 bad request. So then if it is not in the validation error, we can get it. So we say exception as E. So here we need to log the full exception with the stack trace for debugging. Okay, so here just make sure this one is in the same line with the other exception. So here what will happen is that we need to log that. So we're gonna say logger dot error, then we say unexpected login error, then with the string, our string here, so of that, then we need to trace it. Okay, so we're gonna say logger dot error, we're gonna say login error trace back, then we're gonna pass it our trace back here. So trace back dot format exception. So after doing that, we need to return the generic error to client, but log the specifics. Okay, so here we need to just return false, then we do what, we come here and we say success, which is false, then error, then we say authentication failed, so please try again, then with a status code of 500. Okay, and we pass it here. We say 500 internal server error. Now we need to go back to our view, then we continue working on the view. So after doing that, now we need to come here. So after we use the logic, now we need to pass our data to the service layer. So we say then the service layer gonna return. So success response data, then status code here we're gonna say authentication service dot login. So in our login here we need to pass what? We need to pass email. So our email will be passed here, then password is equals to password. So password, then we need also the device info is equals to our device info like that. Then we need also the request meta. So here we just pass it from, so request dot meta like that. Then we need to pass the request also. So we pass the request. So after doing that, because it will be the same thing from this point, so just copy this one. I want to copy this one, all of it up to here. So you can copy it like that so that we won't repeat it here. So just come and paste it here, just below here, then you paste it. So after pasting it, so make sure it's organized. Yeah, it's aligned well. So as you can see, as you can see, the success status, the part for set refresh token cookie if login was successful, and the security it is enabled. Then we pass it like that. It's the same thing. Then after that we get the CSRF, then we return the response. Then here, instead of registration error, we need to have login error. Then here in our response we need to say unexpected error occurred. Okay, so here we need to say un. So we say what? So come here and say an unexpected error occurred. So please try again. Please try again. Then our status code, I want to use the internal server error. So here you just need to say http 500 internal server error. So that is our part for the login view. So the next thing that I want to do before we continue, we need to add those things that we were passing in the settings dot something, the ones that we have not yet added. So we need to come in our settings.py here to make sure that we have them before we continue. Just below Celery, we need to define those things that we were passing. So what we need to do, the first one, we need to have the frontend URL. So here, front end URL. So these ones you will pass them. So currently I'm gonna use http // so here make sure when you put it in the production you don't put this one. So 127.0.0.1, then we're gonna say API. We're gonna use the API like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, what did we add? So there's something else that we did. Let me see. So require email verification. Okay, so here they require, so here we say email, so email verification settings. So we say require email verification is equals, you want to pass it to be true, so make sure you pass it as true. Want to make sure that it is required. Then we need to have email, so email verification what? Verification spelling. So verification timeout is equals to 3600 multiplied by 24. So this one we want the link to last just for 3 days. So we do like that, then we say, so here we say 3 days verification, the verification link that will be sent. Okay, so then we have the app name. So here the app name, we can define it to be app name is equals to, we call it stylish. Okay, so like that. So then we need the default from, so here we need to define default. So default, these ones we were using them, but we had not yet defined them, so make sure you define them here. Email, we say stylish, so this one will be just like this, no reply at stylish, but make sure you use what you have, stylishapp.com. so like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, it is what? So that is how we need to set up our verification. So the next thing that I want to do, because we created the custom user, so for you to use it in Django, you need to define it also here in the settings. So make sure you say auth user model, the model that you'll be using for user, so it won't use the one that is in the Django itself. Okay, so authentication, so you need to get it authentication dot custom user. Okay, or refreshing tokens, so we are the user will use to refresh tokens. So here we need to have a class token, gonna name it token refresh view. So this one gonna accept the base API view, that is what we're gonna extend. So then the documentation here, we're gonna say API endpoint for refreshing JWT tokens, like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is the permission classes. So permission classes here, we need to allow any, so allow any. So then we need the roto classes, so here we need to pass the anonymous, so the anon rate the roto. So after doing that, we need a def for post method. So here we need to self and pass the request in this method. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to we need to try. So first of all, we need first to try to get the refresh token from the request body. So the moment user gonna use this endpoint, they're gonna pass the refresh token. That is what will be sent to this endpoint. So first of all, it is to get the refresh token from the request body. So we're gonna say refresh token, then we assign to this variable. So refresh token is equals to request dot data dot get. So as I said, this one gets the data. So refresh token, so we make sure that user sends it, as you can see we have spelled it there. So if it is not in the body, we try to get it from the HTTP only cookie the moment you enable it for web app. So if not refresh token and settings dot jwt cookie secure. So then we say refresh token here. So this one will be request dot cookies dot get, then we say settings dot jwt cookie name. Okay, like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need now to have the service method that gonna handle the data that we're gonna send it. We want that method that gonna accept the refresh token and works on it. So let us go to our services.py here. So in our service.py, we need to come just here below. So we want to have another method here. It will be a static method. So static method. So the one that we're gonna use to get to validate with the backend. Okay, so this one gonna be the refresh. We're gonna say def refresh token. So this one gonna accept the refresh token that will be sent. So the one that we're gonna pass from the view. So when we pass here, so this one we're gonna say refresh and authentication token. Make sure you spell it, authentication token. So like that. So this one gonna take the string for the refresh token and gonna return either it is successful response dictionary, so it will be a tuple. So if not refresh token, so if it is not refresh token, we need to return false. Then our success here, so here we say our success, we're gonna say false. Then error, so error here you're gonna say refresh token is required. Okay, so with a response status code of 400. Okay, so we do like that, not 499 but 400. So after doing that, if it is refresh token, we need to try. So we need to use token manager to refresh the tokens. So we're gonna say tokens is equals to, here we say token manager dot refresh. So this one we created. So token manager dot refresh tokens. So then we say we pass our refresh token like that. So this one gonna get a new tokens. So here we need to return a successful response. So return true. Then we say what? Success. So success here we're gonna say it is true. The next one that we need to do it is the data. So the data here we need to pass what we get from the refresh token in the token manager. So we need to have the, so this one will be returned access token. So this one, so the thing that we're gonna get from the tokens, so gonna pass it here. So tokens, then we're gonna say access token. So make sure you name them well, because you're gonna use them in the front end. So refresh token here, then we say tokens, then we say refresh token. So make sure the spelling it's okay. Then token type, we need to get from the tokens, we need to get the tokens, then we need to get the what, the token type. Okay, token type, like that. So the next one we need, it is expires in. So expires in, then we're gonna say tokens, then we pass it here, then we say expires in, like that. So then we return the status code for 200, which means successful. Okay, so after doing that, if our try fails, if our tokens manager doesn't return anything, if it fails, we say except exception as what, as a. So here we just need to log first. So log error. So here we say it is a string, so we say token refresh error, then we say string, so we pass that error there. So the next thing that we need to do after we log that, we need now to return. So we return false, then we do what, then success. So success will be false, like that. Then error, so error here we want to say an error occurred. Okay, an error, so an error occurred during what, so occurred during token refresh. Okay, during token refresh, so like that. So then we return status code of 500, so that is internal server error, so we need it to be 500. So just do like that. So that is our refresh method for service layer. So after doing that, now we need to come here. So in this point, now we want to use service layer for token refresh logic. Okay, so we do success. So success here we say response data, then with status code it will be, so we need to say authentication service dot refresh, so refresh token, then we pass our refresh token here, like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, it is to create the response object. So the response object, it will be response is equals to response. So response here we pass the standardized response, then we say we pass our response data, the one that we get from the service. Okay, response data. So then after that, status. So the status we want here, we want to say status code, the one we get from the service. So after doing that, we need to update the cookie. So if we have enabled it, so just copy this one, Gonna copy all of it. Don't want to type it again, so Control C, then you come with it here, so just below our response data. So just come here, then you paste it like that. So after pasting it, so what we need to do, it is like that, it is the same, so do like that. Then what we need to do, we're gonna change this part. Okay, so this one we're gonna say token refresh, so token refresh error. Then here, instead of so here we need an error occurred, okay, during. So an error occurred, you want to come here, so an error occurred during token refresh. So that's it. So that is our token refresh endpoint. So the next one that we need, it is the validate token. So the validate token view, so this one gonna be used to validate tokens. So then here we say validate token view. So here you just say base API view, then we're gonna say token validation. So make sure you do like that. So the next thing that we need to do, so here we want to make sure it is authenticated. Okay, so the moment they want to use this endpoint, we want to make sure they are authenticated. So is authenticated, this one we imported it. So here now we need to define the get method. So we say get, then self, then request. So here we need to get the user, so user is equals to request dot user. So we are getting the user from the request. So then we get the token from the authorization header. So here we're gonna say get token from authorization header. So we're gonna do what? We're gonna say auth header is equals to request dot meta dot get, we're gonna say http authorization. So these ones you're gonna pass them when you are sending the request. So failure to that, it is empty. So if auth header dot starts, so we need to make sure it starts with bearer. So we wanted to use bearer, so bearer, then there's a space there, then the token. So we're gonna say bearer like that. Then here we're gonna say token. Now we need to assign token here. If it starts with that, we need to get the token. So we say token is equals to auth header, then we need to split it. We want to get the token only, so split where there's space like that. Then we need the first, so this one gonna give us a list. When you split it, then we need the first one. The list starts from the 0, index 0, then 1, 2, and it continues like that. So after this, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to use the service layer for token validation. So we need to go to the services. So to the service layer here, So we need to define the method, the static method for validating token. Okay, so we're gonna say at static method, like that. Then we need to define it. We say def, we say validate token. So this one gonna accept the token and also the user. Okay, we need to pass both here so that gonna validate them. So here we need to say validate a token and check what, and check if it belongs to what, it belongs to the user. Okay, so this one, so now we need to start working on it. So we need to have it's valid user ID, then token type is equals to token manager manager dot validate token. So here we pass our token. So the reason why we are returning these three, when you go to our validate token, let us open it here. So let us open it here. You see it looks like this. So our response, we're gonna return, if it is successful, we have the return true, then user ID, then token type. Okay, so that's why we have it there, like we have it here now. The user ID is valid and token type. So one thing we need to check, if not is valid, if it is not valid, or user ID it's not equal to user ID, if the user ID we got it is not equal to the user dot ID, so here we need to log a warning. So logger dot warning, so the warning that we want to give it is to say token validation failed. Okay, so then we say expected user, we're gonna give the ID user dot ID. So user dot ID, then what we got, so we got this one, user ID. So then we need to return false, then we say success, we say false, then error, then we say token validation failed. The other point, then we pass the status code of 401. So after that, we need to access the verification status through the service layer. So we need to go and create email verification service in our verification. So you need to come here, we need to have a method for checking the verification status. So we need to say, we need to have it like so in here in our service for the email. So the reason why I love to put anything that concerns verification about emails, I love putting it in the verification. Okay, so organizing your code in a way that is able to track something, it's good. Okay, so we need to import login like that, then we need to import traceback, then we need to, from django.core.cache, we're gonna import cache. Okay, so then we need to, from Django django.contrib, so from django.contrib.auth, we're gonna import get user model. So this one gonna get the user model. So then from now, the next thing that we need to do, it is promote. So the other imports, we're gonna do them later. So we need to have user. So user here, we're gonna say get user model. So get user model, get user model. So after that, we need to have the logger. So the logger here, we're gonna say logging dot get logger. So we do like that, we pass the name. So after doing that, now we need to have the class. So class here, email verification service. So this is gonna handle the services that involve email verification. So email verification service. So here, what I will do, it is gonna say class service class to handle what? To handle email verification operations. So what we need to do after that, we need to have a static method first of all to get the verification cache key. So we say static method. So we say def, then get verification cache key, then we say user ID. So after doing that, we just say here the comment. So get standardized cache key for user verification status. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to return f, so this string for user verified status, then we pass here the user ID here, user ID, like that, then we close it there. So that one, it is to get the verification status. So the next thing that we need, it is our method to check the verification status for our email. Okay, so we just have it here. So we just say static method. So static method here, we say def check verification status, then user, then we come here, then we say check email verification status. So this one accepts the user as the argument, then returns the tuple success, then response dictionary and the status code. So we're gonna try first to get the status from the cache. So try. So here we say cache key. So cache key is equals to email verification service dot get, the one that we have defined here, get verification key, then we pass the user the primary key. Okay, like that. So if we have a cached status, we use it. Okay, we say if, so make sure this is equals, so like this. So here, if cached status, it is not none. If it is not none, we use it. Okay, so we're gonna say logger.info. So we need to have the cached status here. So make sure you have the cached status. So we're gonna say cached status. So the cached status here, we're gonna say cache dot get. So we're gonna get the cache key. So the cache key here, this one. So if it is not none, we say here, we say using cached verification status for user, then we pass here user.pk, so the primary key, then we say our cached status, okay, the cached status, this one. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to return true. So we return true, then we say, come here and say what, say success, it is true, so it is true. Then data, we do it like this, we say is verified, so we're gonna assign it to our cached status, the one that we have in the status. So then we return a status code of 200, simply means okay. So after doing that, if it is not in the cached, it is not cached, so we need to query the database. So we're gonna say try, so we get the fresh user data from the database. So we're gonna say fresh user is equals to, so is equals to user, the one that we defined there, then objects, so then we get the primary key here, gonna say user dot primary key. So the next one, it is verified, we need to see together it's verified, so fresh user dot is verified. As you saw, we defined them in the models. So after doing that, we need to cache the result for future queries. So gonna say here we cache the result for future queries. So here we just say cache dot set, then cache key is verified, then timeout will be that 600 seconds, so that 600, so like that. So we cache it for 1 hour, then from there we logger.info. So here we just say fetched verification status, verification status from database for user, then we pass user.pk, then like that, then we say it's verified. So now we have it's verified, then we return true, then success. So here success, we're gonna say success, we're gonna say true, so true. Then the data we want to pass here, we just say data will be, then it's a dictionary, so we need to say it's verified, then we're gonna assign it to yes verified. So it's like that, then with a status code of 200, so it's okay. So but if our try fails, we need to accept, so accept user, so user does not exist, so like that. So then we log dot error, then we say user for that primary key, user.pk not found in database. Okay, so that's it. Then we return false, Then we come here and say success. We say it is false, then error, then user not found. So with a status code for 400. So that is our method for verification. We have an error. Okay, that is our try, the first try. Now we need the second try. So here below, so make sure it is aligned with this, the first try here. So just say exception, as e, then we pass here, we say logger dot error. So then we say check verification status error. So we pass our string with that error. Then we return the last known status from the database to degrade gracefully. Okay, so we're gonna say return true. So then we're gonna say success, it is true. Then data here we need to pass our is verified, then user dot is verified, the one that is in the database. Then message we're gonna say could not check latest status using existing information with a status code of 200. So let us go back to the service in our auth folder. So here in the services.py, now we need to use our service in the email verification, so that we're gonna access the verification status through the service. Okay, so from here, just say from authentication. So from authentication dot verification, so our verification folder, then we have the services. So we're gonna import the email verification service, so this one. So in this, what we'll do, we need to have success. So success, then verification response. Then we don't need this one, so that's why I put there, just to notify someone who comes to this code, gonna be able to know there's something else, but we have ignored it, so we are not using it. So email verification, in short, we don't care about it. So then check verification status for that user. So when you do that, so we want to check if it is not successful. So if not success, if it is not true, so we're gonna say logger dot error. So we say error checking verification status for user. Okay, for user. So the user here, we need to get the email user.id, I mean. So then we have that one. Then we fall back to the provided user object. So we're gonna say is verified. So we need to fall back to it. So we're gonna say user dot is verified, the one that comes with the user, like that. Then else, if it is successful, we need to say is verified is equals to the verification response dot get we're gonna say data. From the data, so here we need to get the, specifically we want from the dictionary, we need to get the is verified. So we say is verified. So is verified, which is equals to, so is equals to our is verified, the one that we get, so that one. So after doing that, now we have it there. Now we need to log info. Okay, log dot info. So we want to say that, so f, then so we say token validation retrieved verification status for user dot id. Okay, then there is verified. So it's verified, we need to assign it to is equals to is verified. So it is like that. Then we need now to return, so just have return true, so it is successful. Then the data, we need to have success here, which will be true. Then we need also data, so the data here we're gonna say valid. So valid, it will be true. Then user id we're gonna say user dot id. Then email verified, so this one email verified, so this one we're gonna say is verified, the one that we get, if it is verified or not. So after that, we need to have the status code for 200. So make sure, so we have this error, so this one is not supposed to be equals, it should be comma, then with the user dot is verified. This is what we want, so it should be like that. Okay, so that error disappears. Now we need to go back to our views. So in our views, now we continue working on it. Now we have the auth header, then other things. So now we want to use the service. So the service for token validation logic. So we just need to do what? We just need to say success. So success response data, then status code is equals to authentication service dot validate token. Validate token. We pass the token here, the one that we got there, and then also the user. So after doing that, we need to return the response. So return, so response. So then we have the standardized response, our standardized response. So here we just say pass our response data like that. Then we need to have the status. So the status here will be status called. Okay, so after that, we need now to return. So outside that, if we need to return response. So in our response here, we need our standardized response. So here we just say response data like that. Then status is equals to status called. Then if that fails, so we just return what? So here we return status code. Here should be status, not status code. So this one we should return, not response data. We should return, because this one it is outside here, so we need to, it simply means it is the else, so it doesn't succeed. So we need to say response. Now we say standardized, so success here it is false, then error is equals to no token provided. Then the status here, so the status we want to say status dot http 400, okay, bad request, okay, 400 bad request. So that is our validate token view. So the next view that we need to handle, it is when the user wants to log out from the application. So what we need, it is another class to do that. So the class will be class, so we do it like this. So we say class logout view. So here we just pass the base API view. So that then the next thing that we need to do here, we just say logout. So we say logout endpoint that invalidates tokens. So we want the user, when they log out, we invalidate the token. So we say permission classes. This one is the user is supposed to be logged in, so should be authenticated. So it's authenticated like that. Then the next thing that we need is the post method. So def post. So this one gonna accept the self and the request. So here we want to try. So here we say, what we say here is that we're gonna say user is equals to request. We need to get the request user from the user. So the request, the user from the request, okay. So then we get the refresh token. So we say refresh token is equals to none. So here we need to try to get the request data. So to get from this one, the refresh token, we're gonna get it from the request data. So we're gonna say if refresh token in request dot data, we're gonna say refresh token is equals to request dot data dot get. So from the data we're gonna say refresh token. We're gonna get that refresh token from the data. So then else if settings, we try to get from the cookie if enabled, okay. Else if settings dot jwt cookie spelling cookie secure. So here we just say refresh token is equals to request dot cookies dot get, then we say settings dot jwt cookie name. So like that. So then after that, so else we just use the service layer for logging out. So we need to create the class for logging out in the service layer. So in this part for service, so we need to have the new method. So for logging out, static, so our static method like that. So here below just say def logout where you have user, then refresh token is equals to none. So here we're gonna say handle user logout invalidating tokens as needed. So that is our documentation string. So what you need to do here, first of all, we need to invalidate the specific token if provided. Okay, so if you have the refresh token, so if you have it, so we need to try to say token is equals to refresh token, the one that we imported there up. So we pass our refresh token. So now we have the token here. So we need JTI. So the JTI, it is the ID that you are passing here. So get, so we want to get the JTI like that. So after getting that, we need to check if it is JTI. So JTI, so we say token, if it is true, token manager dot blacklist. So we had this blacklist token, so we pass our JTI. So then we're gonna logger dot info, then we say token blacklisted during log out, then you say JTI, then except, so exception as E. So this one should be here with this try, the first try. So you just we put it there. So here below we just need to logger dot warning, we say error blacklisting what? So error blacklisting token during what? During logout like that. Then we say we pass our string here, so string, then that one. So that is our part for testing. Then the next thing, if we don't have the refresh token, just say logger. We need to logger the logging out. So we're gonna say logging out the event. So user logged out. So we're gonna pass it here. We say user dot ID. So then we need to return true, then with the success it is true like that. Then we say message will be successfully logged out. So then with a status code of 200. So then we need to go back to our views so that we're gonna continue with our views. So come here. So here we have the else if. Then the next thing that we need to do, it is to use that service layer that we created, the logout. So we say success. So success response data response data, then status code. So status code will be authentication service dot logout. So logout. So logout, here we pass user and refresh token. So after doing that, here we need to create the response object. So response is equals to response. So then we say standardized response, then we pass the response data. So after that, we need the status code. So status will be status code, like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to clear the refresh token cookie if it was used. Okay, so if settings dot jwt cookie secure, so if it is true, we need to have a response dot delete cookie, this one. Then we say we pass here key, so the key will be settings dot jwt cookie name, like that. Then we have the path. It is what? Path is equals to the root, so that is / then domain is equals to settings dot session cookie domain. Like that. So the next thing that we need to do it is to return the response. After we do that, just come here below, we need to return response. So return response. So after that, if our try fails, we need to accept. So to accept exception as E. So here we need to say logger dot error, then we say logout error, like that. Then we pass the string for that error there. Then the next one we say logger dot error, we say traceback dot format exception, then like that. Then we need to we try to clear the cookie on error. Okay, even if we get error, we need to try to clear the cookie. Okay, so we're gonna say response, we're gonna pass our standardized response. Here we say success is equals to true, so is equals to true. Then message is equals to log out processed, then with a status code of 200. So status is equals to status dot http 200. Okay, so that is our method for that response. Then we need to check if settings. So I'm gonna copy this one instead of repeating, then we pass it there. So Ctrl+C. So we need to clear the cookies even on failure. Okay, so if settings, so make sure this one is organized. So like that. Then we return the response. So this marks the end of our views for the authentication. So the next one we need to go to, it is the views for the verification. Thing that we need to do now, we want to go to the views. So we need to create a file here. We name it views.py. So views.py. So in here we need to have when the user receives the email, to verify email, we want where the user will click the email, so the endpoint that they're gonna use, we're gonna define it here. And also for the password reset, we need it also here. So what we'll do is that we're gonna say import our imports. So import login. Then after import login, we're gonna import traceback. So traceback. Then we need to import REST framework. REST framework, we're gonna import status from REST. So we need to do from, we want to get status, so we're gonna say from REST framework. REST framework, we import what? Import status. So then the next one, it is from REST framework. REST framework, we're gonna import API view. Okay, so from REST framework.views, we want it to come from .views. So .views, we're gonna import API view. So then we need from REST framework dot response, we're gonna import response. Okay, so then from REST framework dot permissions, we're gonna import is authenticated, and we also want allow any, so allow any, like that. Then from REST framework dot throttling, so throttling, we're gonna import unknown rate throttle. Then we're gonna say user rate throttle. So this one, then we need to import from our app now, from authentication, we need to from the core, then we need the base view, so we're gonna import base API view. Then from authentication dot core dot response, so from our response we get what? Our standardized response. So standardized response, like that. So then from we want from dot services, we need to import email verification service, and also we need the user that we defined there, so we're going to import them from that point. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is to now to have a logger. So the logger, so this one will be used for logging. So logging dot get logger, then we pass name, so like that. So what we need to start with, we want to start with the endpoint for verifying email. So we need to say class verify, so verify email view. So this one gonna handle the verification for emails. So you want to say endpoint for verifying email with the token. So then after that we need to have the permission classes. So then we're gonna pass it to allow any. So then we need to have the throttle classes. So here I'll just say the unknown rate throttle, like that. So we need to have the first method. So the first method that we want to have here, it is for post. So the post method, so as you know, the HTTP methods, we have the post, get, and others. So we use them like this here. So request. So here it will accept self and also request. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to query the parameters from or the post data. So either where it comes from, so uid b64, so uid b64, or not, or we're gonna say is equals to request.data.get. So first of all, we can get the uid, or we can request dot query parameters. So you can pass it like either query params, or you can pass it in the request. So the query params, so this is for flexibility dot get, but you can opt to use one, so it's not a must that you use both. So as you saw, we passed uid and token in our emails here. Let me show you in our emails. So in our emails we have something like, where is it? So let us, here we have the uid, this one, and token. So you can pass them as parameters, or you can pass them in the request. So then token is equals to request.data.get. we're gonna do the same for token also for flexibility, or request.query params. So we need to get token. So if not uid b64, if there's nothing like this, if you don't get it, or not token, if you don't have both or one of them, so we need to say to return response. So we're gonna pass standardized response, then we say success is equals to false, then error. So error here we say missing required fields, like that. Then we have the status code, so we're gonna say status. So status here is equals to, so we're gonna say status, then http 400, we want 400 bad request. Okay, so like that. So that is when we don't have the uid. So if you have them, we need to now to use the service layer for the email verification. So we need to go to our service, so that we're gonna create for the verify email. So we need to come here, that's where we dedicate our logic for email verification. So just come here. So what we need to do, we need to create that method for verifying email. Okay, so let us work on it. So let us open the services. So we are here. So what we need to do, the first thing that we need to do is to create the method. Make sure it's aligned with this one. So it will be a static method. So we say at static method, like that. Then we say def verify email. So here we say uid. So this one gonna accept the uid b64. So uid b64, not 54 but 64. So uid b64, then the token. So doing that, so we have the method. So this one we're gonna say verify email with token, like that. So the base64 will be passed here, and also the token. So then to check it's valid, so it's valid. Then we want to get user, then error, if there is error. So we say token verifier. So we need to create this one, token verifier. So this one will be used for verification. So we need to have this method that will accept token to verify our token. So it will accept uid base64 and the token. So what we do, token verifier. So this one will be used for getting the tokens that, not the JWT, but the tokens that will be used for verifications and other things. So here we need to have a new file. So here we're gonna say tokens. So these tokens are just for emails. So these are not the tokens that we have there, the one that we have in the JWT. So import logging. So then we're gonna import from Django.utils, then HTTP. We're gonna import URL. So URL safe base64 decode. Okay, so like that. Then we have the from Django.utils dot encoding, utils dot encoding. We're gonna import force. We need to force it to be a string, so like that. So then we want also Django from Django.contrib. So .contrib.auth.tokens. We're gonna import default token generator. Then from Django.contrib.auth, we're gonna import get user model, this one. Then from there we need the user, so user will be gonna use the get user model like that. It's a function, so pass it like that. Then logger is equals to logging, so logging dot get logger like that. Then we pass the name. So after doing that, we need to have a class for the token verifier, not notifier. So the token verifier here, we need to set as a helper. We're gonna say helper class for verification token operations. Okay, so to used for token verification operations. So we need a static method here, so a static method. So this one, it is to verify the token. So def verify token, so UID base64, so then and also the token, that is what this method gonna accept. So this one we're gonna say, so verify token validity and get associated user. So when you do that, so this one gonna verify the token. Then what we'll do to verify the tokens, and we need to pass it in a try. So here in the try, we need to decode the user ID. So we say UID is equals to force. So we need to use the force string. So force string. So here we pass our, so this one gonna convert it to a string. Then we pass our UID B64, this one. So after doing that, now we have now we also need the user. So user will be user, so user dot objects dot get. So we want to get the user associated with that, so UID with that primary key. So then we want to check if the token is valid. Okay, so here gonna say check if token is valid. So here I'll just say if default token generator dot check token, test that method check token. So here we pass the user and token. So this one, it is to check if the token is valid or not. So return true, then user, and also none. So like that. So after doing that, we need now to, if it is not valid, just say logger.warning. So logger.warning, then we say invalid token for user, then we pass the user.email, so like that. So then we return false. Then after returning false, we need to return none. We don't want to return any user invalid verification token. So except, so type error. So here we need to get the value error overflow. We need to cover all the errors that might exist. So user does not exist, so then as e, like this one. Then we need to logger.error. So here just say token verification error. So then we pass our string here, so string, then error there. So after doing that, we return false, then none, then we have invalid verification link. That is our token verifier. Now we need to continue working on the services layer, so that we need to import this one. We just need to import from the authentication import token verifier. So that is it. Now we need to work on this method. So now here, what we need to do here, we just need to come here. So if not valid, if it is not valid, so it's valid. So this one that we get, if it is not, we just say logger.warning. So we give a warning here, then we say invalid token verification attempt with, now with that UID, we want to show that UID base 64. So here we just pass it here, UID base 64. So then we need to return false. So we need to return false because it has failed. So with the success being false, so then error, so the error here, so make sure you spell it well. So error, then we say error. So the error that we get, if there is, or we need to have a fallback. So invalid verification link. So please request a new one, like that. So then we have the response status for 400. Okay, so 400. So now we need, if it is valid, so we need now to try. So here we want to try to change, to update our database. And to update our database, we want to use the transaction, because this ensures that everything, the update is done when everything it is complete. So it won't leave some parts that are not completed. Okay, so we need to use the anatomic transaction. Okay, so we're gonna say from django.database db, we're gonna import transaction like that. So here with transaction.atomic, so this one gonna force it to, so that the update will be done, that will be complete, not to find some parts of the database were updated, others were not. So we need to update the user verification status if not already verified. So we say if not user dot is verified. If the user is not verified, is verified here, we just need to update it. It's very simple. We just say user dot is verified. So this variable, we need to change it now to true because it was false. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do after that, after we change that, we need now to save, so that we're gonna update the backend, so our database. So the update fields, here, we need to pass our is verified. Make sure you spell it the way we did in our models and other parts. So then we say logger dot info. So here we say email verified for user. Then we say user dot id. Then we do like this, then we pass user. So here we say user dot email via link. Okay, so via link like that. So that simply means it was updated. Else if it fails, we're gonna say logger dot info. So we're gonna say email verification attempt for already. So for already verified user. So this is where the user may try to verify and they have already verified. So we need also to pass it here, and we say user dot email. So like that. So after doing that, if our update for database, so we need to explicitly clear any related cache entries using our standardized key. Okay, so here we just come outside our with. So our with, we're gonna say cache key. So our cache key is equals to email verification. Gonna say email verification service dot get. We need to get the verification cache key, then user ID. Okay, so after doing that, we need now to update our cache. Okay, so here you just say cache dot. So we're gonna set the verified status to true in cache. So we don't just delete the set, just we set the correct value. Okay, we don't delete. So we do cache dot set here, just say cache key, the new key. So the cache key, then we're gonna say true, then timeout, that's 600 seconds. That is cache for 1 hour. Then after that, we're gonna logger dot info. So here we say updated verification cache for user. Then we say user dot id. Then we set to true like that. So after doing that, it simply means it was okay. So we need to return true. So return true. Then we say success. It will be true. Okay. Then message will be email verification successful. Okay, so like that. So and then with a status code of 200. so it simply means it is okay. So but if our try fails, we need to have the exception. So except exception as e, then we come here and you say logger dot error, we say error during what? Error during verification. Okay, so like this, then we pass our string here. We say our string for that exception. So the next thing, we just return false. So then we give success. So success, it will be false, like that. Then the error that we want to pass here, we want to say error like this. Then we say an error occurred during verification. So make sure you verification spelling. So verification. So please try again. Okay, so please try again, like this. So then with a status code of 500. So internal server error. So that is our method for verifying email. So let us go back to our views, then we continue working on it. So here in our views, we need to continue working. Now we want to use the service layer for this. So let us now do success. So the ones that we're gonna get from the service. So response data. So then with the status code. Okay, so then is equals to use the email verification service dot verify email. So it will accept UID base 64. Then we assign it to our UID base 64 that we get. Then token will be the token that we pass it here. So then we need to return response. So as you can see, the view, it is not doing a lot, so it's just formatting the data, getting the data like that. So response, so that's how it's supposed to be. So then response data like that. So then the status here, we want to say is equals to status code. So but if that fails, our try fails, we need to accept. So accept what? Gonna say exception as e. Then we come here and we say logger dot error. Then we say email verification error, like that. Then we say string of that error. So then we need to have the trace back, so that we're gonna be able to trace where it is. Then trace back dot format exception. So then we need to return response. So here we have the standardized response. So then here we need to have success false. Then error, we say email verification failed. So please try again, like that. So with a status code for 400, that is bad request. So status is equals to status dot http 400. So bad request. So that is our method. Then we need to have a fallback for in this class for get. So we can define it here. So this is for direct verification from email links. Okay, so def so def get, so self, so this is a fallback, so request. So then we need to forward to post method for consistent handling. So just return self dot post. We need to forward it to the post method. So that is our method for doing that. So the next endpoint that we want to do, it is to confirm password, not to confirm password, to send the email verification. Okay, so in this view, this is where the user might not have the email verification, so they want to receive it, so they want to get it, so they're gonna use this endpoint. So send verification email view. So here we just pass our base API view like that. So then this is the endpoint for endpoint for sending verification email. So like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is the permission classes. We want user to be authenticated to access this one, so is authenticated. Okay, then the throttle, now here we use the user throttle because they are authenticated. So the throttle classes, here you just say user rate throttle. So this is for rate limiting. So here we need the post method, so post, then self, then we say request. So here just password, just say try. We need to try first. So we use the service layer for sending verification email. Okay, so we need to create that method. So come here in the service. So in our service here, we need now to have the method for sending email verification. So just come here below, then it will be a static method. So we use this decorator to mark it static, so static method. So here you say def, then send verification, make sure I spell it well, verification email for that user. So the user that will be passed here. So we just say, so this one, it is send verification email to user. So here what we'll do is that we're gonna try. So first of all, we're gonna check if the email is verified. So if user dot is verified, so mark these variables, because if you miss there, it will not give you the correct part that you want. So return true. So true, then here we pass success. So success, then we're gonna say set it to true. Then message, so message, here we say email. You're gonna say email is already verified. Okay, so like that, then with a status code of 200. Yeah, so after doing that, if the user is not verified, now we need to have a rate key. So this one is to help us not to the user to request multiple verification emails. So we want to track it. So verification email. So here we pass user ID, user.id, like that. So here what we need to do, if cache.get, so rate key, so the rate key, so here we just say return false. So false, then success, so success will be false. Then we need also the error. So the error, then we're gonna say please So please wait before, okay, wait before requesting another verification email. So you can notice that we want to control user not to ask every time email, so this one can spam our system. So we don't need to do that. We need to have a way to control it, and that is the way. So then if then we need to send, we're gonna use the send verification email task. We want to use Celery to send, okay, with that delay. Then we're gonna say user.id. So here we just need to import this one. So this one, it is in our task, so we're gonna import it from there. So after doing that, now this one gonna send the email verification. Now we need to cache to say that the rate key. So here, if the user had no rate key, so here we need to set it. So rate key, we say it is true. So then timeout. So the moment we set this one, we want the user to wait for 5 minutes, okay. Logger.info. So then we're gonna say verification email task queued for user dot email, like that. So then we need to return, we're gonna return true. Then here the success. So the success here, we're gonna say true. Then message, the message that we want to pass here, we need to say verification link has been sent to your email, like that. So then we need to pass it 200. So the next one, if our try fails, we need to accept that. So exception as E. So here we need to logger first, so logger that error. So we say error, gonna say error queuing verification email. So then we do like this, then we say string, then that error. So then we need to return, so we need to return this one. We need to say return false. Then we have the success. So success, gonna set it to false. Then error, we're gonna set it to failed to send verification email. So then please try again later, like that. So then here we need to pass it to 500. So if it was 500, so we need also to have another one for 400. We're gonna say except, you can put in the amount of exception you want. So exception as E. So this one you're gonna say logger dot. So this one, it is the moment we fail to send the verification email error. So this is when email verification sending it fails, okay. So string there error. Then the next thing that we need to do, it is to return so return false. Then here success, so success here we just say it is false. Then error, here we say failed to send verification email. Then please try again later, like that, with a response of 400 code 400. So that is our method to verify. So we need to go back to our services, to our views, so that we're going to continue working on this part. So here what we need to do it is now to use our service method, so to get these things. So success, we want response data, then we need status code. So here we just do what? Email verification service dot send verification email. Then we pass from our request we need to pass user, like that. So then after passing it there, we need now to return the response. So here I just have the standardized response, then you pass it response data, then status will be status code. So from there, if our try fails, we need to accept. So exception as E. So here we need to say logger.error. We say send verification. Email. So send verification email. So send verification email error. Then we pass that string of error here. So string then error. So after doing that, we can be able to trace it. So we're gonna say logger.error, where it comes from. So we're gonna say traceback dot format exception. So like that. So after that, we need to have a response also. So return response. So here we just say standardized response. Then we say success is equals to false. Then error. So error here we need to say failed to send verification email. So please try again later. So with a status code of 400 bad request. So status we're gonna say status dot http 400 bad request. So that is our method for sending verification. So the next one, it is when we want to check if the user has verified their email. So this endpoint will be used for that. So you just say, so we need this class. So we're gonna say class check verification status view. Then we pass our base API view, like that. Then we come here. So this endpoint, we're gonna say endpoint for checking verification status. So here we need to say permission classes will be as authenticated, is authenticated. It's authenticated. Then our throttle classes will be the user rate throttle, like that. Then the next part is we're gonna use the get method. So def get self, then request. So here we just need to try. So we're gonna use the service layer to check the verification status. So we created this method, so for checking verification status we just need to use it here. So success, then response data status code is equals to email verification dot, we need to check the one that we created, this one, check verification status. Okay, so the one that gonna accept the user, so we gonna get from the request we pass the user. So then we need to log the verification status check, so we're gonna say logger dot info. So here we say verification status check for user. So then we say request dot user dot primary key, we want the primary key. Then we pass our response data, so response data, then dot get. So what we want to get is from the data part, then pass it like that. Then we need to get specifically, we want to get from that dictionary, we need to get is verified. So make sure you get it well, is verified like that. So after doing that we need to return a response, so return response. So the response here we're gonna say standardized response, so we pass our response data like that, then with our status, so status code like that. So that is our part for getting for checking the verification status. So if that fails we need to have an exception, so exception as e. So here I just say what, logger dot error. So here we say check, so check verification, gonna say check verification status error, like that. Then we pass our string of that error. So then we need to trace it, so logger dot error, then we say trace back dot format exception, so like that. So that is our part 4. Then we need to have a fallback to request user if all else fails. Okay, so we're gonna return response. So here we're gonna say standardized response, then we say success, so success here it will be true. Then data is equals to, so data here we need to say is verified because we want to use that one that was sent as a fallback, request user dot is verified, so from our request, so like that. Then the message that we want to pass here, it is to say what, could not check what, latest status, so using existing information. So that is our message. Then we need to have a status code. Here we say status, so here we pass status dot http 200, so then it is okay. So that is our method for for checking verification status. So our next class, it is when the user want to reset their password. Maybe they have forgotten their password, so they need to reset it. So we need a place where the user can send their email. Then the email we check if it is in the database. Then from the database, then we need to send them the password reset email. So then they're gonna use that password reset email to be able to reset their passwords. So we need this class. So we're gonna say class, we say password reset, so reset view, so base API view, like that. Then here we have the endpoint, so endpoint for requesting, so requesting password reset. So here we need to have the permission classes. Here we just say allow any. So this one we don't need it to be authenticated because they have not yet even logged in. So we say the roto classes, so for rate limiting, so we just say anon, the anon rate the roto. Then we need a method, the HTTP method for, so def post. So here we say self, then request. So here we need to try. So first of all, we need to get the email from the request. So email is equals to request.data.get. We need to get what? Email specifically. So like that. Then so we're gonna make sure we are sending the email from the front end, from our request. So if not email, so if there's no email, we return response. So here we say standardized response. So then we put success here, it will be false. Then we say error, the error that we want to show, we're gonna say email is required. So after that, if email is required, so we need to have a bad request. So status is equals to, we're gonna say status dot http 400, so 400 bad request. So but if the user has provided the email, we need now to use the service to be able to do the reset for the password. Okay, so we need to come here in our services here. Then we start working on the reset password. Okay, so we need to have a class. So here I want to use a class. I want to create a class now for that, but you can separate it if you want. So class, but me I put it here. So class password, you can have it as another file if you want to have the smallest methods and to handle each part to have its own single task. So password reset service. So here we need to say what? Service class. So this one will be service class to handle what? Password reset operations. Okay, so this one gonna handle the password reset operations. So here we need to have the static method. So the static method, so this method, it will be the one that we're gonna request the reset. So def, we say request reset. So we pass our email here. So then we're gonna say in our documentation, request password reset for email. So for email, like that. So what we need to do, we need also to check the email here. So first of all, we try. So try here, we're gonna say if not email, because you might not call it from the view, so you might design also to use somewhere else. So return, so false. That's why we have it. It can be reused, which it is a good practice. So success. So success here, we just say it is false, like that. Then we say error. So error here, we say email is required. So like that. So then with our status code for 400. Okay, so the bad request. So now we need the rate limiting by email to prevent abuse. Okay, we don't want the user to keep on asking for the password reset like that. So we do what? We're gonna say rate key here. So we're gonna say password. So password reset with that email. Okay, we pass the email there. So this one will be used to track how many times the user has. So if cache.get rate key, so rate key, then we need to say return true. Then we say success, it is true. Success, it is true. Then message here, it will be if an account exists with this email, a password reset link has the password reset link will be sent. Okay, will be sent. So like that. Then with a status code of 200. So 200 means okay. So we need now to find the user. So to find the user from the database, okay, we're gonna say try. So here we're gonna say user is equals to user dot objects dot get. Gonna say email, we're gonna send to that email. We want to check it, this one. So we're gonna send email in the background, so using Celery. So we need to design this one for sending the password reset. Okay, so we need to go to our task, then we define that part. So we're gonna go here. So we're gonna come here in our task. So to be looking the same like this one. So the difference will be, so let us copy this and copy that one. So Control C, then you come here below, you just paste it. So when you paste it, we're gonna name it what? We're gonna name it send password reset email task. Okay, so just come here, send password reset email task. Then after that, we need to check Celery to send a password reset email. Then with that to that user, so logger. Then we're gonna say executing password what? Password email task for user, this user. Then here we don't want to use the send verification email. We need to create another method in our emails so that it's gonna send the password reset. Okay, so we need to come here. So come in your emails.py. So in our emails.py here we have this part. So what we need to do, we're gonna copy this one, so it is the same. So just copy it the way it is, like this. Control C, then we do the changes. So it's still the same, so we're gonna do like this. Control V. Then what I do here, first of all, here it won't be send pass verification. So here we need to have it what? So we need to have password reset. So reset email for that user. So here we send password reset email to the user with a reset link. Okay, so to generate the reset token, it is the same for the link. Then token default to be that make token. Then here, instead of verify URL, we need to pass it to be reset. Okay, so we say reset, so reset URL. Then the endpoint won't be the same. So this one it is for email verify, so the other one it is confirm. So we need to have here password. We're gonna say password, we want this to go to this endpoint, password reset confirm, like that. Then UID that, then it is the same. Then the subject, so here the subject, so the subject here will be, we're gonna say reset what? Reset your password. Okay, so password, like this. So that is it. Then the context is we're gonna have the user. Then here instead of verify URL, we need to have reset. So reset URL, I'm gonna copy this one. So then I paste it here. You do like that. So now that one, we solve that. Then the next part here, instead of having emails.verify email, we need to have a password reset. So password, we're gonna create these ones. So password reset, so password reset.html. Then here we say please, so here instead of hello, so here it is hello, I spelled it well, bad, so spell it well. So hello, we say user.email, then we have the what, please verify. So here we need to change this. To change this from this one, we take it to, we're gonna say you requested to reset your password for your we're gonna pass here our app name. So settings dot app name, so like that, account. Okay, we want to tell user that they requested this one. So please, I'm gonna say please click, so please click the link, so the link below to reset your password. So like that, then we just pass our reset URL. Okay, like this one. So you do like that. So I've pasted it there. Then here instead of thank you, we just need to say if, before thank you just say if you didn't request. So if they are not the one that requested this, so please, so we're gonna say please ignore this email like that. Then we say thank you with the app name. So then after that you have the template rendering error. So after that we need the part for sending emails. So we're gonna use that one. Subject is the same. What we need to do, it is to change this part, the verification. So instead of having verification here, we need to say password reset. So we say password reset email sent to that user. Then here, instead of having error in verification, just say error sending what? Sending password reset email. So reset email like that. Then we put here colon. So after doing that, now we have a part for the reset password. Now we need to go back to our task. So in our task, so what we need to do, it is now to make sure that we use here the send what? Password reset. So password reset email. So after doing that, now we need to make sure Celery password reset email, then executing password reset email for that user. Then here, instead of having send verification email, we need to have send password reset email. Then we don't need to have this one we don't need it, just remove it. Then the user does not exist, so user ID not found, cannot send. So here we need to have password reset email like that. Then failed to send what? Password reset email for user on attempt of that. Okay, then we raise that thing. So the next thing that we need to go back to our services, so that we're gonna continue working on it. So in our service, so where did we leave? So we left here. So here we need to come and we send what? We send the email. We send the email in the background using the Celery. So we're gonna say, let me have a comment here, send email in the background using Celery like that. So we're gonna say send what? Password reset. So password reset email task dot delay. So delay, then we use user dot id. So we need to import this one. So we're gonna come here on top, then we're gonna import. We have then we want send password reset email task. Okay, so after doing that, now we need to continue password reset email task, send password. Did we not import it well? So also we had a spelling issue, so make sure you spell it well here. Instead of rest, you need to pass it to be reset. Okay, like that. So password reset task like that. So now let us go back here. So password reset. So I think the error disappears. So here, after doing that, now we need to log. So we log info. So we say password. So password reset email task so queued. Okay, need for user. So like this one, we're gonna say user.email. So after doing that, now we have the to accept. So accept exception to accept not exception. If the user does not exist, we're gonna say user. If user does not exist, so user does not exist, like this. So we need to pass. This is for security, so we don't need to disclose that the email doesn't exist. Okay, so we just say pass. So that one gonna pass like that, so we don't want to disclose that one. Then we need to rate limit regardless of the result, so to prevent the enumeration attacks. So we're gonna say cache. So cache dot set rate key, then we're gonna say true. Then timeout will be 300 seconds, that is 5 minutes. Then for security, always return success messages regardless of the actual result. Okay, so here we just return true. This is for security purposes. So success, then we're gonna say it is true. Then here message, so message here we're gonna say if an account exists with this email, a password, so a password reset link will be sent. Okay, will be sent like that, then with a status code of 200. Then if our main try fails, we need to accept. So accept exception as e. So here we just need to log dot error. So then we say password reset error. So we pass it here, we say string of that error. Then here for security, don't expose the error details. Okay, we just say return true. Yeah, then we say success will be here will be true. Okay, so after doing that, the next thing, that is the message. So we just copy this one because it is the same. So we just copy this one, Control C, then we paste it here. Then with the 200 response status. Okay, so then after doing that, we need now to continue working on our views. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to go to our views. So we need to complete our view here. So after checking if not email, then we need to use the service. So the service layer to get this one. So success, then response data, then status code. So is equals to password. We need to have this password reset. So password reset service. So we need to import this one, so make sure import it. So from the service we're going to import that. Then we need the request reset. So we pass our email here, so email to that. So after doing that, we need to return the response. So the response here, then we have the standardized response. So then we pass the response data. Okay, so like that, then we have then we need to also to give the status. So status is equals to status code, the one that we get from the service. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to, if our try fails, we need to accept the exception. So accept exception as E. So here we just need to log dot error, then we say, so here we say password reset error. So password reset error, then we pass that one in the string, then error, like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to log dot error, then we say trace back, we need to trace it. So trace back, then format exception. So format exception like this. Then for security, don't expose the error details as usual, so we need to return. So we're gonna say return, so what we need to return here, it is success. So we need to return response. So response here, then we say standardized response, then we say success. So success is equals to true, then message here, we can be able to paste the one that we copied like that. So be sent, so then with a status code of, so here we just say what, not here, it is supposed to be here. So this one should not be double quotes, so it should not be in quotes, so make sure you do like that. Then here we say status, so status is equals to status dot http 200, okay, 200, okay. So that is our class for dealing with password reset. So now we need where the user receives the password reset. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to be able to so make sure here it is not colon, it's equals, the user is able to confirm the reset, where they're gonna send their password and their new password and the token and the UID. Okay, so we need to have that class. So that class, we're gonna call it what, we need to confirm password reset. Okay, so here just come here below, so here below you just say class confirm password reset view, like this. Then we pass the ABS API view. So here just say endpoint for confirming password reset with token. So after doing that, then we need to have the permission classes. So permission classes here, we just need to allow any. So just say allow any. So allow any, then the roto classes, it will be to be anonymous. So anon rate the roto. Then we need the def post. So the post method here, it will accept self, then without request. So we need to pass the request here. So in our request we need to have, so we need to try here, we need to have the UID and the new password, so and the token. So let us get the UID B64. So we say UID B64. So this one we're gonna get from the data request.data.get the UID. So or request dot query, so query params query params dot get UID like that. So also we do that for token. So I'm gonna copy this one, CV. So then I paste it there. Then we're gonna say token. So we copy this token, we replace here, we have the token, the UID, we do like that. So now we have it like that. So then we need the new password. So the new password we want to get from the request. So new password. So this is what we're gonna ask the user to. So request dot data dot get, so new password. So make sure that when you are designing the front end, you're able to get these ones. So now we need to check if not UID b64 or not token or not new password, we need to return response. So here we just say standardized response. So here success will be false, then error is equals to missing required fields. Okay, so then with the status code of 400, so it will be a bad request. So status, then we say status dot http 400, so the bad request. So after doing that, if we have these things, we need to pass them to the service. So we need a service that can handle this one. So what we need to do, we need to come to our service here, so that we're gonna create this method for handling the to confirm reset password. Okay, so here we just say at static method, then def confirm reset. So here you say UID b64, then token, then new password. These are the ones that we need to pass in this method. So after doing that, we just say this is a complete password reset with token and new password, like that. So after doing that, we need to get is valid. So it's valid, then user, then error if there is error. So we use the token verifier that we created, token verifier, then we verify the token. So the token here we pass the UID b64, so UID b64 and token. So the next thing that we need to do, we want to check if it is not valid. If not valid, so it's not valid. If it is not valid, we just say return what. So we want to return false. Then with the success, so success, it will be false. Then the other part, error, it will be error, or we're gonna give it invalid what, invalid password reset link. So like that. So please request a new one like that. So then we have the response code for 400. So then after getting if it is valid, we need now to validate the new password. We're gonna say try. We want to try to validate the new password. So here just say validate. So validate password. So this one we need to import it. So validate password like this. Then we pass our new password with what, the user, then user. So let us see whether we can be able to import it from here. So we need to come here on top. So here on top, just below the token verifier, we need to to import what? We need to import the validate password from the Django auth. Okay, so from Django dot contrib dot auth dot password validation, we need to import validate password. So do like that, then you're gonna remove that error. Okay, so after doing that, so we need to continue with our method here. So let us come here below. So now we validate the password. If it is successful, if it is not successful, our try it is not successful, so we need to pass the validation error, validation. So also we need this one, validation error as e. So we need to import this one. So to import it, just come here on top again. We need to come here, can come here and say what, just want to put it here. We say from django.core.exceptions, we need to import validation error. So that is our validation error. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to, if it is validation error, so we need to give a response here. So we're gonna say return false. So false, then we have the success to be false, so then error, so error will be this one, then with a space, then we need to join it. So join there, then we pass our messages like that. So then with a response code of 400, so that is the status code. So but if it passes the validate password, we need now to update the password. Okay, so here we need to say update password. So here we just say user.set password, then we say new, we pass our new password here like that. Then we need to save it, user.save. So then we pass what we want to update, the update fields. So here we need to update the password field. Okay, so password field like that. So then we do what, we need to log the password reset for security audit. So we just say logger.info. So then we pass here, and then we say password. So password reset completed for user. Then we say user.id via link. Okay, so via link like that. The next thing that we need, it is to invalidate all existing tokens, so existing refresh tokens for security. So here we need to have token manager. So here token manager, so we need to import this one. So this one, to import it, just come on top here. So here on top, you just need to do what, let me come here. So we say from authentication dot core dot jwt, we're gonna import token manager. Okay, like that. So now we have the token manager, so import it from that point. So token manager, we want to blacklist all the tokens, so to invalidate all the existing, so we're gonna use the blacklist all user tokens for that user ID. So maybe they have logged in different devices, we want them to log out, to remove all the tokens, so that they're gonna not able to get this to use them for logging again. So return true. So true, then success, it will be true. Then after that, message. So message here we're gonna say what? So here message you're gonna say password. So password has been what? Has been reset successfully. Successfully. So you can now log in with your new password. Okay, like that. So then with a status code of 200. So that is our service method for resetting the password. Okay, so we need now to come back to our views. So in our views, so after doing that, if it passes there, so we need now to use the service layer to get the data that we want. We want to get success, so we need to make sure we are aligned with the if. So we say success response data, then status code. So here just say password reset service dot confirm. We need to confirm reset, which will accept UID base 64. Then we're gonna pass our UID base 64 that we get from the user. Then token will be token. Then the new password we want. So new password, we're gonna say the new password we get from the user. So after doing that, we need to return a response to the user. So return response. So here we're gonna say standardized response. So we're gonna say what we need to say to pass our response data. So the response data, then we need the status. So status here we're gonna say status code. Okay, then after that, if our try fails, we need to have an exception here. So just come here and you say except. So except exception as e. So here we just say logger. We need to logger the error. So here we say, then we say what? Password reset confirmation error. Okay, so then we pass our string of that error. So the next one, it is to trace it. So trace back, so error, then we put what? Trace back dot format exception. It's a method like that. So then the next thing that we need to do it is to return a response. So return a response. So in our response here, we just need to use our standardized response as usual. Then we need to say success, it will be false, so it has failed. Then error will be password. So error will be password what? Password reset failed. So please try again like that. So then with a status code of 400, which it is a bad request. So we're gonna say status dot http 400. Okay, bad request. So that is our views for the verify email. So we have already set up the verification, and then we have set up the core, and then the auth. So the next one we need to have, it is the profile. So we need to create another folder where we're gonna manage the user profile. So profile, gonna name it profile. So name it like that. So make sure it is profile. So in profile we need to ensure we use the init file. So here just pass init.py. Then we need the views. So the views and what? So the views.py and also the services.py. So we need to start working on the views part of it. So in this part of the application, so we need to start working on it. So in this part, so the profile will be used for user profile management. So where the user can do the CRUD operations, either to change their username, other things like phone, and as the project gonna grow, we're gonna add more properties, more fields in this profile and do other management. So currently we're gonna have a simple one. So import login. Then we're gonna import traceback. Then we need to import REST framework. We're gonna import status from REST framework. So make sure here it is from. So from REST framework we're gonna import status. So then from REST framework.response we're gonna import response. Okay, so then we need what? Then from REST framework.permissions we need to import is authenticated. Then from REST framework.throttling, so we need to import the user. So the reason why we are using the importing just user rate throttle and is authenticated because these endpoints will be require the user to be logged in. Okay, so then from REST framework.parsers, so parsers we need to import multi-part. So multi-part parser, then form parser. So this one will be used when user maybe sends the images combined with other things. So JSON parser. So here what I'll do is that from the authentication, so from our app, so .core.base view, we need to import our base API view. So then the next thing, it is from the core, from authentication.core.response we're gonna import standardized response. So then from .services we're gonna create this one. From .services we need to import profile service. So here we need the logger. So logger is equals to logging dot get logger. So then we say name. So from that point we need the class user profile view. Okay, user profile view. Okay, so like that, then we pass the base API view. Then we say here we need to have the API endpoint for user profile operations like that. So the next part that we need, it is the permissions classes. Then here we pass it is authenticated. So this endpoint must be there. Then parser classes, so these are to handle the data. So multi-part parser. Then we need also form parser here. Form parser to handle the form data, so the JSON parser to handle the JSON type of data. So the rotor classes, so here you just need what, the user the rotor, okay, user rate the rotor, so user rate the rotor. So the next thing that we need to the way to get the user. So here you just need to use the def get, so the get method, so the one that gonna accept self, so then it will accept the request, so the request that will be passed here. So this one we're gonna say, so we're gonna say what, get user profile data. So then here just say pass a request context to the service layer. So we need to create this one. We need to go to our service, then we start creating this part, okay. So in our service we need to start by importing. So we're gonna import base64. So this one will be used for handling images from the Flutter web, so that's why we need that. So JSON, so the JSON data, then import login, then import OS. So this one will be used for getting the URLs and other things, so and also getting the data. So Django.core.files.base, we're gonna import content file. So when you want to pass the content file, so then from Django dot contrib dot auth dot password validation, we're gonna import validate password. Then from Django dot core dot exceptions, we're gonna import validation error. So then from there we need also from authentication, our authentication here, authentication dot, so dot core dot jwt, we need to import our token manager, okay, so like that. So the next one we need, it is our serializers. So from authentication, so authentication dot serializers, we're gonna import user serializer. So we need to start by doing what, by getting the logger. So the logger here is equals to logging dot get logger, then we pass the name. So here we just say what, class profile, we just name it profile service. So here in this class, this one will be used to just say service class to handle what, service class to handle user profile what, operations, like that. So then, so here we need to have the static method. So static method, so here we need to get the, so we get user profile data, like that. So here we need to pass the request context to the serializer, so that we're gonna have a proper URL building for images and other things. So here what we need to do before, so we have just jumped here, so we need to have def get the profile, okay, so get profile, so we name it, this is for getting profile. So here just pass the user, then request is equals to none. So after that, then we need to push this one like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, it is to context is equals to request. So request here, just say request. Okay, so then if request else, if there's request else empty, so then you just say serializer. You just need to serialize the data. So there's nothing big that we're doing here, just getting the data, then serializing it, then we pass it to we need now to return it to the user. So then we pass the context. So context like that. So after that we just return serializer.data. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come back to our view. So in our view, so after doing that, we need now to use this service to our views to get the data. So just say what, so profile get data. So we need to try. So here we pass the request data. So you just say user data, so is equals to profile service. We had imported it earlier, so just get the profile. Okay, so this method gonna get the profile. We pass the request dot user, so we pass the user, then request. So request here we need to pass request. So after doing that, we need to return, so return response. So the response, we need to pass the standardized response here, then we say success. So success is equals to true, then data is equals to user data, the one that we get from the service. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, if our try fails, so we need to accept so we're gonna accept exception as e exception as e, like that. Then we just do what, logger dot error. So here just say profile fetch error. So then we just pass our string here, then with that error. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to say logger dot error, then we say traceback. We need to trace it, so traceback dot format exception. So format exception, so like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to return our response. So response here, just say standardized response, this one. Then we just say what, success is equals to false, error is equals to failed to retrieve profile. We get the, so then after that we need to have the status. So status is equals to status dot http 500. Okay, internal server error. So that is part for getting the profile. So then the one that we want, it is when we want to update. Okay, so def dot put, so here just pass self, then request. So this one we're gonna the update full profile. Okay, so then when they want to update the full profile, user profile, like that. So here we just need to say what, try. We need to try here. So we're gonna use the service where we want to pass the data to the service. So we need to come here. So in our service class here, so we need to start working on the update profile. So this one will be a static method also. So here just say at static method def update profile, like this, then user, then we say data, then we say files, is equals to none, then request is equals to none. So after doing that, we just need to say here the documentation string, we say update user profile data, like that. So the first thing that we need to do, it is to try. So we need, first of all, if there's profile image, so the one that will be file. So if files, and we have the profile picture. So the profile picture, as we named it in the models, in files. So if we have profile picture in files, so here we say profile, we need to handle that. So we need to have a method, a private method that gonna handle the profile picture. Okay, so we need to create that one. So just say, just come here, it will be a static method. So static, so this one will be used to handle the profile. So def, then we say process profile picture file, then we say user, then file. Okay, so here, so this one gonna process uploaded profile picture file, like that. So then, so here we need to handle the existing image, we need to clean it if we had the image. Okay, so if user dot profile picture, so if user profile picture, then we say try. So here we need to get if os dot path, so that's why we needed os is file. So here we say is file. So here, if it is file, then we need to pass user profile picture dot path, like that. Then if we have it, so we need to remove it. So remove, then user dot profile picture. So these ones are defined in the model. So profile picture dot path. So then after we remove, if our try fails, if we are not able to remove it, so just come here, except what, so except here we say value error, then os error, so as e. So here we just say logger dot warning. So dot warning, here we say f, so we could not, so it was not able to remove, so not remove what, old profile picture, like this. Then we pass the error there. So after that, if the profile picture was removed, we need to pass it here after our if profile, if user, then we need to set the new profile picture. Okay, just say here set new profile picture, like this. So just say user dot profile picture is equals to file. So the file that was passed, just say user dot save. Here we just say update fields. So spelling update fields, then we pass our profile picture. So we need to update that. So then we logger dot info. So here we just say f, then we say profile picture updated for user, then we get the user.id for that user ID. So then we return true. Okay, so after doing that, we need now to come back to our main method. So we need to process it here. Where is it? Here. So after, if we have it, and then we send it to we need to send it to that part. So we say profile service dot, then we say process, what? Profile picture file, then user, then files. So files, then in our files we need to pass what? The profile picture. Okay, so profile picture, you can see how we are taking them. So from that we need to get the profile picture. So we need to make sure the moment we are sending it, we are sending it as a profile picture. So else if it is not a file, if it comes from the website, so it's obviously gonna send it as a base 64 image. So we say else if, so here image, else if. So in Flutter you don't send the images as files, so you send them when in web you send them as the base 64 images. So image data, if there's else if image data in data. So if we have, we need now to process that image. Okay, so just come here. So here, just come here, then to process the image data. So this one will be, we're gonna say what? Static method. So it will be a static method, and it will be a private one. So def, then say process image data, then we say user image data, so the one that we're gonna pass here. Then we're gonna say process what? So process base 64 image data. So when we receive this kind of data, what we need to do here, we just need to try. So first of all, we need to try to pass as JSON array first. Okay, so we're gonna say here try. So we're gonna say try to pass as JSON array first. So after that, what we need to do, it is image list. So image list, we need to do JSON dot loads, we need the image data. So we need to process it here. If is instance, so this one, as I explained, so it checks if it is the instance of something, so it compares the two. If it is a member of this, so if it is a list, and length, if the length of image list, it is greater than 0. So here we need to get the image info. So we're gonna get the image info. So image list, then we need to get the first one. So this one, we're gonna have the image, the data from the front end, we need to send it as a list. So with the image that is base 64 using the unit h list, so then we need to have the name and the data. So just say data URL. So URL is equals to image what? Info, image info. So image info here, just get what? We need to get the data. So like that. So if we get that, so if it is not, so else what? If it is not in that, we just need to fall back and treat it as direct base 64 string. Okay, so just say data URL is equals to here you just say what, data, then we say image, then JPEG, then we need semicolon here, base 64, so comma, then we have the image data. Okay, so that is it. So if our try fails, here, we just need to have the exception. So we need to accept. So we have our try. So this is the first try. Then so we needed to put a try here. So make sure you add a try here. Then you need to squeeze this one. So you push it like that. Then we need the accept for this. So accept if it is not a JSON. So accept JSON dot JSON. So JSON decode error. So if we get that error, so we need to do what? So this is not a JSON. So assume it's a row day 64. So we're gonna say data URL is equals to, then we're gonna say data, then image, then JPEG, then we put base 64, then with the image data. Okay, image data like that. So but we need to process that data URL. So here we're gonna say if, so here just say, let me have a comment here and say process the data URL. So URL like that. So if semicolon there, then base 64, if it is a base 64, if there's this part in that data URL, we need to format the format part. So we're gonna send it with these parts. So part, we're gonna image string. So here we need to say data URL dot split. We need to split it so that we're gonna get this data. So we're gonna split it where we have the base 64. Mark the way we are formatting our images here, we are processing them, because that is what we need to do in our front end to send them. So extract file extension, then default to, we're gonna default to JPEG. Okay, so JPEG like that. So here we need to try. So what we need to do, extension here, so ext, it is our extension, format, then we're gonna say format part dot split. We want to split it where we have what, where we have the forward slash like that. Then we get the last one. So then like that, then to lower, so to lower, so lower like that. Then so because the list, when you put the negative here, you start counting from the end to going to the first one. So 0, so the 0, which is from the start, then to the length minus 1. Then when you want to count to get from the end of the list, you just use the negative. Okay, if you want the second last, use -2. So that's why we have that one. So ext, if it is not in the images that we get here, it is not in JPEG, so it is not a JPEG, it's not a JPG type of image. If it is not a PNG, then if it is not a GIF, then if it is not a web type. Okay, so if it is not in that, we just say to the JPEG. Okay, to fall back to our JPEG. So then if our try fails, here we need to accept to our JPEG. Okay, so ext will be, extension will be what, to be a JPEG like that. So then after doing that, now we have the extension and we have the image. So now we need to create a content file from the decoded base64. Okay, so just say here create a content file from decoded base 64. So here just say data is equals to content file, the one that we imported. So the one we imported there, so just pass base 64, the one that gonna decode this. So then b64, you can see we have these things, so we need this one for decoding. So then we pass our image string, so because it will be sent as a string, so we need to decode it. So then name, it will be, then you pass, then you say profile, you just give it a name, so profile, then you give it to the user ID, you want to format it to have a user ID, then dot, now extension ext. So after doing that, now we have the data. So we want to handle the existing image profile. So this one I'm gonna use the one that we used here to handle the existing one. Okay, so you just come here, if user profile exists, yeah, then we just do what, copy this, then we need to handle it here, so like this. Then we make sure that you arrange it well. So here in the mark that it is okay, then you need to squeeze this one also. So just use the tab, then you put it inside the if. So we check if the user profile path exists. If it exists, we remove the profile picture path. Then if there is an error, we log it there. So then after doing that, we just need to do what, we just need to save it. Okay, so here I just need to save it. So what I'll do, I just copy this one also, so Control C. So in this, so outside our if, so just come and paste it there. Then we need to squeeze this one to that point, then make sure you arrange them to be in the same. So here instead of file, here we need to have data, our data. So then after that, the save fields remains the same, then updated for. So here we say profile picture updated from, we need to have from what, base 64 for user, that one user, then we return true. But if our try fails, so this is our if, so our if base 64, so we need to do what, we need to have an else here. So make sure the else it is aligned with this one. Okay, it is here. So if it is not in the base 64, if that one it is not, so we raise what, the value error, then we say what, we say invalid image data format. So we say missing what, missing base 64 prefix. Okay, so after that, so if our try fails, we need to accept that. So accept exception as e, then we do what, we just raise, we just logger, not to raise, just need to logger error. So here we just say what, then we say error processing what, processing image data. So then we need to pass our string here, so just say string, then we pass it like that, then we raise. So we just raise okay, like that. So that is our part for processing the image data. So the next thing that we need to do now, we need to continue working in this method for updating the profile. So after handling the image, so the next thing that we need to do, just come here, use that one. So profile, want to use profile, the private method. So profile service dot process what? Image data. Then we pass user, then we pass data dot get, then pass it as image data. So this one, it is to get that, to process that image. The next thing that we need to do, it is if the user, we are changing the password, so we need to handle the password change if provided. Okay, so gonna say here, gonna say handle what? Handle password what? Password change if provided. So this is where you handle these changes. So you say if current password, so current password in data, we need to provide the current password while changing, and new password, the new password. So the new password is in data, the one that we send. So we need to have a method that will handle the password. Okay, so here you have another static method so that we're gonna be able to handle it. Okay, so to handle that, what we need to do, we just have the static method. So static method. So here what we do is that we're gonna define that private method. It will be a private method. So then we're gonna say process, so process password change. So here we just pass the user, then current password, then new password. So like that. Then we say what? We say process. Here we say process password change request. Okay, so process password change request. So just do what? Just say we need to verify the current password. Okay, so first of all, we need to verify. We want the password, the current password that was sent by the user, it is the current one. So, okay, so current password. So here you just say if not user dot check. So here you have a check password method, like that. So then you pass the current password. So here just say if it is not, you just return what? We return success to be false, then we have the what? Error. So error, we want to say what? Current password is what? Is incorrect. So we do like that. The next thing that we need, it is to validate the new password. We don't want to send the to save a new password that doesn't meet the standard. So we just say validate new password. So here just say try. We need to have a try here because it can end up with an exception. So here just pass new password for that user is equals to user, like that. So then exception, validation error, not exception. So validation error as e, then we do what? We return success. Here would be false. So here we just say success here to be false. So false, then error. So error, then we're gonna say then we're gonna join it. Okay, we're gonna join that error here, e dot messages. So messages, so like that. So that is part for validating the password. So but if it succeeds to be validated, we need now to update the password. So we're gonna say user dot set password, here just say new password, the new password we get, then we do what, we user dot save. So this one it saves the data, then we define the one that we want to update, the field. So the field, so update fields. So here just say what, the password, this is the only that we want to change. So update the fields, so you put it like that. So now we have updated the password. So what we need to do is to logger that. So logger info, here just do what, just say, so we say what, password changed for user, then user dot id. Okay, so then after that, after changing the password, we need to invalidate all existing refresh tokens for security. Okay, so just I want to invalidate all existing refresh tokens for security. Always remember this one when you do any password change, things like that. We don't want, maybe the user wanted to change because maybe he had logged in another place and they want to be able to invalidate everything so that they're gonna log out in those devices. So the moment you keep the same token, the token can be used to log in again and can do more harm than good. So that's why we need to do token manager dot blacklist. So blacklist all user tokens for that ID. So then we return success. Okay, success, here we just say true. So after changing password, we don't want to give a lot, we just say true. So what we need to do, so now we have the password, we gonna process the password. So we just come here, if we have the current and new, so we need to pass them to the private method. So we say result, so this method, this variable to hold the result that we're gonna get from that private method for processing password. Okay, so here just say user, we pass the user. So data dot get, we need to get the current password from the data, then so we say make sure you spell them well, the same way you are doing here, the same way you're gonna do them in the front end. Okay, so then data, so data dot get, want to get now the new password that we want to pass to this method. So password like that. Then after doing that, now we have passed it to that point. So the thing that we need, we want to check if not result. So if not result, so the success, it is not true. So if it is not true, it is returned false. Just do what, just say return false. So then we do what, then we say success, then we say false. Then from there we just say error, then we're gonna say result, then we pass what, error. So the error that we get from the process password. So here just have a 400 the bad request. So after doing that, after we have processed the password, if you are given, the next thing that we need to do, it is to remove the processed fields before passing to the serializer. So save data, we don't want to pass the data that was already processed. Okay, save data, so data is equals to, so here you're gonna use the dictionary, so k, v for k, so v for k, then v in data, so v in data dot items, so then here we say if k in what, so if k not in the profile, so profile picture, if it is not in that, then image data, then current password, then new password, so new password, so spelling there. So also remember this part, for k we need comma, so these are the list, it's a step for list expressions, so if you don't know them you can check them, they are easy. So where you define the expression inside a list, so this one using dictionary, so that's why we have one. So then we need a context that we need to pass to our serializer, so here just say what, we just pass, we say request, so request, here we passed our request like that, then if request else, if there's request else there's no, so we just pass empty dictionary, so we say serializer, so this one will be used to hold that, so be used to hold that variable, so that variable will be used to hold the serializer, so user serializer, so we pass our user data, pass our safe data, then partial. So the reason we do that is because we want to, sometimes we want to update partially, so we just say true, so then context, okay, context. So from that point, the next thing that we need to do, it is if serializer dot is valid, then we just need to do what, we need to save it, okay, we need to check that it is valid, then we need to serializer dot save, so this one we will update it. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the fresh data with the proper URLs after saving, okay, so just say updated user, updated, make sure, so you can name it the way you want, but it's good to name something you can be able to recognize. So updated user, so you just use type here, type of user dot objects, so dot objects dot get, then our primary key here, then we say user dot primary key, then we say updated serializer, now updated serializer like this, then we say what, user serializer, then we pass our updated what, updated user, then with the context. So then after that, now we can return something to the user, so return, gonna say return true, and here just do what, say success, we're gonna say to true like this, then data here we're gonna say updated what, updated serializer, we want to get the updated one, so updated dot data like that, then the message that we want to pass here, we just want to say profile, so profile updated successfully, like that. So then with a status code of 200. So that is part for that. But if our try fails, not our try, we need first of all this if it is not valid. So we need to do what? To return false. Okay, so return false. Then we do what? Success will be false. So success, so we're gonna say false. Then error, so the error that we're gonna get, serializer dot errors. Okay, so after that we just pass the 400 bad request. So if our try fails, so make sure this one, our try, this try here, if it fails, we need to accept the exception as e, like this. Then we just say logger dot error, then we say profile update error. So then we just say what? Str error, like that. Then we return false. Then success, so success we say false. Then error, so error, then we say failed to update profile. So then with a status code of 400. Okay, just say 400. So after doing that, what we need to do now, it is to go back to our views now to continue working on it. So the reason why we need to use the service layer, so we need success to get from the service layer response data, then we need status code is equals to, now we use our profile service dot update what? Update our profile. So here just pass user, we need to pass user here, so request dot user. So then we need also to pass the data, so from our request we get the data, so request data. Then also files, so if there are files, we need to request dot files. Okay, so then request is equals to request, so our request here. So after doing that, now we need to return the response, so return response. So here we have the standardized response, so this one we just say response data. Our response data we get from the service layer. Then status code, so our status code, the one that we get from the service, then we need to accept this one if it fails, our try fails. So if exception, so exception as e. So here we just need to do what? We need to log the error. So here just do like this, then we say profile, so profile update error. Okay, so then we just do what? Just say string of that error, then we need to trace it, so logger dot error, then we say traceback dot format exception. So then we need to return response, so return response. So response here we just say standardized response. Success is equals to false, then error is equals to profile update failed. Then we need to have status is equals to status dot http 500 internal server error. Okay, so 500, so 500, so 500 internal server error. So like that. So that is for full update. Now we can have the one that gonna do the partial update, which it will be the same. The difference will be some few things, just small things. So we're gonna come here, we copy this one, so Control-C, then come here just below this one, then make sure it's aligned, then you paste there. So what we'll do here, instead of put, we need a patch. Okay, so the patch one, so this one, it is to update it partially, so just patch. So here we're gonna use partial what, we're gonna say partial user profile update. Okay, profile update, like that. So then we have what, so request, we have a spelling issue here, so make sure you pass it as request. So request, like this, request. So make sure you pass it also here like that, request. So in the request, then we need the partial update, then we have the files, then we have the status code. So this one, we just use the same update profile because we had the part for the partial. So if you can open it like this, let me show you. So there's this part where we said you can have a partial, so this one can be true, so you can update it partially. So that's why we use the patch, then we use the same method. So we pass the user, so from the request we pass the user, the data, from the request the files and other things, then we give the response. Then here, so here we need to have profile patch what, patch error, so like that, then profile update failed, like that. So that is our method for now. We have handled the profile update and other things. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to start working on now on our emails, how to send the emails to the user, how to now to have the database for that we use in the real world. So we're gonna use the PostgreSQL. So let us now start working on it. So let us go to the settings.py. So here, so that we're gonna start working on the database. So in the database, we don't want to use the SQLite that is here. So let us come here, this one. We don't want to use the SQLite, this one. So this one, it's not good for real world application. So we need to use the database that we're gonna use in the production. So what we need to use, it is the PostgreSQL. And to use the PostgreSQL, you need to come to the terminal. So let me open terminal here. So currently I'm using Ubuntu. So we need to open a new tab for terminal here. So let me zoom in. So after zooming, so here you need to make sure that you have installed PostgreSQL in your operating system, either you're using Windows or Mac OS or any kind of operating system. So make sure you have the PostgreSQL and it is running in your system. So then in Ubuntu or any kind of Debian operating system, so we need to use sudo system control. Then we need to see the status. So currently I have it working. So PostgreSQL. So PostgreSQL like this. Then it will ask for password. So then you pass it here, your password. So as you can see, mine it is running and it is active. Okay, so let me zoom in a bit. So So as you can see, mine it is enabled and it is active. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do after you set up like that, so I want to show you how to set up a dedicated user in an Ubuntu. So following these steps, so it is gonna ensure an isolated environment for your application, which it is a critical best practice for development and production. So what we'll do here, after you check up that you have installed everything and it is working, so you need to now to access the PostgreSQL administrative user. Okay, so PostgreSQL creates a default super user named Postgres to perform an administrative task. So you need to switch to this user. So to switch here, you just say sudo, then you say to this user, so Postgres. Okay, Postgres. So as you can see, it opens this part for Postgres. So this one, it is indicating that we are in the what, now operating the PostgreSQL super user. So we need to clear. So here we need to create a new user. So for security, your application should never connect using the Postgres super user. Instead, you need to create a dedicated role, that is user, for your application. So we'll create a user named, we're gonna name it NexusML Tech. So NexusML. So we're gonna say, so the command to create the SQL command. So we're gonna start with the, we're gonna say create role. So this one gonna create, these are just the SQL. So here we just say Nexus. So we're gonna name it NexusML. So put it like this, NexusML. Then with what? With the login password. So make sure you remember this. So here you just pass single quote, then you put the password. So we're gonna say gentech at 1 2 3 4 like this. Then don't forget to put the semicolon at the end of the command. So now we should first of all go to the, we are operating in the Postgres, so we need to go to the database. So PSQL. So this is gonna open our Postgres. So after doing that, now we need to create the role. So just create role. So we say Nexus ML. So with what? With login. So login password. So the login password here you're gonna say it is our gentech at 1 2 3 4. So like that. Don't forget to put the semicolon again. So after doing that, now we have created a new role. So here you just need to exit. So like that. So now we need to create the new database. So now to create the database for your application, so it's a common convention to name the database similarly to the application or user. Okay, so we're gonna name it, we are creating stylish, so we're gonna name it stylish db. It is also best practice to assign ownership to this database to the new user you just created. Okay, so we're gonna do like this. So make sure you're not inside the PSQL. So here just do what, just say create db. So here, so create db, then like that. Then we say, so our Nexus ML, so this is the user. So then we create the db. So we say stylish db like this, then created db. Okay, so we have already that one. So we're gonna name it what, stylish db. We're gonna name it stylish db1. Okay, like that. So after doing that, I have that database that is there, so that's why it has brought that issue. Okay, so then we need to grant all the privileges on the database. So the user the user NexusML so now owns the database. So this one, stylish db1. So but to create tables and write data, it needs explicit privileges. So we need to connect to the new database, so as the Postgres super user, to grant these privileges. So just do what? Just say PESQL, then we say d, then we pass our stylish db1. Okay, so here it opens our stylish db1. So here we need to grant all the privileges. So we need to grant all the privileges to our nexus ml. Okay, so here we just say grant all privileges. So privileges on database. So this one, database, we want to say it is what? Stylish. So stylish db1, then to who? To our user, that is nexus ml, like this. Then we just press enter. So this one itself often sufficient for development. However, in strict production environment, the user also needs the privileges on the public schema within that database. So we need to, because I know mine is set up, so we need to grant all on schema. So the schema that we want, it is the public to our nexus. So nexus ml. Okay, so make sure it is like that. So we have granted that, then we need to exit. Okay, so after doing that, we can do what? We can exit even our Postgres user back to our user. So we can exit like that to go to our user. So then here you can use the PSQL localhost, then we say database, then we say stylish db1. So then so we use what? The user here, we need nexus ml to check whether we connected. Okay, so then we passed our password, the one that we created. So make sure you do like that. As you can see, it is okay. So now our database, that was testing the connection, so now it is successful. So you need now to if you want to see if you have database, you just do like this. So did not find any relation, so currently there's nothing, so we just need to quit. So that is how you're gonna create the database. And now we need to start working on setting up now our database in the settings.py. So let us open our Visual Studio. So in our Visual Studio, this place where we have the databases, so here to use the PostgreSQL, we need to change this one, backends dot. Now we need to pass PostgreSQL like that. So then the name we're gonna use config. We want to put them in the what? In the environment. So in the environment variables, so we just say config. So config here, we just pass the db name. Okay, so database name like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is the user. So the user here, we need to config, so config here, we want to pass the db user, the database user. So we're gonna pass them. So then the next one, it is the password. So the password we are using. So then we just say config, then we say database password like that. Make sure you put it well. So then the host, so our host here, we're gonna say config, then we password the db host like that. Then the other part is the port. So the port, we need to say what? We need to say config, then we say db, so db port, so db port. So this one we want to cast it as integer, so we just say cast to integer. Okay, so like that. So that is our connection to the database. So we need to come to our environment variables. So here you can see we have nothing. So what I will do is that the database name, we need to come here, just below here we say database. So we're gonna say database settings. Okay, so database settings, then we're gonna say db name. So db name, so the name of the database, we said it is what? Stylish db1. Okay, that is our database, the one that we have created. Then db user, so is equals to, so the user that we passed, we said nexus ml, like this. Then the other one, we said the password, db password, so password is equals to gentech at 1234, like that. Then db host, we're using it here, so it is localhost. So here host, if it was in another place, maybe you're using the AWS, so you can use that link here. So then if you're not using it, so db port, so here just say 5432. This is the default port for our data for Postgres. So the next thing that we need to do, now we have set up the database, the next thing that I want to do, it is to pass the part for emails. So that we're gonna send the emails to the user. We want to use our emails using the app password. So you need to open the, so let me open the, so first we need to set up it. So first of all, come here to set up email settings. So just need to come here below. So because it is testing, we don't need to use the companies that can help you in sending emails, so that gonna handle the emails. So currently, because of testing, so just use what? Our emails, our Gmail. So we're gonna say email settings like this. Then we're gonna say want for, so here if you change to the production, you need to change this, so you don't want to use this one. So when you get to use the others, you're gonna see their documentation. So here the email backend, so email backend will be django.core.mail.backends. so these ones are from the smtp dot email backend, email backend. Okay, like that. The next one, it is email host is equals to smtp.gmail.com. then our email port will be 587. That is our email port. Then email use TLS, so so we're gonna say true. Then the next one we need, it is email host what user. So here we need to use config, so we want to pass this one into our environment variables. So we're gonna say email host user, so like that. So we can pass a default here, so but I will leave it like this. So default is equals to, you can say your Gmail at gmail.com. so that is the default. We don't want to pass anything there, so you can pass it if you want. So email host password is equals to config, then we say email host password, like that. Then default to be empty, so the default to be an empty string, so like that. So we have that part. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to get the email host password. So what you do is that we need to come to our Chrome. So in our Chrome here, we just open your Gmail. So let me open my Gmail here. So here we have the manage your Google account. So open it like that. Then here we need to search for app password. So I'm gonna say app passwords. You can see here, so you select that one. So when you select that, so it will require you to give the password. So I'm gonna give my password. So let me give my password. So that is my password. So let me log in. So when you log in, you can create a new app name. So this one we're gonna name it what? Testing. You can name it testing. Then you create. So the moment you create here, you get this password. So this is your app password. So make sure you copy it. Then you say done. So when you copy it, now you need to go back to your Visual Studio. So then we need to open our environment variables. So here, first of all, I need to paste it. So this one will be our password. Okay, so you just say our email host password. Okay, so email host password is equals to that. So then we need the email host user. Okay, so email host user. So this one we're gonna say my email. So my email is kiharageneral at gmail.com, like that. So and also this one you can pass it to a quote here, even though it's not a mandatory. So here we just say this is what? Email configuration. So email configuration. So the next thing that we need to do, now we need to go to our terminal. Then we create to do the migrations. Okay, so to add now the database, the tables. So what we need to do, we need to open our database. So I'm gonna open terminal here. So let us open the terminal. So here in the terminal, as still we are in the virtual environment, we just need to make migrations and we see whether we have connected our database well. So Python manage.py, then we need to make migrations. So make migrations. So you can do this, then you say okay, but it's not a good thing because sometimes you might have some parts, some apps you don't want to do the migrations, so you need to specify the app that you want. So authentication, so we're gonna make the migrations for authentication. Okay, so this one gonna make the migrations, so like that. Then we need to do what now? To migrate, to pass it to our, now to migrate, pass manage.py, then you do migrate. Okay, so let us see whether we have any error. So as you can see, it's okay, so it is working well. So what we'll do now, we need to start our application. So we just do Python manage.py. we need to run server, so I love to run it here 0.0.0 because in the port 8001, because you might want to test it even in the mobile application. So what happens is that now we can go to our Chrome. So let us go to our Chrome and open this localhost. So just come here. So here in our Chrome, just do localhost. So localhost, then admin, not even admin. Let us see whether what we'll see here. So to see our, so localhost, it is not doing the way I want it to do. So do it localhost. So here you can see it is working. So make sure you do like that. Then as you can see, it is working well. Okay, so what we need to do now, we have not yet connected. As you can see, we don't see the other URLs. So what we need to do is that first of all, we need first of all to set up our URLs, and we link them to our settings.py. okay, so our urls.py in the main project. So we need to go to our Visual Studio Code. So here now, because we want our URLs, what you do is that you can see here we don't have URLs, so you need to create a new file in this main project. Just name it urls.py. so here we need to say from Django.urls, we need to import path like this. Then the next thing that we need first of all to import the views from the auth. Okay, so we say from .auth, so .auth.views we need to import, so you pass them here. So we need to import user login view, so we're gonna pass user login view. The next one we need to pass it is user registration view, so user registration view. Then we need also to pass what token refresh view. Then we need validate token view. Then we want also the logout view. So that is those are the endpoints in the views for auth. So then from .profile, so in our profile .views, so .views we're gonna import so our user profile, the one that we created there. Then from verification.views we need to import, so import, so let us import what we want to start with the verify email view. Then we also need to import the send verification view email view. So then we need the check verification status, then the password reset view. Then the last one, it is to confirm password reset view. Now we have these parts. Then we need the app name, So app name here, we just name it authentication, like that. So then we need to use the URL patterns so that we're gonna pass our URLs here. So first of all, we need to have the auth routes. So these auth routes, we're gonna say path. So path, then we're gonna say login. So this one gonna hit the user login view, dot as what, as view. Okay, so then we just pass it like this, then name is equals to login. So now we have that one, comma, then path to register. So register, then / there, then user registration view dot as view, then name is equals to register, like that. So then we have the comma, then path, we need to have the token refresh, then we have comma, then we say token refresh what, refresh view dot as view, like that. Then the name, so the name here, so the name you're gonna say token refresh. So the next thing, the next endpoint is to validate token. So we say token validate, then we say validate token view dot as view. Okay, then the name we're gonna give it to validate token. So the next one, it is the logout. So path, where we say logout like this, then we say what, logout view, so dot as view, like this. Then name, then we say logout. So after doing that, the next one, it is for the profile. So we say profile route, so profile routes. So we're gonna say path, then to be named profile. So then /, then we put logout view dot as view, so as view, like that. Then name is equals to logout. So the other routes are for the verification. So the verification routes, so here just have them like this, verification. So verification routes, so here just say path, we say email verify, then verify what, verify email view dot as view, so as view, then name is equals to verify email. So the next one, it is what, path, the one that gonna send the email verification. So send verification, so we need to put it in quotes, single quote or double. So send verification, so verification, like that. So then we're gonna say send verification email dot as view. Then we need to also to name here, we need to pass it as send verification. So the next route, it is what, path, gonna say we need to check verification status. So gonna say verification status, verification status. So that one will be used for verification status. Then we're gonna say check, so check verification status dot as as view, then we say name is equals to, we say check verification, like that. So that is the name. The next one, it is for password. What? Reset. Okay, so we're gonna say path, then password reset / like that. Then we say password reset view as view like that. Then the name, we're gonna say password. So password, you want to pass it as password what? So password what? Reset. So the next one, it is what? Path to reset, to confirm reset. So password reset set confirm. Then we pass it as confirm what? Confirm password reset view as view. Then like this. Then we say name is equals to confirm password reset. So after setting these ones, now we want to go to our URLs in the main project. So in this main project, so that to link these URLs, you just come here in our stylish. So this will be the common thing that we'll be doing. So we need to clean this one. So just remove this. So in here, what I want to add something from here to include. So include, so like that. So we want to use that include. So currently we just have the path for admin. So now we need path for API, then auth. Okay, so here the path, just say API auth like this. So this one we want to link to our include what? Authentication dot URLs. So here now we have this URL. So then we need to add something here for handling the media document. So because we are uploading the profile picture and other things, so we're gonna say static. So static, we're gonna pass settings dot media. So we need to define this one in our media URL. Then document root. So this one helps when you are uploading things and you want to link them. Okay, so the media route, so like that. So what we need to do, it is to import this. So currently we are not importing them, so we just need to come here, just say what we want to say from Django.conf. we're gonna import settings like this. Then the next one, it is from Django.conf.urls.static. So static, we're gonna import static. So now that is set up. Now the next thing that we need to do, because we have added that one, we need now to come to our settings, so that we're gonna set up our media URL. So currently I think we don't have, so as you can see we don't have. So you need to come here. You can put it anywhere, but I want to put them here. So in our static, near the static URL. So here we have defined the media. So to link them, what you need to do, you need to pass them as, we're gonna say media URL. You can define the folder you want here, so where they be stored. Okay, so media URL. So as you saw, then we can say we want them to be in the media folder. Okay, like that. So then media root, so media root, so media root is equals to os dot, so os dot path dot join. So then we pass our base URL, so base directory, so base directory, then we say media, so like this. Then you need to import os, so make sure you import os, add os, import os. So the next thing that we need to do, now we had the part for this part for emails. So in the emails we defined that we have something like this one, so the emails, then we have the password reset and the verification. Okay, so what we need to do, verify email. First of all, we need to set up in the settings to make sure that we link our templates. So what you do first, you need to create a folder in the root directory. So here just have a folder named templates. Okay, so templates, so this is where we're gonna put our folder for emails. So we need to have emails here, so emails like that. So here, first of all, so that to link the files that are in the templates, so in Python you need to come back here. So here we have the place for linking them. Okay, so to link them, we just need to come here. So we just need to find that part for the templates. So in this part we have this part for templates. Okay, so this part, so we need to tell Django where our templates are. You can see here we have the empty list. So here we need to say os operating system, os, then dot path dot join. So here we need to pass our base directory, like that. Then we pass the name of our templates. Okay, so like that. So that is to tell the Django where our templates are located. So I won't create them. So what you need to do, it is first to create a new file here. You name it base dot email, base underscore email dot html. So this one will be used for styling our emails. So then we need the part for password what? Password reset dot html. Then we need also the emails, the verify email. Okay, verify email, so like this. Then we say dot html. So make sure you spell them as we passed them here in the emails dot py. So here the verify email, and also the password reset here, password reset .html. So what I'll do, I won't create these ones in this session. What I'll do is just to copy, and then I will explain this part of it. So, and before we do that, let us go and check our terminal. Currently our terminal, so we need first of all to run it to see what is going on. So just come here, we just say python manage.py, then we have that one. So it is complaining about this error in our views.py in the line 40. So let us go there and solve that issue. So we just come to our Visual Studio, then we go to our views in the auth then at line 140. So here we can see that we passed request, and also there is another request here. So this one should not be request, it is request.meta. okay, it is supposed to be like that. So let us go and check whether we have solved the error. So as you can see, it's working well. So the next thing that we need to do, we need first of all to come back to our Visual Studio Code. So let us first of all open the admin, and before you open the admin, we need to create the super user. So first of all, come here. So we need first to close our server. So then we need to say Python. To create super user in Django, just use Python manage.py. we say create super user. So to create super user like that, so we need to pass the email. We're gonna say general@gmail.com. okay, then username we say general, then password. So password we need to pass gentech@1234 like that, then like this. Also you confirm it. So after doing that, we create the super user successfully. So we need to say Python manage. We need to get the one that was running our server. So we run our server there. You can see it's okay. So let us go to our Chrome and open it, and we see what is going on. So we need to go to the, so if you refresh now, you can see we are getting these things. So the admin, API, auth. So what we need to go, we need to open our admin dashboard. So we just come here and pass the email general@gmail. Then here we pass our password. Then we come here. I want to show you something. So you can see currently there's nothing, it is shown here. So for you to show these things, our model, you need to come to the admin.py in our app where you want the thing that you want to show. So let me open that. So you need to come to our Visual Studio here. So in our Visual Studio, so you need to look for the admin.py, this one. So here you can see it is to register your models. So we need to register them here. So we're gonna say from.models. So we're gonna import our custom user. So here just say at admin.register. So to register our custom user, so like that. Then we need a class user admin. We name it admin like this. So then you pass admin.model admin. Then we need to the list to display. So this one will be used for displaying what you want to display here. So we need to display the email. Then we want also it's verified. So it's verified. Then also created art. Okay, created art. You can pass what you want to see in the admin dashboard in the Django. So then the search field, the one that can be used to do the search, we're gonna say what here, we're gonna say email. Just email there. You can use email to search it. So then list filter, the one that can be used to filter. So we need to filter them using what, if it is verified, or so we say is verified like that. Then is stuff. Okay, is stuff like that. So after doing that, when you go back to our Chrome, so in our Chrome here, you need to refresh it. So let us open our terminal to see what is going on. So you need to restart our what, So it is saying that such fields must be a list or tuple. So we need to pass it as a list. So we just need to have what. So here you can pass it a comma like that to make it what? To make it a tuple. So let us open so you can see our terminal. It's okay. So make sure in your VS Code you pass that comma in the email after email. So this one, so I've passed this one, so to make it a tuple, so you don't fail. So we need to go back to our Chrome. So let me open it. So here in our Chrome, just need to refresh so that we're gonna see what comes. So you can see we have the custom users. So when you open it, you see the general at Gmail. So created that. So then you can be able to open that user and see the data. Okay. So but you can choose the file, then you can first name, last name, phone number, and other things. So that is our. Make sure that your application up to this point it is working as it is supposed to work. So the next thing that we need to do, we need now to start to do some testing so that we can see that things are working. Okay. So before we start testing it, there are some things we need to check. So here you need to make sure it's a tuple, so you just pass the comma. So comma, make sure you pass this comma here so that to be a tuple. Then the next thing, make sure you pass them like this, comma, comma, like that. So the next thing that we need to check, we need also to come to our services here. Then we need to check something. So we need to make sure that we are processing the data in our, not here, in our services for. So let us come to this part. Make sure, so you need to check the typos and where we have used the wrong data, so you need to go through it. So update fields like this, last name. So that one we have it there. Then we have what? Login. So you have the login, you have the register. So check it there. So make sure you have everything. Email verification require, okay. Then last name. So this one should not be full name, also it is supposed to be first name. So make sure you pass like that. The next one we need to check, it is what? So that one. Then we need to make sure that when you come here in our settings, so make sure session cookie domain, they are okay. So spelling these typos, sometimes they cost you a lot, so make sure that you have the right naming. So cookie, okay, cookie, session cookie, okay, it's okay there. So we need to make sure, okay, here we have a typo for logout, so make sure it is cookie like this. Then after doing that, so the next thing that we need to do in this part for base HTML, so I just copy and paste what I've written. So then you can prompt maybe Cloudy or Gemini so that you can get the best looking email. So mine is just like this. So let me copy and paste it here. So I just come and paste it here. So it's just HTML. So what happens, this CSS HTML, so there's nothing that is big here. So what I will explain, it is this part where we want to pass something. So we have this part, okay, not in Flutter, in Django. So when you do templates, when you want to pass something like content, so this one will be used. We're gonna pass here the block. So the block, we're gonna pass what you want. So this one will be used for styling. So then after that, we have this thing of getting the things from the Django. So that to put them in the HTML, you use the double braces to get something. So either if you want to get even the model name, so a certain field, you just use the double braces. So the next thing that I want to show you, as you can see, even the subscribe URL, so and other things. So let me put also the password reset. So let me copy it, the password reset. So just come here, and so you can write yours or you can copy it. So like that. So we need to come here to the password reset. So the password reset, as you can see, we extend now our base, so this one, so that we're gonna style it, so you don't need to repeat the same code everywhere. So then we have the block content, so the part that we are passing here, the one that I was showing you here in this part for block content. So this one, that is where we're gonna pass our data, so our HTML. So here we have this is for title and other things. So the most important part, leave aside this one, this is just the text. So the most important part is here. You can see the part that we created, that we used the reset URL, so we are passing it in this point. Okay, so make sure. Then we have this one for checking if it is a mobile or not. Okay, so then it is like that. Then we have also here the reset URL, this part also, so it looks like that. So let me copy the part for verify email. So control, and I'm gonna come here and paste it here. So just paste it there. So this is the verify email. So the same case, we extend the base, then from there we pass our data. So anything that you want to render here, just pass it like this. So make sure you use the double braces, so that you're gonna get the specific thing from the Django. So as you can see, we are passing the verify URL, and like that, like that, like that. So that is our part for the. So make sure you have the templates, then you have the emails, then you have the files here. So the next thing that we need to do, now we got that one. So the next thing that we need to do is now to do some kind of testing, and then how to use Celery, and we do some tests, then we register, we log in, then we see whether things are working. Okay, so to test the application, first of all, we need to start our Celery. So we need to come to our terminal. So in our terminal here, we just need another tab. So this one tab will be used for running the server. So the next one tab will be used for running our Celery. So what will happen, for you to run Celery, you need to come here, make sure you are in the virtual environment. So we need to come back a bit. So then we say source stylish environment, then bin activate, like that. So we activate, then we go to our project where it is, then like this, then we clear. So here, for you to run Celery, just say Celery, then we put that a, then the name of our project, so that is stylish. Then we pass our worker, so our worker here, then info, we need the information. So then you press enter. So as you can see the things that we set up. So we are using the localhost, the Redis, so like this. So then our Redis, it is running. Make sure you have the Redis. And now the task that we have, it is to send the reset password and also the verification email. So we need to, and it is ready. Okay, so we need to go to our Visual Studio Code, not our Visual Studio Code, we need to go to the Postman, so that we're gonna do some kind of testing. So let us open our Postman here. So in our Postman, so initially we had done some tests. So here I need to add last name. So last name. So, but if you want to understand this one, we have a tutorial on how to use the to use the Postman and to create these things. Okay, so from this one, as you can see, we have the general here, usually general@gmail.com. so then we have these things. So if you want to know how to use them, we have a tutorial in our channel. You can check it, so that you're gonna be able to do your testing. So the first thing that we need to do, it is to send. So let us see, let us wait to see there. So it is saying registration failed. So the reason why we need to check, so the name create art. Okay, so we have a problem with the create art, so it's not a valid model. So we need to go to the authentication. So what I'll do, so open the your Visual Studio Code here, then make sure you come to the serializers. So in our serializers here, so we have the create art. So this is created art, so make sure you pass it like that, the create art, then created art. Okay, so it's not so the one that is in our model. So let us check, we make sure we have this one, created art. So make sure our serializer, it is serializing the right part. So like this, make sure it's like that. Okay, so the thing that we need to do is that, first of all, we need to clear now the user. I know it was created, so we need to, first of all, to remove it. So remove it here. So I've removed it from the database. So what we need to do, we need to go back to our Postman and we send it again. So I've cleared the user. So here we just do what we need to send it again to see whether it works. So let us wait and we see what is going on. So as you can see, it is successful. Then with the true, then the data, the user. So we have that, and we have the tokens, you can see them here, and other things. So what happens is that, let us go to the terminal and we see the Celery, if it has sent there. So let us open this for the Celery. So as you can see, we have this part. Okay, so we have the info. So here in the info, we have the email sent to, we show it general. So we need to check whether we got the email. So we need to open it. So let us go to our Chrome. So we're gonna open that. Then when you refresh here, you will see that we have the Gmail, but it is not verified. So we need to open the Gmail. So here we need to open, show it general, this one. So this one, we're gonna open our Gmail to see whether we received the email. Okay, so let us open it so that we're gonna see whether it was successful or not. as you can see, we got the email here. So now you can be able to verify. So to verify the email, so let us wait for it to open. Now it opens. Now you can click here, you can open this link. So we can see okay token. So this one, it's not passing well, so we need to use this one. So it is saying API auth email what. So let us check what is going on. So it is like it is not going to that point. So let us check something. Let us see whether the email, so in our email, what is going on. Oh, this is not the latest one. So the latest one, it is this one. So make sure you use it. So we just click that. You can see still it's not working, that one. So token like this. So we need to set this one API. It has no what, the port. So you need to set up that one, but you can see it is working. So we have received the email, but we can copy these things, then we use them. Okay, so the next thing that we need to check, then you can do the other testing using Postman. We have the course, it is the same thing, it's only that we have changed it from the reading to use now the Redis and Celery. So I hope this one gonna help you. So that is our part for the API. So the next thing that we need to do, we need now to start working on the front end to handle the authentication. So let us go and start working on it. Before we go to the front end, I want to set up the course and do some, we need to do some few refactoring. So let us come here to our settings.py. We want to set up our course so that currently you can see we have the course headers here. So for us to use the course, we need to update it here. So before I do the updating there, so we need first of all to, here for the cookie secure, I want to refactor it. So config, I want to make sure I put them in the JWT cookie. I'm gonna copy this one, Control C here, then I'm gonna paste it here. So after doing that, we need to have a default of false, it will be false by default. So then to cast, we need it to be bool, like that. So then the cookie name, it is that one. Then we need to have the JWT cookie same site. Here we're gonna have the lax as the default one, but you can use the strict. Okay, you can use strict. So just say use strict if possible. So then after doing that, now we have that part for JWT. The next thing that we need to do is to handle our calls. Okay, so we come here below. So here we need to have our course configurations. So course configurations, like that. Then we're gonna course allow credentials. We need to set it to true. So course allow. So these ones you can get them from the documentation. Credentials is equals to true. So like that. Then so here I want to set between development. So I want to say development so development versus production. So cost settings. Okay, so here you want to check if it is in the production or in what, in development. So if debug if it is true, so here it is in the development. We need to allow all the origins in the development for our Flutter for web testing. Okay, so we're gonna say here, allow all origins in development for Flutter web testing, like this. Then here we just say we need to allow all the origins. So course allow all what, origins. So this one gonna allow us to use any endpoint so to access our backend. So then we need to allow headers, so this kind of headers. So here just say we need, it's a list, we need for header for accept. So accept, we need it. Then accept encoding, like that. Then we need to have the authorization, like that. These are the headers that we can pass in our request. So content type, can also pass the content type. Then we have the DNT, then we have the origin, like that. Then we have the user agent, then we have what, we have the X, then CSRF token. Then we have the X requested with. So that is our list for, this is for development. Then if it is not development, in production, we need to have else here. Gonna say, so here we need to set our production. Gonna say production settings. So these ones will be specific origins. Okay, we don't want every endpoint to use this one, so only. So here just say course origin. So I'm gonna copy this one. So just come here, Control C, then you paste it here. So to paste like that. Then here in our course allow headers, we don't need this one here, so just remove it. So what we need here, it is the course allowed what, origins. Okay, so here just say course allowed origins. So here just say what, config like this. So then we say, we pass here, you can pass many. So course, the sites that you want them to use this one, this application, this API. So origins. Then by default we need to provide your, here you're gonna put your HTTPS, your domain. Okay, your domain.com, like that. Then the cast is equals to lambda, so lambda, and v, then we strip that. So s dot strip, then we say for s in v dot split, like this, we split where we have comma. Okay, so that is our course site origin. So the next one we need to allow specific methods to be done. So just say allow specific. So these are the HTTP methods, so the ones that can be done in this from our clients. So we say course, then we allowed what. So these are in the documentation, you can check in the course. So is equals to a list, then we do what, we pass delete, can do delete, that is our method. We can get, can do options, then patch like that. Then we have the post, then we have put like that. The next one that we need to do it is our course preflight cache. Okay, so just say course preflight cache. So just say what, just say course preflight max age is equals to 86400 like that. So that is our part for course end. Also we have added that one for JWT, so this one. So what we need to do next, it is to go to our views. We want to modify some few things here in the views for authentication. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, it is to come to our login. So our login, we want to change the way we handle the cache in because we are doing a Flutter web, we need to come in the login. So here in the login, what we need to do it is to set the refresh token cookie if login was successful, and cookie security, it is enabled. So here we just come here. So here, instead of having to check whether we have the status code, we need to remove this one like this. Now we have if success, if it is true, then we have tokens, we return that one. Then we need specifically here, we just need to get the refresh token. So we just say refresh token, this variable gonna hold that. So tokens dot get, we need to get the refresh token. Okay, so instead of having this one, so what we do here, we need to remove this also. So just clean here, just have what, just say refresh, our refresh token, that one. So then we need to set cookie. Then here in the tokens value, we just need to pass our refresh token. Okay, so refresh, our refresh token like that. Then time zone dot now, then time delta. Then here, instead of seconds of time now, we need to remove this one and replace it with what, gonna replace it with the settings. With the settings, we're gonna say settings dot simple JWT. We need to get simple JWT. Then we need what, specifically we need the refresh, the one that we had, refresh token lifetime. Okay, so lifetime. So after doing that, now we have the lifetime. So the next one, it is secure. We need to come here and use our settings also. So settings dot JWT cookie. cookie secure. Okay, so these ones are in that point, then HTTP will be true. Then we need to, here in the part for strict, you can use the settings. You can say settings, the one that we created, settings dot the JWT cookie, same site. Okay, same site, like that. So then the path, then we don't need the domain here, so you can remove it like that. So then after doing that, we need to remove also this part for the CSRF. So after doing that, make sure you have comma here, so like that. So the next thing that we need to do, still in this success, we need to make sure that we are not sending the token. Okay, so the refresh token, so don't send the refresh token back to the in the body for web clients. Okay, for web clients here we need to say we need to delete that. So response dot data. So in our data we get the data, so we don't want to send that token, so the refresh one, so we get the tokens. Then in the tokens we need to get the what, the refresh. We need to remove this one, refresh token, like that. So that is our part for the login. So the next one, it is here for the token refresh. So in the token refresh, we need to refactor it also, so that we're gonna handle the tokens well. So here in the refresh token here, we need to use the cookies. So just say here, so the refresh token will be sent automatically by the browser in the cookie. Okay, so we're gonna say request, so request dot cookies. So in our cookies dot, we need to get, so settings dot JW3 cookie name. Okay, the one that we created, so cookie name. So make sure the spelling it is okay. So then after that, so if not refresh token, so we don't need this part again, so we need to remove this, like that. If not refresh token, so we need to return. So here we say what, so after removing this one like this, then the refresh token, so we don't need it here. We just need to give a response. So we're gonna return a response. So response here we gonna say standardized response. So here we say success, so our success will be false. Then error would be refresh, so refresh token not found in cookie, like that. So with a status code of 401. Okay, so status will be gonna say status dot http 401 unauthorized. Okay, so after that we have the success, then with the refresh token, then the response, then if success. Also this one we need to clean it, so we just remove this part like this. So this part, if tokens, we need that one, response data. So we don't need to get the tokens here, we just need the data. So we just get the data. So here down we need to do what? So we need to get the new refresh token. Okay, so just a new refresh token. Refresh token is equals to tokens dot get. We need now to get what? The refresh token, like this. Okay, so after that we need to use our new refresh token here. Just come here and say new refresh token, new refresh token. If we have it, then we need to set that cookie like that. Then here in the tokens we pass what? Our new refresh token. So new refresh token like that. Then here for the other parts we need to copy this one for the one that we have used in the login view. Just copy this expires and the same site, gonna copy it, just come here, so expires same site like this. Okay, so then we remove the path and also the domain, so it will be like that. So after that, again, we don't want to send the refresh token to the web if we are in the web. So just in the new refresh token, just below it, just you need to delete that. So delete, we need to delete that from the response. So response dot data. So here just say data like that. In the data we need to get to remove the refresh token like that. So that is our part 4. Then we're gonna remove this one like that. So we have it like that. So the next thing that we need to do now, we need to start working on the front end. So let us go to our front end and we start working on it. Before we go to the front end, I want to do some changes. Okay, we need to change some things I've noticed. So we need to solve those problems. Okay, like here in when you come to a urls.py in the authentication folder, so here we have the profile. So the profile, you're using the wrong view, so we're gonna say user. So user profile view like that. The next thing that I've also noticed, we need to go to our profile here. So in the profile here we have some typos. So instead of if instance of image data, it should be in the instance of image list. Okay, so this one. So when you do that, you change that. Then the thing that we need to change, we don't need to have a what here, a space. So just remove that space, and also even here like that. So when you do that, the next thing that you need to do here, it is in the split. We want to split where we have the comma, so you just need to add the comma here. Okay, like that. So that are the changes that we need to do. Then the other changes you're gonna do as we continue. So make sure you do those changes so that your backend gonna be okay. So let us now plan to go to our front end.